At the tone, please record your message. One for more options.
Hey, welcome back to Crash Base. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Friday afternoon, June 5th, 2026, and we're in for a treat. We're actually going to go off and do, once again, a campaign run, which it's good to be back to our roots to some extent, right? Like, if you know me, I love playing Marvel Champions in campaign mode, where you get 5 villains in a row. You kind of have to play the same deck, for better or for worse. Sometimes you play with some of the campaign mechanics, and today, Next Evolution actually has some campaign mechanics, which I don't think I've touched in a long time. They're not terrible. They're really not that bad. But yeah, we're going to give us a couple decisions, a couple setups, and we're going to have a bunch of environments in play. We'll see how that goes. Prepping a margarita to have in the sun. Christian, it seems like Friday evening is going pretty well. Again, excited to be streaming on Fridays. It looks like a lot of folks in the chat are pretty into the Friday streams, myself as well. Cody, how's it going? Loving these Friday streams. Happy Friday, Joey. How you doing? WX Friday stream, let's go. The only thing about this that the timing gets really weird is I have to prepare something so we can play on Friday, and then immediately we have to do something else on Sunday, and usually 2 days is like too short of a time to like build a new deck, let alone test it and do all that sort of stuff. So we'll see. On that note, this deck is untested, unrelated, probably will be fine. HFT, how's it going? Good morning from BC. You going out to play this weekend? It's in the West Coast in Vancouver. There's the Mega City, which is basically like a Canadian national, as much as there are 2 Canadian nationals because the country's big enough. This is for the game of Netrunner. So I don't know if HFT is going out there, but if you don't know, Hotel Foxtrot, play some mean Netrunner secretly. Yo, YOLO homie. Matapper, how's your weekend looking? You're even a couple hours ahead of me, right? Like you're like 1 hour ahead of me. What's it like at 1:30? Let me know so I can prepare adequately. How's everyone doing today? So today we have X-23 to play. X-23 is a really interesting hero, and I was surprised to look at my stats. For those who don't know, I meticulously calculate and collect stats for every single Marvel Champions game I've ever played. And X-23 is one of my least played heroes, which is bizarre and not something I thought I'd be saying because I didn't think that was true. The issue with X-23 is she's really good. Like really, really, really good. If I'm going to say one thing super positive about X-23, and we're going to say a lot of things super positive about X-23 today, because her hero kit is just like so cool, is that she is very flexible. She has like 2 or 3 different like things that she does, and each of them are good enough to build a whole deck around, which means as a platform for multi-aspect deck building, she is one of the best in the whole game. Sometimes you get a hero where it's like, oh, I'd only build protection, maybe justice, whatever, something like that. But she genuinely can build every single aspect in a compelling way. And I think the reason I haven't played a lot of X-23 is the first time I played X-23, I just played the precon. It was good. Then I played Expert X-23 with leadership, playing Sidekick on her Honey Badger. And we played against, we played against Ronin. We played against the Galaxy's Most Wanted. And it was easy. Because I do think her with Sidekick is one of the best decks possibly you could play solo in the game. It's so absurdly good. And so I got scared and I packed her back in a box and I put her on the shelf and been like, okay, we should not open up that can unless there's an emergency. Now today we're going to do something totally different. So we're not playing Sidekick. I still think the deck is probably powerful, but it definitely has more flaws. But yeah, if you haven't played Sidekick, like team up Honey Badger X-23, you can just do like 30 damage in a single turn. And not even with a huge setup. Like it just gets done for better, for worse. So we'll see. Hey, went to the UK Games Expo, yeah, last weekend, which was great. Played Flesh and Blood for the first time. Played a sick Blood of Kenyan Arkham deck. Did you go get the Arkham? They were handing out promos, I believe, at the UKGE booth. Shout out to all the folks who were there. I've heard from a couple people who went to UKGE. How'd you play Flesh and Blood for the first time? Was somebody from Flesh and Blood teaching it? Like, was Legend Story Studios there? Or did someone just like present you with a precon deck? They usually have like these like free to play IRA decks that are like small, like Blitz. I have one of them. They were hard to get back in the day when I got into the game during like COVID, but I think they still give out IRA decks, right? On the East Coast, brother, Atlantic time. Yeah, I think you're an hour ahead, right? Hey, Steven, how's it going? X-23 is busted. She was my most played hero when I was playing the game, and I think protection is her strongest aspect. I mean, we might prove that today. I do think this is a very explosive deck that we're doing. It has a bit of setup, but she is very, very, very strong. And again, she does many different things and she does all of them really well. So we'll see how it works out. That's kind of my review of my Netrunner skills. That's a kind of review of my Netrunner skills. I'm not making that to Vancouver this weekend. It doesn't really make much sense to travel for Netrunner these days. Oh, sorry to hear that. Looking forward to getting in on an online mega city at some point. Yeah, I know you play in a fair bit of the online stuff, which is like, that's pretty sick. I'm glad that you're still participating. I have no idea how hard it is to travel to Vancouver from where I'm assuming you are. But yeah, I imagine it's a bit of work. X-23 is awesome, and her hero kit can hit every aspect. I agree. In leadership, she soars. Aggression, she recurs readies. Justice, she likes to be upside the head. Protection, she's OP as hell. Okay, so maybe this deck is really good. I think we'll find out together. They had a stand and let us play with some starter decks that they gave to us. Did you get to keep the starter decks? I'm assuming it was Ira, right? I think it's better than leadership with Sidekick. The ceiling is lower, but it's more consistent. Like you can deal 30 damage in one turn with Sidekick, but by then protection X-23 already won. Okay, well, I guess we should show what we built today, huh? All right, so 2 things to keep track of. Firstly, we're going to talk about our deck and our choices, how we got here. I have something in the back of my throat. Excuse me 1 second. I'll make a really gross noise. Yeah, that's better, I guess. Secondly, this room is really, really warm. I've been saying this a fair bit, and I don't know how to get around it. Right now, it's probably like 26 degrees, 27 degrees outside, maybe a bit hotter. Currently, this room is 24 degrees Celsius. If you're watching and you know Fahrenheit, I don't know the translation. That's probably like high 70s, probably. By the end of the stream, and we plan to stream for about 3 to 4 hours, this room will probably be 28 to 29 degrees. There's a lot of lights here. There's a lot of equipment. There's a lot of cameras. I don't know what to do about it. We're going to figure it out. But every day we get closer and closer to just like flying directly into the sun. So with that being said, we're starting at 24, but that is one of the other like things we have to worry about. We have to worry about the villain and like getting schemed out. We also have to worry about the temperature in the space. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Thank you for sharing the stream. Also, the next evolution campaign rewards are pretty bonkers. So I'm expecting you to absolutely destroy this campaign if you don't pass out from heat stroke. That's the thing. It's like we've added another thing. It's like, oh, we're gonna jump the motorcycle over like 6 buses, and you're like, already that's pretty cool. And they're like, and there's a tank of sharks for some reason. It's like you didn't have to do that. All right, let's talk about this deck. This is our hero. It's X-23. And we did just play Quicksilver last weekend, and she has a very Quicksilver-like ability. And I really, really like her ability for so many reasons. It interacts with the card pool in such a fascinating way. There's a lot of different ways you can build into this. So her stat line is 2-1-2, which is not great, but she has a lot of ways to increase her base stat, her attack stat. So usually she's a 2-3-2 because she has a permanent. We'll talk about it in a second. But her ability, and actually I'm just going to put this card aside because we have this lovely X-Force. Was sent in from Boom Guy from the Winning Hand. And on the back we have Laura Kinney hanging out and having some I think ramen maybe, but having some food with Honey Badger. So we're going to be using this version. It's the exact same. It's quite pretty. So of course we're going to use it. So she has 2-1-2 stats, but it says after she takes any amount of damage, you can ready her once per phase. Again, that's just like Quicksilver. It's not per round, it's per phase. So if you get attacked in the villain phase, you get a free ready. And that's a really cool thing that she can do, even if you don't play protection. But with protection, you can get some benefits from it. She's really interesting because usually in protection, you play like the perfect block archetype. But she is, by design, the imperfect block archetype. You can defend for 2. And if the villain is attacking for a base stat of 3, you're guaranteed to take 1 point of damage. But technically, the villain's attacking for 2 and you defend for 2, and then you draw a 0 boost. Like, you're not readying, which sucks. But every single round, you technically you get a free defend, which mitigates the damage. And then as long as you take a bit of damage, then you can ready yourself. So the defend was functionally free because it's one per phase. This is so fun. And there's so many protection ways to work into this or like to swing into this. But at the end of the day, right, like you are meant to be imperfectly blocking just to get the free ready, which is really great. And if you don't block, well, you might as well have blocked. You get the ready anyways, I suppose. The card that was meant to be in this deck originally, and I had 3 copies, but I ended up cutting it because it doesn't make too much sense. Based off of how the rest of the deck worked in deck slots, was Defiance. And Defiance says when a boost card on an enemy attacking you would be turned face up, you discard it instead. And the good thing for that is you're basically saying you can tell, deterministically what the villain's attack stat is going to be. So you know that you're going to take damage and it's not going to be a lot of damage, right? If the villain attacks for 3, we defend for 2. We just take 1 damage and we ready, which is just a ridiculously good villain phase. And then you get an encounter card. Unfortunately, Defiance got cut, but we love blocking without blocking on this channel. And she inherently does block without blocking, which is good fun. Now, her alter ego leans into the second thing that we can do. So setup, we put her claws into play, which are great. She has 6 recovery, which is absurdly good. 10 health, as much as we have ways to increase that. And as an action, we can shuffle the Honey Badger ally or the Sisterly Bond event from her discard pile into our deck, and then we can draw a card. Now that's a cost. So if those cards are not in our discard pile, we can't draw a card. Sometimes you'll mulligan those cards away. There's certain decks that will build entirely around Honey Badger. We're kind of like medium in that camp. Honey Badger's okay, but not the most important. But it's nice to have that sort of like targeted recursion, especially when your deck is thin, because then like guaranteed that you're going to be able to draw into Honey Badger or Sisterly Bond before you deck out in the next turn or 2. Hey, Wikipedia, do you ever play custom heroes? We haven't so far. I think a big part of it is like, I don't have a printer. So like printing the card seems really difficult. I've definitely seen custom heroes that I'd find interesting or like would be willing to play. But it's like a lot of work. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff in this game to play inherently, but yeah, probably at some point we will. Hey, Kenya, how's it going? Looking forward to seeing X-23. Just snagged her yesterday. Excited to try out. Oh, she is so good. She's absurdly good. I love Energy Barrier with her to help focus on just taking the 1 damage you want to take. Then you can repurpose it away. One of her biggest strengths is that she has by far the cheapest cards in the game. You can just dump your hand always. Yeah, I guess we're going to cross a lot of those bridges when we go through the next like 40 cards in front of us. But she has no research. Oh, no, she does have a research generator in her kit. But I haven't felt the need to add an extra research generator because her cost curve is one of the lowest in the whole game. A lot of her cards cost 0. All her other cards cost 1. And then she has like 1-2 cost card, give or take. Like she is such a cheap deck, which is just nice because yeah, you can dump your hand, you're flexible, so that's a really cool thing. Now we start with this on the table. This is X-23's Claws. It's permanent, so it always will be there. And it says we can exhaust X-23 Claws during our turn as an action and take 2 damage, which mind you, that will ready us. And we get +2 attack, and not for the end of the phase until the end of the round. Now, that's really important because we have a lot of ways to boost our stats until the end of the round, and protection uniquely can actually access its attack stat during the villain phase. So you can cash in on a really big like 7 or 8 attack, and then when the villain phase starts, you can attack for 7 or 8 into the villain as well, which in solo will destroy a lot of things kind of just on the spot. So that's a really good piece of text. Now, the one thing you have to keep in mind is that it's always nice to have this because it's a ready, but technically the way her stats are written, she can attack for 1, then use X-23's Claws to take 2 damage and ready her, and then attack for 3, which means you're only doing 4 damage, which could be better, but that is another reason why you might actually want to do, when you're ready, first do X-23 claws to take 2 damage, then attack for 3, then figure out a different way to take damage to ready yourselves, like attacking it to retaliate technically works, and then attack for 3 again, right? Like on a minimum, you can always attack for 4. You can do 1 and 2, 3, but technically if you want to do the most damage per turn, you want to figure out another way to take damage. That being said, it's really nice that we have a permanent way to take damage because damage is readies once per phase. Just watch out, this is an action, so you only can do it during your turn, right? Now, Altered is so cool. Hey, Mike. Yeah, it's really, really great. I'm excited to play just about all the mutants now. I'm a huge mutant fan, so it was a really nice package from Winning Hand. X-23 is my favorite hero to use sidekick with. Yeah, I have. The last deck I played with this was a sidekick, and it just like shredded. It was really, really not even close. I think it's a 3/2 cost cards, but on Sisterhood, which sucks. But oh yeah, and then also her ally is very importantly expensive comparatively. I got quite a few Marvel related custom heroes, but some of our IP heroes too. I'm just made Blanca from Street Fighter. He's all about energy resource and his defense stat. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know if you've shared it. There's like a big community online on Discord for like Marvel Champions custom content. A lot of times people will like distribute their files and or play it on Tabletop Simulator so you can get feedback. I'm not big in that circle, admittedly, but if you want like feedback and share it with people who would be very, very excited to see it, you should definitely check those places out for sure. Hey, Robert, how's it going? All right, so that's why like this is our only resource generating the whole deck, and that's why this is another angle in which she's also really fun because planning your turn is important. But Grim Resolve is just a 1-cost upgrade that says exhaust this to take a damage to generate a wild resource. Notably, this is a resource, not an action, so you technically can do this during the villain phase if things go really pear-shaped and you can't get access to your ready during the villain phase, but you need to be able to play a card, which mostly is a protection thing in the first place. But that being said, that means you can now like boost your stats, take 2 damage, play a card, take 1 damage, then attack for 3, ready and attack for 3, which is really good. And again, if we don't want to be attacking, so say that we're thwarting this turn, we have a really nice cheap ready that gives us a resource. Very, very good. Again, if you play this in leadership, you have access to Clarity of Purpose. This is functionally just the text of Clarity of Purpose, and Clarity and Purpose is a really, really, really good card. So why not have it in our hero kit? I actually don't know if that happens all the time, where the card that is exact same text of a card in an aspect in your hero kit. It probably happens like more than we think it does, but it's weird. It's actually weird to be like the exact same text on the card. Now, Clawmaster, again, our cost curve is so cheap. We have 3 copies of this. It's only max 1 per round, so you can't stack all of them. So the other ones will be resources. And it says hero action until the end of the round, X-23 gets +2 attack, and her attacks gain overkill while Honey Badger's in play. And we'll get to Honey Badger in a bit. She's not a highlight of the deck as much as she easily could be. But this is just a 1 for 2, or technically 2 for 2, which is not fantastic. But the fact that we always have a ready, this is generally a 2 for 4, which is on curve as much as we have to be ready and not stunned and all that sort of stuff. Again, this is till the end of the round. So we use X-23's claws and we use Claw Mastery. We have 5 attack and we can attack twice if we can figure out how to ready ourselves in the first place. And then we still have 5 attack going into the villain phase, which means if we can use that using protection, that's 15 damage in a turn cycle. It's nonsense good. And of course, we'll have other ways to ready ourselves in our kit as well. Now we have Adamantium Lacing. Oh, not this one, excuse me. Adamantium Lacing. So we're going to have a health problem to some extent, or actually, I guess more so. This is a nice card that gives you +2 hit points as a 1-cost card. Like already Endurance is a very playable card. This is slightly worse than Endurance, but it also gives us Retaliate and it gives her basic attack Piercing. Now the Retaliate is nice. I guess we're going to be attacked. We're playing solo and we do want to defend. So we're not putting allies in the way all the time, the same way other characters would. So that Retaliate is a bit more relevant, but the attack scaling Piercing just makes it nicer. Again, we can attack twice for about 3 to 5. So giving a Piercing is good. Animal Instinct. I think we have 2 copies of this. And like, again, check how cheap her cost curve is. This just basically says we can use her attack as a thwart stat. I mean, that's fine. I don't love cards that just like move your stats around because they're pretty expensive, because this is not technically a thwart event. This is just an event that allows you to change how you're using your text. The good thing is we have a ready, and on some turns, like it's nice to be able to attack or thwart for 4 and then ready and then attack for 4. Like usually that's a bit better. So it's nice and it's flexible. And we also have like reasons to want to play cheap cards because she has a lot of benefits from just like spamming cheap cards. So this is okay. It's nice. As soon as turn 1, we have a 3 thwart event for 0 technically, but it uses our basic activation. So it's slightly quietly more expensive than that, but not bad at all for sure. Now, damage matters. This is what I was trying to say before, because you notice all these cards that we played, like our claws do 2 damage a turn. We're going to get punched in the face and always want to take damage every turn. So we have to have a fair bit of healing, and we have a fair bit of healing in the deck. We have 2 copies of Regenerative Longevity, which is hard to say. It just says a heal total of 4 damage from your identity and Honey Badger. Just like I believe Logan's card, this is action, so it's not hero action, it's not alter ego action. And again, we have a 6 recovery stat, as much as we can't jump down to alter ego as much as we'd want to, but this just heals 4. Healing Honey Badger is actually very valuable, and we'll get to that in a second. But this is just like a 4 healing, which is just good enough. That's really quite nice. We have a lot of those in the deck. And now maybe my favorite card in the whole deck, like no joke, is Pain Tolerance. It's a 2-cost upgrade, which is technically expensive for her deck. But it says after you play an X-23 card, including this one, which is nice reminder text, heal a damage from your identity. So good, just so fun. I've said this so many times on the channel. One of my favorite things in any hero is just like incidental healing. I love incidental healing. I love just being a bruiser and not having to jump down. And this is exactly it, to be like, oh, I'm going to take some hits. I'm going to heal it up. And again, the fact that her cost curve is so cheap, it's easy to play 2 or 3, maybe 2 at least, 2 cards from her kit every single round. And sometimes you just play the card even if it doesn't do that much. Like if you'll play it if it's fine, because everything heals more. Like technically regenerative longevities heal 5 for 1, which is nonsense good. Man, this card is really, really fun. Now, Honey Badger. Yeah, my throat is... Want some more coffee, excuse me. The keyboard just died. Let's see how that goes. Lacing is also wild. Piercing got more and more powerful as their way to balance villains who just give more tough. Yeah. And in certain scenarios, there's that like consistent tough. Like one of the Morlocks we're playing against has like tough on every other attack, which like is very, very good. Pain Tolerance is broken. There's been so many times I've used Claws and Resolve on the same turn and still came out with more health than I started. Yeah, it's like take 2 damage. Sure, heal 2 damage. It's like you just end up being at the place that you started, if not ahead, which is fantastic. Hey, Milla, how's it going? Good afternoon. Hi, chat. Hey, we're having a good time with X-23 today. Glad you can make it. Did the Winning Hand folks say if they'd be sharing the files for those mutant alt arts? That I don't know about. Maybe not. They definitely shared all the art files for the leaders that we played last weekend, but these arts might not be shared. If you're in the Discord, you could ask around, but I don't know off the top, unfortunately. Yeah. Kind of wish they put her in one of her Wolvie suits. To be honest, her art is one of my least favorite, but she's so good. I don't mind her art. I like the fact that her color is black. Like literally, there's generally more color on these card frames, but her card frame is just black with a yellow stripe, and I think that's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't know the character too much, so I don't know what suits that she has. I like this because you see the 2 suits, and Honey Badger's suit on this is actually pretty cool too. So I'm into that. Now, notably, we're X-Force. Honey Badger is X-Men, and that actually matters. There's a bunch of protection builds you can play that are about like equipping Honey Badger with her like Honey Badger suit that gives her +3 health. And there was a way of healing Honey Badger really easily, and keeping Honey Badger to be strong and in play constantly is an entire playstyle that you can build around when you play X-23, because Honey Badger is that good. If you play leadership and you play sidekick, that's a really big thing you should run into or like should try out. It's very, very powerful. But this is Honey Badger. She is an X-Men, not an X-Force. She's 2 cost. She has not great stats, but she has 2 health, and she thwarts for 1 and attacks for 1. Now her hero response says after Honey Badger takes any amount of damage, you ready X-23. And again, everything that we do increases our stats, not for the phase as much as it's somewhat similar for the round here. So the idea is if we can get our stats up to 3, we attack for 3, we take a damage, we ready, we attack for 3, we activate with Honey Badger, we attack for 3. Like, it's that simple. It's genuinely that simple. She just shreds through things. And that's why readying and healing Honey Badger is very good, because it's functionally a free ready every turn. And we have so many cards that boost our stats. And like we've said many times on this channel, stat boosts are okay, but they multiply once you can multiply how many times you can ready in a turn. So instead of getting +2 for a single 1-cost card, you're getting +6. That's absurd. This is a 1 card +6. Like very, very, very good. And keeping Honey Badger happy and healthy is super, super important if you want to build that certain way. We're not building it into too much. Also, very importantly, the hero response is not after she activates, but it's after she takes damage. So if you take the final consequential damage and Honey Badger is defeated by that damage, this text won't fire. So unless you're healing Honey Badger, that's it, right? Like she only activates once. Now, there's ways you can build into it. Like we can play Elixir because we're X-Forced, or technically X-Men. And after Elixir attacks or thwarts, you can heal 1 damage from a friendly character. So there's builds that build entirely into it. I'm not sure of the green training suit she can play. I think it gives her like +3 health and like maybe another piece of text. But you can build into that. We're not. She'll still be good because she's very consistent, because she's very consistent. We have Sisterhood. This is a support, and surprisingly not an alter ego support. Man, I can make these cards bigger. Why didn't I? As an action, you can exhaust this and discard an X-23 card from your hand. Mind you, we sometimes have extra cards, and because we have those like 1 per round cards, we can't play all of them. We can search our deck and discard pull for Honey Badger and add her to your hand. Shuffle. Like, we were a bit doomer about Jessica Jones's ability to search her entire deck for an ally and put into play super cheap. This is functionally the same. It's like, as long as you don't get a weird deck cycle where, oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter because it's search your deck and discard pile. Like every turn, largely, you can just bring Honey Badger back. And that is very good. Unfortunately, it's very good. She basically attacks for 1 and she gives you a free ready, and then she blocks. As much as blocking is not a huge concern when it comes to your character. So Sisterhood is really good. If you're playing like Voltron, what's it called? The Honey Badger, it's not as important. But if you're just playing small tempo value Honey Badger, it's very, very, very good. Finally, we have Sisterly Bond. This is the other card we can shuffle back into our deck when we're in Alter Ego. It says when Honey Badger thwarts her attacks, you add X-23's power to Honey Badger for this use. So this is usually like a 0 for 3, a 0 for 5 on certain board states, because it's not her printed stats, it's her stats. So if you boost her stats are boosted. And this is, it's fine. It's definitely not bad. It has a wild, which is good. Can I get a close-up of the ult for X-23? Yeah, I can. It doesn't work great on this camera setting or like the way that this is set up because the lights don't light this part here. So it gets a bit dark up here, but yeah, that's the art. I'll read you the artist credit in a second once I bring it down. And when we flip it over, this art actually reminds me a lot of On the Run, where you see these sort of rooftops, which we'll be getting to in a second. The artist is credited as Dan Mora, and then Band of Sirens, mind you, helped Boom Guy with all the formatting and making these look nice. So they're credited on this too. The Alter Ego side is from Bengal, is the artist. Yeah, really nice. I was starting to wind down for bed and excited to push off sleep time because I saw that you're playing Laura. She's one of my favorite Marvel Champions characters, her and Jubilee. I don't know too much about the character at all, so maybe you can fill in some blanks, but she's very, very, very fun to play. I didn't like putting cards into the deck just to put it on Honey Badger, but I do like X-Force Recruit because it could also just go on X-23 and a red resource for what doesn't kill me. Yeah, I can see that. Again, there's entire decks that just like work on Honey Badger. We don't have to do it, but it's fine. All right, and then like no joke, maybe one of my favorite cards in the whole game, and like it is just so flavorfully fun. This is Puncture Wound. It's a 0 cost upgrade, and mind you, just playing cheap cards heals us usually. So you can only attach this to an enemy that either X-23 or Honey Badger attacked. That enemy will get -1 attack, and then after the player phase begins, they just kind of pop. This gets discarded, and they deal 3 damage to the attached enemy. This is like such a fun thing to do if you play like a MOBA. I've been playing a fair bit of Deadlock, but you get the mark on the character and then you wait and then suddenly pop and then they just take a bunch of damage. This is just so fun. It's like such a nice thematic card. It's gross, but it's not like presented in a gross way. But yeah, you just puncture them and they slowly bleed out. It's like sick. It gives you so much value. Like this is a 0 cost 4 value. It's like a 1 for 4. Like -1 attack really matters because we want to take the attack to the face. We do have to watch out though. If the villain has like 2 attack, when we put them to 1 attack and we defend, there's a chance with a low boost we might not ready. That's not the end of the world. We usually lose like 2 to 3 damage, but then they take 3 damage. Like it's just so good. It's just so goofy good. And we have 2 copies of them. We have to watch out though. We have to be attacking, but that's what we're going to be doing. So just the most fun. I remember when I pointed out the rule on Honey Badger's response and a guy got so mad saying it was trash and he never played that way. And I was like, believe me, X-23 doesn't need the extra help. Yeah, X-23 is pretty good. But yeah, I also was, I remember being caught off guard by that ruling, probably on the channel too. But I thought like, oh, that's a bit annoying. It's not that big of a deal. All right, so like Steven was saying, this deck, which I haven't tested yet, but I'm feeling pretty okay about it, has Energy Barrier in it. And Energy Barrier actually hits like a bunch of different things that our deck wants to do. Firstly, this interrupt says that we can just remove a counter for every time that we take any amount of damage. Doesn't have to be an attack, but when we remove the damage, we don't take the damage and we can put the damage back. Now, technically, we don't take damage. We can't ready because I'm pretty sure Hero Tech says when we're taking damage, not when we're dealt damage. So if you prevent the damage, you didn't take the damage, so you don't actually ready yourself. So obviously, we want to take some amount of damage. But Energy Barrier just means that when we defend for 2, if the villain attacks for like 5, we can still just block 1 or 2 instances of damage with 1 or 2 Energy Barriers, only take the minimum 1 damage and get a free ready. And then we have minimal healing, or that sort of incidental healing that we're going to be ready no matter what. So we should be in a good spot. But Energy Barrier is really good at making sure we can take hits without taking too much damage, because at the end of the day, we only want to take 1 damage per phase from the villain. But then this gets nonsense with Repurpose, because as we notice, all the stat gainers that we've been showing off so far, they don't give you stats until the end of the phase. They give you stats until the end of the round. So the idea is that when we play our attack mastery card or claw mastery, we go up to 3 attack. When we use X-23's claws, we go up to 5 attack. There's other ways to give ourselves more attack, but then we repurpose something. We go up 2 more attack. So we go to 7 attack by selling an Energy Barrier, and we get another ready. It's nonsense. It's really nonsense. Like on a turn that we do claws into mastery, we attack for 5. We repurpose, we ready ourselves, we attack for 7. We then ready ourselves by taking damage, we attack for 7. Like that's not hard to do. X-23 is kind of absurd. Again, Energy Barrier, repurpose, mastery, claw, and then we need our resource generator, claw mastery. We just do X-23's claws, we go to 3 attack, we attack for we play claw mastery, we attack for 5. Then we repurpose this, we ready ourselves, we attack for 7. Then we use a research generator, we attack for 7. It's 19 damage. And it's not a hard setup. Like it's literally not a hard setup. It's just, it's goofy. It's goofy. It's seriously straight goofy because all her cards that give her stat boosts are undercosted, and they're all for, technically for this instance, it doesn't matter that it says phase versus round or round versus phase, but it's just like you can multiply every stat boost by 3 because she has access to so many good readies, and we're playing protection, which has all the readies. It is goofy. Speaking of this is the card that I'm really excited to play is Counterpunch. It's a 0 cost card. This says after your hero defends against an enemy attack, and we're always going to be defending against enemy attacks, we can deal damage to the enemy equal to our hero's attack. Well, it turns out all our stat boosts are until the end of the round, not until the end of the phase. So this is usually 0 for 5, 0 for 7. Everything is nonsense. It's straight silly. But like after we do that, then we defend when the villain attacks us. We mitigate damage, and we ready ourselves. We play Counterpunch. We do 7 damage back. It's straight nonsense. I don't know. Haven't tested this deck, but it seems on paper just to be monstrous. We're going to do it. Now, we are technically defending, so we want to play some defense cards. We're playing Electrostatic Armor because this gives Pseudo Retaliate, which will bring us to Retaliate 2. As long as we're defending, we're always defending. And Defensive Conditioning is like, it's probably worth playing because having an extra health pool is good, and having +1 defense will matter against certain villains that hit harder. Technically, this will bring us to 3 defense. As long as the villain is attacking us for like 3 or 4 consistently, or 3 and a boost consistently, we're okay to play it. But there are some villains with low attack stats that we actually can't play this, because if we play this, our defense stat is too high, and then we actually end up not ever taking damage, as much as boost cards will get us there. So this is like a click compressed slot. Like sometimes back in the day, I know I played Armor Vest in here, and you probably want to add extra health because she likes having extra health. So you could play what's it called, Endurance, but this is like a very click compressed card, and it's a 2 cost protection card, which is quite good. When she was first introduced, it was a clone of Wolverine's villains got hold of his DNA, and the Y chromosome was damaged, and she was the result, raised in a lab and trained to be a living weapon. Eventually it got revealed that she actually is her biological daughter. A lot of her arcs, wait, I've seen the Logan film, she's in the Logan film, I need to rewatch the Logan film. A lot of arcs have her dealing with the trauma of her upbringing and the effects of living in Logan's shadow, and eventually bearing the mantle of Wolverine. That's sick. What was the ruling of Honey Badger? Grolix. The ruling on Honey Badger is that when Honey Badger's thing is not attached to activating, Honey Badger's thing is attached to taking damage. So if she takes lethal damage, this text is not relevant. But notably for any character that says like after the attack or thwart doing a thing, that it happens before they take consequential. Honey Badger's effect is attached to taking damage, which means if she doesn't survive the consequential, this text doesn't fire. So yeah, that's that. Reapers and Energy Barrier are just busted since it's not forced. You can just leave it on 1. Yes, that's a really big thing about Energy Barrier is that you're never forced to use it. So you do want to leave a 1 counter on every Energy Barrier. Also, shout out, Electrostatic Armor is technically our 4th tech card. So it's in the deck. So if we ever don't have something, we can always get rid of this because this is not the hugest amount of value, but it only boosts our stat by 1. But yeah, it's fine. Angel's Airy. I'm trying this. I don't know if we need this because I think our healing is already pretty good, but we technically defend every round. And it says after you defend against an attack, place 1 fatigue counter here. And then you can remove every fatigue counter here, not your choice, all of them, to full heal yourself. Technically a recovery is really good, a recovery 6. So this might be a bit extra. Not sure if we need it. I know that you could play like Med Team in the slot. I'm not a huge Med Team enjoyer, but it's a way better card than the amount I'm playing it. But you could do Med Team in the slot. It's not amazingly efficient at healing a Honey Badger, but it heals you pretty good. But we're doing Angel's Area. We'll see if we can able to jump down or not. Now, again, we are protection. We have access to all the readies in the entire game, largely. So what doesn't kill me is also very good. Because what does it do? It heals you. We always have the ability to take 2 damage, so you're never in a position like we can technically play this as soon as turn 1, which is kind of goofy. That's sometimes an issue with what doesn't kill me. If you're at full health, you can't play it because healing is a cost, but we can always take 2 damage on our turn. And again, another ready just means we multiply our attack stat for another time, which is obviously very, very good. And healing on top of that is great. In terms of our allies, we're not super ally heavy. I think we might be playing slightly more allies than we need to, but we're just playing the classics. And then I guess we're playing White Queen because we thought we would. Brother Voodoo we're playing. Brother Voodoo is just good. Gives you a bunch of thwarting. We're not great at thwarting. We're okay at thwarting. But Brother Voodoo thwarts pretty well. And we can search our deck, the top 5 for an event. And we have a really good and really cheap events, which is nice. So that's great. Similarly, we're playing Spider Bite. I think we're probably only going to have 1 or 2 tech cards on the table. So she'll probably cost 1 or 2. But she thwarts okay. We don't really want to block with our allies because we're probably not going to need to unless we're in a bad situation. So just keep that in mind. Also, that is one of the things that's notable about her kit is she has no events that just burst things. Like generally there's burst thwart events and burst attack events in most heroes kits, unless you're like, I guess, Maria Hill. But we have to use our basic stats for everything. We have to be ready. Maybe that's a reason why we should consider Night Nurse, right? Because if we're exhausted, we actually lose out a fair bit of value in our deck. But that is one of the cool things about X-23. She does everything with her hands, as opposed to like playing an event that removes 3 threat or 4 threat. So we're gonna have some allies for some thwarting as well, and that's gonna be good. Gambit better than White Queen? Probably not, but more interesting because I have to play Nick Fury and Professor X for the like 1700th time. So I thought we'd zig when you thought we'd zag to some extent. We're playing Nick. Nick seems fine. We're playing Prof X. Prof X is better, I guess. This is the only confuse in our deck, so if we ever need to jump down and thwarts for 3. I think there's a chance that these allies shouldn't be in the deck because one of the benefits of these allies is that they can block for us, but we're actually really good at blocking for ourselves. So like there's a chance that these should not be in the deck and we can just play other protection or basic allies. We'll see after the first couple of games that proves to be true. But like at the end of the day, the big value of these cards is that you get that sort of like block on top of the upfront value, and we just don't need the block at all. So we're playing White Queen. Why? Because she's kind of like Night Nurse. She's thwarts for a fair bit, which is nice. And when she comes into play, which we can play her as long as we're in hero mode, we can remove a status card. So she can unstun, unconfuse. Technically, she's not incredibly value with untoughing because we should have piercing on most of our attacks, but she does technically do that. Probably won't matter too much. And then our resources, mind you, we're not playing any more research generators because our cost curve is really cheap, but we are playing 2 copies of the Power of Protection. This card's really good for a bunch of reasons. Firstly, it's just good, generates 2 resources for protection and has great art. Our deck, I think, has like 9 or 10 2-cost protection cards, including ones that have requirements. Generally, to play 2 Power Protections, I think you need somewhere about 7 to 8 2-cost protection cards, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is, I think, can definitely afford having 2 of these in your deck. Then we're playing Energy, Genius, and Strength, as much as our cost curve is a bit low, so maybe you don't need these, but we'll find out all together. Night Nurse is good, but X-23 also doesn't end up caring about the statuses also. I really like Starhawk and X-23 because it's fairly easy to bounce back to your hand if you don't need the resources for the what doesn't kill me. Yeah, Starhawk is one of the other like protection allies I put in just about every deck because Starhawk is just very, very, very universally good for the cost. The fact that it can also be a free card in hand is really good on the right turns, but yeah. I worry, like we're playing too much Nick and Professor X, and I think there's a big chance that like Starhawk could be Nick Fury instead and stuff like that. So we'll find out together. You're playing the Rogue Ally? I'm not. I was considering it, and Rogue Ally actually works really well in some ways. She allows us to take a damage to add our stats, but very importantly, she only adds our printed stats, so she at least thwarts for 4, which is quite nice. I think there's a chance she would be better than Nick Fury, because that's good. Like thwarting for 4 is good, but just watch out. She only grabs her printed stats, so if we boost our stats, Rogue doesn't work with that. I also think we have enough ways to take damage incidentally, so the fact that she can like give us damage is not really worth anything when we always will just be hitting our claws or using our resource generator. But yeah, I don't know if it actually matters that much that she technically fires our text. She's not bad though. She's definitely not bad. Thwarting for 4 is like pretty good on a 4 cost that can do it 3 times, especially if you're playing stuff that can heal her and us. Yeah, I had Rogue Ally in the list at some point. I had Defiance. We talked about that. What other cards did I cut out? I had Preemptive Strike for a bit just because it's a way to mitigate damage by also like defending but not defending, but I don't think that stuff matters. Nick is pretty good because drawing 3 is really good when your curve is low. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe that's a good way to say it. Like if we have these extra resources, we can put them into Nick and draw 3. We're also not playing Ready for a Fight, which is weird. We don't have the strongest alter ego, but Recovery for 6 is good. We'll see if we can stay afloat and just like kind of incidentally heal. So she can only ready X-23 once without health boosters. That's correct, yeah. Kind of a bummer, but yeah, it would be huge impact to X-23 wrecking everything. So the other thing about our ally too, what's her text? She says after Honey Badger takes any amount of damage. So if you want to put Energy Shield, which technically is a cheap tech card, I think that doesn't work on her because Energy Shield cancels the damage. But this is technically a card you can put in a repurposed deck. It's easy to play, but the fact that it costs 0 is actually a downside. It says when the character would take any amount of damage, prevent it. So you didn't take the damage, so you can't actually cheat her out with Energy Shield. Yeah, Game Time and Protective Training is wild with Rogue. Yeah, that's the other build. So I forgot the name of these, but Game Time is heal and damage and ready an enemy with ready an ally with a what's it called? With a training upgrade, and then Protective Training is the one that you can attach to an X-Men, which makes Honey Badger really quite good. Yeah. No symbiote suit? No, I'm not a big symbiote suit enjoyer. I don't think we need to do that to ours. There's so many decks that get broken when you play symbiote suit. Like we're already playing something really good. I don't like symbiote suit. Where do you get your dice from? These are spin down counters from Burger Tokens is what they're called. These are the XLs, and then the threat ones are just the normal ones. They're great. They're really, really good. I should buy some more, but I have to like try and get a bunch all at once because shipping from the States sucks. They even give out free XL dice if you're a streamer. If you like contact them, they even say on their page, like, if you want to make your stream look better, if you're making content, we'll send you, and they'll give you like a coupon for like 1.5 XL dice if you want. I always ask before I include in my deck at meetups. Yeah, I'd feel the pressure too. I don't think I would say no if you wanted to. especially because in multiplayer, the downsides for the suit don't seem as strong. But when you play true solo, the downsides for the suit seem like much more noticeable. Because if you can't deal with the 2 encounter cards this round, I don't know, next round's gonna be even worse. You have 15 X-23 cards and a few green cards. You can kind of do whatever you want to win. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be there, but I don't want to be cocky about it because I haven't tested this deck. I do think this campaign is not the most difficult. We're gonna be actually playing with the campaign cards, which is gonna be good fun because I haven't done that in a long time. But with that, we're gonna have a sip of coffee and hopefully we're off. I hope y'all are having a good Friday. Okay, so we're doing the campaign. We can look a bit at the campaign setup. So we have the PDF open here. I'm not going to read through the story. I've read through the story once before, but our scenario starts at Morlock Siege. Morlock Siege is one of the easiest scenarios in the entire history of the game, I would say. It does have multiple villains, so we don't know what we're fighting. There's going to be a stack of villains, and we have to defeat the top 3. Mind you, there's going to be a fair bit of retaliate in this scenario over time, which is actually like kind of rough for us, but it also does make sure that we have a free ready every turn if we just attack something with retaliate. Now the setup here, which we technically do after the base setup, this is going to be interesting because we actually have to interact with the campaign log and the campaign cards, which I used to use these all the time, but I just stopped using the Next Evolution campaign rules because they were kind of samey and they weren't that interesting compared to some of the other great campaign modes that we had in this game. So we have to record our identity in the campaign book. Great. We can't swap our identity or the aspect, I think we are. Oh no, just identity. We can change our aspect, I think. The players as a group choose one player side scheme listed in the campaign log, and we do the following. We put the chosen player side scheme into play. We mark the player side scheme as chosen for scenario 1, and then we have to take the encounter card that's attached to it and we shuffle it into the encounter deck. So basically we can choose to put a side scheme in play. In fact, we have to. It'll have a weakness that goes into the deck. The weaknesses usually have surge, so they don't actually like replace an encounter card. And once we clear the side scheme, we get a benefit that will follow us for the rest of the campaign. It's like, okay, but compared to a lot of the other campaign rules, it's not particularly interesting. But again, every scenario we're going to be doing this. So at the end of the final scenario, there'll be like 4 or 5 cards in the counter deck that are, you know, unique to whatever choices we've made. But that being said, there's only like 6 choices. So we'll end up picking 5 of them. Again, we can't choose not to do this. I don't think we have to do it. Now we're also going to record our remaining hit points. That will be relevant for X-23. I don't know in this campaign how you like rectify your hit points, but like when we play the expert campaign rules, we generally just like jump down and recover for 1 turn and use our allies to finish the game, which is not incredibly interesting, I would say. So let's just talk about these cards really quickly. There's, I think, 6 of them. I have them here. They look like this. They're campaign player side schemes. I don't love how they were delivered in this box, and I'll show you what I mean. Sorry, spoilers. They have this chart on the last page that tell you the campaign player side schemes, the encounter card, and the environment. So you have to remember, like, if you're using Assemble the Team, you have to shuffle Malice into the deck. And the issue I have with that is, like, it doesn't say that anywhere besides the back of this, like, document. It would have been really easy for these cards not to say campaign on them, but to say like assemble the team 1, assemble the team 2, assemble the team 3. So like if you shuffle this deck, you have to go back and you have to like pull it apart to some extent. Eventually you learn which cards go in which pile, but it's not super elegant. So it's like these 2 cards go together, these 3 cards go together, these 3 cards go together, these 2, these 2, these 2. So we have 5 scenarios, so we'll be touching all but one of them. I think I can tell you off the top which one of these we won't be interacting with, because there's specifically one of these that interacts with playing events that cost 3 or more. We don't have events that cost 3 or more. Let me see if these are in the system. I think they are. Practice maneuvers. All right, so I'll just show you the benefits and everything else. This is practice maneuvers. It comes in with 4 threat, and when you defeat this, you flip the card over and you get the backside in play, which is just an environment. The environment just says that expensive cards are cheaper. Which, hold on, it's this card. It just says reduce the printed cost of every event that costs 3 or more by 1. This is generally really good in certain heroes kits. It's really good in like if you play, I don't know, dive bomb aggression, I guess. But for our deck, this is not worth considering at all. The art's really good though, but we're just not going to have this. So our 5 are decided for us because there's no reason to take this. It just does not work with our deck, and that's fine. So we need to decide which one of these to go first. I'm not going to pull up all the cards, I think, but I'll just tell you what they do slightly, I guess. This one allows us to grab an ally from our deck for free every game. That's really good, especially because you can get Nick Fury, but we don't have any like big setup allies. If we had Rogue in our deck, I think we'd go that way, or Elixir. We have established safe house. Established safe house. When we clear it, we get the safe house. The safe house is fine. It's only good when you go into alter ego, but it's a 4-cost support you get for free that allows you to heal 2 damage or draw a card when you're an alter ego, and any player may trigger this, which doesn't really matter for us. Gear up. When we get through gear up, we basically get to add this card to our deck called Pouches, which is a fun, flavorful card, but it's just a 2 wild resource card, which Unfortunately, we also don't care about this because our cost curve is super low. So like not a great start so far. A mission prep is really good. It's probably where we're going to start. So mission prep just says that when we complete it, we can have this mission prepped card that, again, the way that these are delivered is also, like, I think a bit clumsy because you have to start with all these environments in play. And at the end of the day, all these environments do is they have one counter when you're playing solo. So it's weird. I kind of wish that these would just happen immediately, but then it doesn't work when you play the second scenario. Anyways, remove a prep counter. Each player searches their deck for an upgrade that costs 2 or less and puts it into play. That's very good. So that's something that we probably should consider doing. Like that allows us to get any of our important upgrades, and 2-cost upgrades are technically kind of expensive for our deck. I do want to say that there is like a weird rules thing here. Where is it? Is it on prepared defenses? No, which one has it? Doesn't one of these allow you to put an upgrade into play? Or a support? No, I don't think so. A weird thing about this, though, is that these cards actually do not check whether you're allowed to play the upgrade. I think it's a really weird thing, but just like the same way that you can clear whatever it's called, the support side scheme, if the upgrade in your deck is not allowed to be played by your class or your character because you're missing the traits, you can still put it into play. Because this doesn't play the card, it puts it into play, so it does get around things. So for instance, if you want to do team assembled or whatever it's called, so this technically is something you can swing into. It just kind of feels like we shouldn't be doing it. But it says each player may search their deck and discard pile for an ally with a printed cost of 3 and put it into play. So if you have an ally, like let's say Gamora, for instance, Gamora we cannot play because it says only play this if you have a Guardian trait. But technically you can put Gamora into play. So do keep that in mind. There's ways to use these cards to kind of cheese scenarios, but I mean, whatever. The last one we have is prepared defenses. And if we clear prepared defenses, we get prepared defenses. And this just gives us +1 defense and retaliate, which is pretty good. Honestly, that's like pretty good. We probably won't need it in the first scenario. We have to watch out our defense stat doesn't get too big, because if our defense stat gets too big, we won't be able to take damage during the villain phase. But that is something we probably want for the final scenarios, or like against Juggernaut, because Juggernaut hits like a truck for sure. Pain tolerance from turn 1 on the campaign is pretty great. Yeah, I think I want to go for mission prep because I think starting with an upgrade is like the best thing we could possibly do. We don't need the resources. We don't need the safe house. So these will be showing up later. The defense one's actually kind of sketch because grinding our defense stat up too much is like not good. And I think team assembled is the other generically good one. So yeah, I don't play with these campaign rules that often because you don't make that many interesting decisions, at least when you play solo. I imagine when you play multiplayer, this is a bit more of a diplomatic discussion of which way you want to go because everyone will value them in a different way. So this technically starts after we do the normal setup, but I'll just put it into play. So mission prep, the scheme does not count against the player side scheme limit. That's cool, because this is technically a player side scheme. That's actually something I don't think I've ever appreciated. And it says, flip this card and put mission prepped into play. And then we have to shuffle this guy into the deck called Scrambler. Scrambler, when we draw it, when revealed, it says discard an upgrade you control. 3 health, 1/1 surge. So we're going to lose an upgrade at some point as well. That will be in the deck. We'll shuffle it in a second. Otherwise, we are off. There was a streamer who played this campaign a lot, used to cheat Sorcerer Supreme out of all the fun decks. That's the thing that I've heard, yeah. Because I thought you could get an upgrade, but yeah, you can get sorry, I thought there was one that cheats out of support, because it's much harder in this game to cheat out an upgrade. But that is one of the weird things you can do, is you can technically put the Sorcerer Supreme into play if you play this, which like doesn't seem at all like that's intended. But you can cheat this out and just get a 6 hand size, which I'm not going to do that. It's fine if you do. If you think that's fun or interesting and you beat the rules, yeah, I guess you did. And oops, that's not a good thing to do. How do I fix that? I have to do it manually. So sorry, 1 second. But yeah, that's one of the weird things that you can do, is you can cheat that into play. Studio mode, overlay. So I need to do card zoom in. I hit the wrong pedal. And if you do it here, it breaks. You probably say, Andre, why did you just set it in so it doesn't break? It's actually really hard. It's a weird problem to fix. So we need to do zoom in. And then I think it's fixed. Yeah, it's fixed. Okay, cool. All right, knock knock. So this is what we're doing. We're playing on Expert. We're playing with Standard 3. So our Nemesis, who I believe is Lady Deathstrike, will be showing up sooner than later. So we have to set the routed environment into play. So that's here in a second. It's just rules reminder text largely. We put Treacheries and Morlocks aside. They'll be coming up in the second stage. And then we have to create the villain deck. So the villain deck is, we have these like, I think there are 8. How many are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 of these Marauders. I don't think they're all built the same, but all we have to do is shuffle them. My favorite would be to have the one that gets toughness every once in a while. I think it's Blockbuster. And then we have to kind of cut this while looking at the ceiling. And then whatever we stop cutting, which is not now, this will be our first Marauder. When we defeat it, that's our second Marauder. When we defeat it, that's our third Marauder. And then whoever is the fourth Marauder, that's who we're going to be playing against during the next scenario in this campaign, which is cool. So there's a lot of variability to this. I find some Marauders to be really terrifying. Like some of them attack for like 7. Some of them just like attack for 1 and let you confuse yourself. They don't seem super even, but at least it's exciting. So I'm in on it. All right, so eyes closed, we'll do cut. So we're playing against Riptide, so like we did nothing. Hold on, I need to get this up. Villain name Riptide. I don't know if we have these or not. Did that work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, so my overlay does not support these in the obvious way. That's okay. So we'll say villain health set to 12. Cool. So this is Riptide. Riptide B, because we're playing on Expert. Riptide B has 2 scheme 2 attack. It says when Riptide attacks you or an ally, you either have to place 3 threat on the main scheme and place 1 threat on each side scheme, or Riptide will get +2 attack and ranged and piercing. Ranged actually sucks because we do have retaliate on a bunch of different things. Piercing doesn't really matter. We have no access to toughness, but that means Riptide will be attacking for a base of 4, and then obviously that can get up to 7. I mean, that's not the worst. At the end of the day, we'll always like exhaust to block 2 of the damage. So we're going to be taking 2 in a question mark, and that's when our energy barriers will kick in. But this actually wouldn't be a bad scenario to get our defense stat up by like clearing the thing that we did not choose as that side scheme. Just don't get Grey Crow. Yeah, the one that like punishes you. One of them hits really, really hard. All right, we still have to shuffle this, but we flip Knock Knock over. Now, Knock Knock is a side scheme, or a main scheme, excuse me, that if it advances, it's not the end of the world. I've never had it advance through its text itself. It comes in with 1, or sorry, through like hitting 6, I mean. Comes in with 1, gets 1 extra a turn, and however, during the step 1 of the villain phase, you place 1 knock counter, and if there are 3 knock counters on here, it advances naturally. Technically, you want it to advance naturally. That's the best way it can advance because you get an upside for that. But basically, they're kind of, you know, breaking down our door, and we have like 2 turns to set up before things get bad. Can't believe I'm late to my daily Veil Metro Ball space stream. We've been here for about an hour. How's it going, Lucy? You excited for the weekend? For the stream? Or for the tournament, I mean? That's mostly it. So we have 4 threat here to clear. Not a rush to do it, but allows us to get an upgrade. The thing with this one is like you can technically jump down to alter ego on the second turn, because this will hit 3 knock counters and then advance, and then we'll go to the second mage scheme, and then the villain will scheme. So next turn, like this is the only turn that's scary, but next turn we don't actually have to clear any threat off of it because it'll clear itself in like a turn, give or take. So we'll see how that goes. What do we want to mulligan into? We want to mulligan into our very important upgrades, the ones that heal us, the ones that help us set up. Notably, we also have an alter ego ability that can draw a card sometimes, which would be good. Like we actually want to mulligan Honey Badger, Sisterly Bond into our discard pile just so we can get a free card draw and start with like a 7 card hand size. When we get into Veil Metro Space crossover game, I don't know where that would be. We have played every game. We haven't played Neverwinter on this channel, but we've played Marvel Champions and Arkham Horror on the Meshball grid. These channels seem to be a bit more focused. Doing last minute testing ahead of tomorrow. Have you squashed any bugs for the event? Like, what do you think is the most likely to break? Okay, that's it. We're off. We're Laura Kinney, 6 recovery, 10 health. Let's do some damage. So we draw some cards. All right, the power protection. Not a bad draw. Again, obviously this only does something if we have something to do with it, but we have about, I think, 9 2-cost protection cards. Sisterhood. Don't think we want that. This is not the one that we can shuffle back in, but we're not gonna be like building too hard into the Honey Badger thing. So we'll put this in the no category, but there's certain builds where this is like the best card in the hand. We don't keep a counterpunch because we don't keep defense traded cards. It's not technically, but you know what I mean? Animal Instinct. This allows us to thwart, right? When X-23 makes a basic thwart, she gets plus X thwart where it's equal to her attack. So that means we can thwart up to 3 on turn 1, which doesn't clear mission prep, but it gets us pretty close. So this one I'd say is in the maybe camp. It's not a setup card, but it's our only thwarting event. Just respect Dr. Doom. Angel's Airy. I mean, I'm not even sure if this card should be in the deck, but we're not going to keep it. And then we have Sisterly Bond, which we're happy to throw this one out because now this is in our discard pile. We can use our alter ego to draw a 7th card because we can shuffle it back, draw a card, which is good. So we haven't hit anything good. That we haven't seen any of our 2-cost protection cards, so I'm still like interested to keep the power protection. We definitely want to get an energy barrier down sooner than later because we haven't seen a repurpose yet. But yeah, the Animal Instinct thwarts for 3, which means we can clear mission prep. I think we'll keep it, but we don't have that many setup cards compared to some others, so this seems okay. Clearing off the side scheme could be good. Yeah, exactly. It's very consistent, so I think we'll try to do it. Yeah, essentially Bond in the mulligan is like so great. Okay, what doesn't kill me? Funny enough, we actually are allowed to play this on turn 1, so we have a target for the power protection because we can always take 2 damage by just like pulling her claws out. I just punched the microphone, but that's good. Repurpose, okay. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna play a tech card and repurpose this turn, but we want to count what the repurposes are. Brother Voodoo. Not too many of our events do we want to play on this turn because most of them just give us plus attack, X attack, which I don't think we need. And we have the Professor who, I mean, maybe we play the Professor. Getting it confused on Riptide's not bad, but weird hand actually. So before we do anything, we're going to use our alter ego and we're going to just go ahead and shuffle Sisterly Bond into our deck first and then draw a card. So we could draw the Sisterly Bond, I guess. I fixed so many bugs in that scenario already, but I fully believe I missed one. So strong that you can play what doesn't kill me whenever you want because they're claws. Yeah, it's sick just to be like, okay, turn 1, let's go. It's a bit silly because it's just like a low value ready at that point, but it's like cool. It's definitely cool. Now the problem is claws are the only way we can ready ourselves. So that means we should probably like thwart 2, ready, and then like clear mission prep. I think that's what we're probably going to do here and just get the healing card, I think. Animal Instinct. Okay, bummer. I think we only have 2 of these. We've drawn all our thwarting cards. Cool thing about this is that you can do it twice. So you actually can thwart for like 2. Sorry, you're going to thwart for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like you can thwart pretty heavily with this. I don't know if we're going to play an ally. Like I actually have to think, how do you play this hand well? If we play What Doesn't Kill Me, we play an Animal Instincts, we can play a Brother Voodoo. Brother Voodoo adds the card to your hand, which means we should do that first. But I guess if we're playing Brother Voodoo, we might as well play Prof. I think we might as well play Prof. And I think we just do damage to Riptide. Oh, I should mention Routed. This is Routed. It's our environment. So cards underneath here are not in play. And for every card underneath here, the villain gets Retaliate. Whenever we defeat the villain, the next villain appears and the old villain goes underneath here. So we need to put 3 villains underneath here to win. So after the villain is defeated, put it under here, discard each minion that shares a title so you don't run into any like, multiverse problems. And then immediately the new villain activates against each player in player order. And we win by defeating 3 villains, which is the text on the main scheme, which is good. Yeah, I think we can just like play this. Now, the thing that we have to worry about, so we're going to jump up into hero mode, is that we get a free ready when we take damage. So that would be X-23's claws. So I think like Prof X is not amazing here, but we'll take the thwart. We can take 1 attack to the face with Riptide's 4 attack. Like we don't need to get the ready on this board state. It's like not important that we're blocking unless we have our technically our value engine pieces for that. So I think this is just good enough. So we are going to first attack thwart, I guess. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. Can Brother Voodoo draw a card that we can play? No, I think this is okay. Prof confuse X-23 and Prof can clear the side scheme, and you can ready and attack twice for 6 damage. Prof confuse and X-23. Prof can clear the side scheme. Prof can't clear the side scheme, right? Prof can only do 4. X-23 and Prof can. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. And then we can do 2 big attacks, which is really good. So we want to do our thwart before we do our attack. Because when we do a small thwart, that's good enough. We technically don't need to spend this Animal Instinct because it doesn't actually really matter. So we could play Brother Voodoo, but I think the confuse is worth slightly more than 1 more card we might be able to play. So we are going to first just thwart for 2. We are exhausted, which, hold on, we need one of those. Okay, so we take damage, we ready ourselves. We are going to first play these 3 cards or pitch these 3 cards to play Professor X. When Professor X enters play, we can confuse a villain, stun a minion, or ready an X-Men character. We are not an X-Men, so we cannot ready ourselves with this, which would be pretty good. But we can just go ahead and confuse Riptide, who that's not bad. Prof comes in with 3, and Prof will finish the side scheme, which means mission prep. We get to deal with it as soon as turn 1, which again, I don't love these campaign cards. I don't think they're that interesting, but it's fine. So when defeated, flip this card for mission prep and put into play. So now it's an environment. And it has 1 counter on it. I'm just going to use it right away. Remove a prep counter. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this, but technically it's still on the table. Each player searches their deck and discard pile for 1 upgrade with a printed cost or 2 less and put it into play. So we want to do this before we play any of our other cards, I guess, but we can go search for an upgrade. So I think we're going to go for the healing one. That's our most expensive upgrade. Otherwise, we have the resource generator, which we can't really use here, but we're just going to get a pain tolerance and put it into play. And pain tolerance is just like the most fun. So it says after you play an X-23 card, including this one, heal 1 damage, but we didn't play it. We put it into play. So we technically could have taken damage first from X-23's claws, but actually then we can't even play What Doesn't Kill Me. So we're not going to. It's another reason she's so good in true solo. Very easy to thwart while keeping up damage. Yes. Yeah. She's just good. She's so good. Okay. So this is in play. So now we can get some resources. We're now going to use our claws. So our claws, we're going to exhaust to take 2 damage. and that gives us +2 attack for the round, and we ready. So we're gonna have this +2 die here. So this will be whatever our boost is to our attack stat. And then we're just gonna attack. We're gonna attack for 3 into Riptide. Villain takes 3. Then we're gonna go ahead and do 1, 2, I guess, into what doesn't kill me. So we can play this on turn 1, which is rare. We'll recover 2, and we'll ready ourselves, and we'll attack for 3 again into the villain. Jesus. I'm not gonna hold on to this. That was turn 1. Turn 1, we did 6 damage to the villain, cleared a side scheme, got it confused, played a Professor X, and got the upgrade. Now, some of that was because of the player side scheme stuff, but like, it's nonsense. It is straight nonsense. We technically keep this attack, so if we draw a counter punch, we can attack for 3. We probably won't. It requires us to defend, and we're going to defend with Professor X, but we'll draw to 5. Spider Bite, not great. We definitely want some of our tech cards. We don't have any yet, so she's expensive. Defensive conditioning, we definitely want to play this. Now, this one has ranged, so it's going to dodge retaliate, but the +1 defense matters because Riptide attacks for 4 base usually. Repurpose, bummer. Puncture wound, so we are incentivized to go for face. And then we have the adamantium lacing, which is also perfect. Gives us a bit more health, and it just means that our attacks get piercing, which is, I do think maybe 1 or 2 of the Marauders have toughness. All right, this goes to 2. Knock, knock. It gets a knock counter, which doesn't have any extra rules text, but once it hits 3, this advances. So we only have to hold on for like 1.5 more turns. And then the villain's going to attack us. So, sorry, I can't pull up the villain. I have to actually type in Riptide's name. So Riptide's attacking for 2 and a card. We're not going to place 3 threat on the main scheme. That's a lot of threat. So instead, like that one doesn't scale against a single player, I think, that well. We're going to give +2 attack, piercing, and range, and we'll block with Professor X. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Big attack. At least a Sinister Strike is out. Prof X is knocked out. 1 encounter card. Seek the Weak. I think we're getting attacked. The villain attacks you. If there's at least 1 villain under routed, this attack gets overkill. So at least we get our text to fire. So Riptide's attacking us for 2 and a card. And again, for Riptide, we're going to give Riptide +2 attack to make it 4 attack. This is where our text can matter because, again, it's once per phase. So we'll defend for 2. So it's coming in for 4 and a card. We're defending for 2, and we have no other things to do here. So we're blocking for 4. 4. Boost. Evil Alliance. Why is Evil Alliance the card we always draw on turn 1? It's not that bad here because it just adds 1 counter to Pursued by the Past. And once it hits 4, we get our Nemesis. But that's an attack for 4. We block for 2. So we take 2. And then our hero text kicks in, which is once per round, or sorry, per phase. We can ready ourselves. So not too bad. And we're back. And we're back. Pretty good. So it'll be good to watch. I still struggle to grasp what people love about X-23. Oh, she's so strong. I want to be clear. I haven't played a lot of her because the last time I played her, I was like, this is too much. And I put her away. But I've been told that this deck is even better. Or this strategy is even better, right? Yeah, Steven, you're right. Because we had the 2 readies, we might have wanted to play Brother Voodoo because we would have looked at 5 and maybe got a Claw Mastery because we had an extra card. That might have been correct. Because Claw Mastery, we have 3 of them, and it's not unlikely for us to hit it. So that could have been pretty good, actually. Okay, so we can't play everything. So we probably don't play the Puncture Wound. I think we just set up with our 2 big setup cards. I don't know if we want to take 2 damage on this turn just to do 1 more damage, or sorry, 3 more damage. But we are at the weird turn where we have no good way to take damage early. So not amazing, but we want to be able to take damage before the claws, so we can always like attack for 1, attack for 3, which is like most of Riptide's health. Man, Riptide got shredded. 12 health is not a lot. You drawing Evil Alliances like D20 Woodworking, draw Shadows of Past. It's hilariously freaking, man, it's always like on turn 1 that we find it in one way or another. Yeah. If we play Puncture Wound, it heals us, which is like kind of nice, and it actually will probably knock out Riptide. It knocks out Riptide at a weird timing. We'll be ready because it's going to be the hero phase. But I think we just want to set up, right? Like, this is turn 2. We don't have to, like, really gun it that bad. So I like that we don't have to play that many allies. We'll pitch Spider Bite for Adamantium Lacing. So this is going to give us +2 health. So we're technically at 10 and 12 health. And we get Retaliate 1 and our basic attacks got Piercing. And we do have to watch out because if Riptide gets bottom text, Riptide does have range. So the Retaliate we will forget and then forget about it for the next character or the next villain. But those are 2 reasonable stats. We also played an X-23 card. So Pain Tolerance fires and we just recover 1. So we're at 11 health, which is great. Yeah, I think I'll just spend 2 for defensive conditioning. I mean, it's fine. Defensive, like our defense stat is used every single round largely, so we get +3 more hit points, so we're at 14 of 15, and we get +1 defense, so we're now at 3 defense. We can ready, so we get thwart 2, ready, attack for 3. I think that's probably fine. It just like advances the game. We could jump down next round, which we probably will, but I think we'll just do a bit of thwarting here unless we draw an advance. Actually, we don't need to thwart this. I don't think we thwart this. I think we just attack for 1, because if we draw an advance, it gets countered. And this will just clear next turn anyways if we don't do anything. Heal 1 from pain tolerance. Yeah, I did. I got it. No stress. So I think we're just going to attack for 1 to Riptide. We're going to choose to use X-23's claws to ready ourselves. We have to take 2 damage. We get +2 attack, and then we're going to send back into Riptide for 3 more damage. Riptide's at 2 health. We'll pass. That's it. We'll draw 5. Energy. Regenerative, so we have all the healing. What doesn't kill me? Perfect. We have a double. Oh, but technically we need a physical, so it's not every single double. That's our first tech card we've drawn, which is a bit unfortunate. And we have Sisterly Bond, which is not very good when Honey Badger thwarts our attacks. So it's a weird hand. It's not a great hand, but we're going to have a weird turn. Next turn, we'll probably jump down and be able to draw 6 more cards. Knock Knock goes here. Goes to 3, goes to 2. How's it going? Did you finish that 007 game? No, Samuel, I haven't finished it yet. I don't know if you're playing it, but I do want to be very happy to report that the deeper I am in the game, the more I'm enjoying it. The intro had like a really good tutorial, but then it was kind of boring for a bit. But now like the combat's actually really quite fun, as much as I have to get over the fact that I'm shooting people in the head, which feels bad for James Bond, but he did murder a lot of people in the right circumstance, right? Bond can help. What doesn't kill me? Yeah, at least Bond has the wild, which is like quite useful here. All right, so Riptide goes now. So Riptide's attacking for 4 and a card. We will defend for 3. The retaliate unfortunately won't matter because it's ranged, but attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, losing the exhaustion. It's an awkward card. So we block for 3, we take 3, and we'll use our free ready here once per turn. 1 encounter card. Mutant Slayers. Okay, so thwarting is going to be a bit of an issue because we've seen, I think, all our good thwarting cards already. So each Marauder minion gets Quick Strike. When revealed, place 1 additional threat here for each character in play with the 1 or more of the following traits. So thematically, X-Men, X-Factor, X-Force, or X-Men. So we're the only character. So we're going to put 4 threat here. Quick Strike is not the end of the world, but it's not like my favorite thing. But I don't think we're going to be able to clear that. And it's back to us. Bond murders so many people. I mean, I play Splinter Cell and I play with like not killing. So it feels kind of strange. It's weird. As he does get the license to kill. You can tell when you're allowed to like kill people. Big fan of Hitman, so wasn't sure about the transition for more action-packed. Glad to have to deliver. Well, like the part that like is hurting me is that I'm playing in these beautiful levels with like a lot of people and like a lot of like great environmental design, and I'm just like thinking, oh man, I wish this was a Hitman level. Maybe at some point they can do a Hitman DLC where they visit some of those universes because they are in the same engine and they already built like, you know, the museum or like wherever you are. I won't spoil more than that. But it's definitely not a Hitman game. I find the Hitman-y social parts of it where like you're interacting as a civilian and like, you know, solving things to be kind of boring, but like the combat and stealth stuff has been really satisfying, and it's getting more interesting as I play more. Okay, so we have up to 15 health. So we have a perfect regenerative longevity. This we don't have to thwart because we can just jump down. This will hit 4, this will hit 3, and then it'll advance, and then Riptide will not activate against us. The problem is if we attack into Riptide, we have no window to ready ourselves. And as soon as we defeat Riptide, the next character against us will activate. But also the next character doesn't have the confused because the status token only passes on to the next stage of the villain if the villain shares the same name. And if we defeat Riptide, Riptide isn't confused. Riptide's dead. So the what doesn't kill me is like maybe good enough because we could thwart 2 twice. So I could see us doing something like this. I mean, it's extra. Like, don't pretend it's not extra. And then we could just play regenerative. The electrostatic armor is also pretty good, but this hand's slightly awkward because we have the double with nothing to go into it. So we just have to play it in a weird way. So like we could do this. It allows us to clear this. We don't play the electrostatic armor, which is our only tech card we've seen so far, but that means the bottom of our deck has 3 more tech cards. So we shouldn't be too upset about it. I think I like this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll thwart for 2. This is the really weird thing where you use X-23's claws to get ready. Like you just pull them out. So you're like, oh, we're going thwarting. And that's it. But we're going to use X-23's claws to take 2 damage to ready ourselves. We technically have +2 attack, but it's not relevant because we're just going to thwart again. Again, we don't want to kill Riptide. We went a bit too fast. Okay, then we're going to spend a double on regenerative longevity. And so this card heals us 4. But because it is an X-23 card, it actually recovers 5. So we go all the way up to 12. Like maybe we should be playing the card that says we have retaliate 1 if we have more cards or more health. What is it? Undaunted or something like that. We'll play what doesn't kill me. Issue with this is it's also kind of useless. Yeah, no, this is useless. This recovers 2 and then readies us, but the ready is not very useful. So I guess we're not going to do that. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We could draw a card with Sisterly Bond if we pitch it. So instead, yeah, let's just change this. We'll hold the double. We'll play Sisterly Bond when we play regenerative longevity. Then we're going to just jump down to Alter Ego. Yeah, I don't think we actually want to play that card. We will use our alter ego text. So we're going to shuffle the Sisterly Bond into our deck to draw a card. Yeah, her research generator would have been nice this turn. But like ultimately, the fact that we can't attack, can't thwart, maybe we're losing so much tempo here for no reason. Not that we need it, that we could just advance Riptide and say we don't care about the Confused. But like it's nice to be able to jump down and draw another card. I'd like to recommend, by the way, the podcast Kill James Bond featuring YouTube's own Abigail Thorne of Philosophy Tube fame. Why is it called that? I watched not too much Philosophy Tube, but I know I'll like it from what I've seen from it. We draw Honey Badger. I mean, that's great. I'm glad that we kept the double. So, wow, that hand turned around really, really good. So we'll spend energy on Honey Badger. So Honey Badger's here. We won't use Honey Badger because we want to use her on a turn it matters. But we might, if we draw our Claw Mastery, which we probably do considering we haven't seen one, we should be able to shred the next villain in a single turn. And then we also can play the Electrostatic Armor, which just good enough, right? The Electrostatic Armor comes in. We have Functionally Retaliate 2 in the right board state will pass. We draw 6. Yeah, that was a really, really good draw. Wow. Wow, that was good. Strength, okay. Let's hit what doesn't kill me. Yeah, we should have enough. We just need to find a Claw Mastery here. Okay, Nick can help us find a Claw Mastery. Energy Barrier is perfect, but we've seen every repurpose, I think. Puncture Wound, so more damage, and we have a Genius. So at least we have 2 cards into Nick Fury, as much as we haven't found a Claw Mastery yet, but we have 2 resources into Nick, which is good. All right, this goes to 4 on Knock Knock, but it doesn't matter. You can always do this. It feels a bit cheesy, but the scenario allows you to do that. Then we put 3 counters here. And then if there's 3 counters, we advance. So none of that text actually mattered. Now we're going to get a bunch of allies and we have to protect them. That's really important because welcome to the Mutant Massacre. This stuff actually has like a pretty dark theme as it's pretty dark. Each player puts 1 set aside Morlock ally into play under their control, 2 set aside Morlock allies instead if this is a single player game. So we get 2 Morlocks. Now, the cool thing is that the Morlocks are going to be kept safe by us, but the Morlocks will have 5 health and toughness and they will be targeted by the villain. Luckily, the only villain I think that has piercing, is the one that we're just going to defeat this turn. So we don't have to worry about these Morlocks losing their toughness. I'll bring up all these cards in a second, but we have 2 of them. They don't take up any ally slots and we have to protect them. I think if they both die, we're cooked. And I think campaign actually gives us advantages if we save both of them. I'm pretty sure in campaign mode actually cares about that text. All right, we shuffled the hide encounter card into the deck, which is this card here. It's just straight upside. And because we advance the good way, the Morlocks get tough. Otherwise they don't. And you just have to keep them alive naturally. All right, we're moving on to Mutant Massacre. Mutant Massacre. I've been bad at the pedal today, huh? So this is it. As an action, we can exhaust a Morlock ally. And mind you, they do thwart an attack for 1 with 1 consequential to shuffle the hide card from the discard pile back into the deck. Now, if there are 3 villains underrouted, we win the game. And if this stage is completed, which only has 8 threshold, which is not bad, or every Morlock is dead, we advance. So watch out for that. But that's it. Starts with no threat, which is nice. Just to show you these Morlocks. They're literally Morlocks. For those who know, Morlocks are like mutants that live in the sewers. Generally, I think they're the mutants that society is really quite mean to. But this is our Morlock mutant. Victory -1. Doesn't actually matter. Just kind of reminds you, like, don't let them die. Does not count against your ally limit. And when an enemy attacks you, it attacks a Morlock you control instead. And that includes the villain and includes minions as well. All right, Riptide would attack, but is confused. Or sorry, with thwart. We draw 1 encounter card. I shuffled that. It's hide. Surge, when revealed, give him more like a tough status. So that's annoying, but at least we can exhaust our Morlocks to put that back. I shuffled the heck out of that deck. Bound by business. Nope. When revealed, discard cards from the counter deck until a Marauder minion that does not share a title with Riptide is put into play. Okay, so we have 2 things to defeat this turn. Shouldn't be that hard. So we discard until we find. So this will rip through the deck. We haven't seen a minion yet. There's a lot in here. There's like 8, at least 8. Actually 9, because we notably says put the minion into play, engage with you. So if we draw the one that we shuffled in through the campaign, it won't discard an upgrade. So let's see what we get. It's Vertigo. Okay. So Vertigo is one I often see because in the next scenario, you have to start with a Marauder in play, and Vertigo is not particularly scary. She has only 4 health. She has guard, so we have to deal with her. 4 is technically a weird breakpoint for us. But when Vertigo attacks you, an ally controls, stun a character, or she gets +2 attack. These Morlocks are out of the game. Scenario benefits from Med Team for first aids. I've never had to feel like I had to heal a Morlock, but I usually play protection, so I hear what that is. Is this stream okay? I'm getting yellow bars every once in a while in OBS, and I think it's because I'm streaming with the door closed. I'm just gonna crack the door open a wee bit, because I'm on wireless, which is not a good thing, but give me 1 second. Maybe that'll help. We'll find out. Seems like the quality's okay. It just dips slightly. And we're streaming at 1440p, so we have like a huge amount of we use a lot of internet to do that. Okay, it's back to us. Oh, it's so much nicer with the door open too. So we have to knock out Vertigo. We can get ourselves up to 3 attack. Technically, if we use the Morlock here, they lose their toughness, but we can always shuffle the hide back with the other Morlock, so we can attack for 1 with the Morlock. Maybe it's a good time just to attack with Honey Badger because we attack for 3. But the most important thing here is we find a Claw Mastery because we have in our hand multiple readies. We have What Doesn't Kill Me, we have X-23's Claws, so this should be a turn that we take a lot of damage. Also, if we defeat Riptide, the next villain comes out, and the next villain will technically not attack us, it'll attack these. If it attacked us, that would be perfect, because then it would ready us when it hits us, which is something we'd like. Our alter ego text doesn't matter here, right? Yeah, shuffle either Honey Badger or the Sisterly Bond. So it's actually kind of cool in alter ego too. You can like use Honey Badger, get her defeated, and then like shuffle her back to draw a card, which is good. Grow on the tree behind you in your room window messing with a stream. No joke. When I grew up in the suburbs, we lost our internet and they had to look into it, and it was a squirrel. And then having to tell our family back in Slovenia that we lost internet and phone because of a squirrel, they were like, unbelievable. Like, they have no idea. They don't have squirrels there. Attack for 1, ready with claws, attack for 3 to kill Vertigo. I think that's our plan. But I think we're going to start with Nick Fury first to see if we can increase our attack stat, because we have Honey Badger on the table. And I think there's a card that says we get overkill for if we have Honey Badger. That's what we want to find largely. So we'll spend 4 for Nicholas. So we have a block here as much as we don't need it. We could even not block the villain with Nick, but again, we have the Morlocks with the tough, so it seems fine. With Nick, we'll draw 3 cards. Excuse me. Regenerative, so healing. White Queen, not what we want. Well, at least we drew a Claw Mastery. So there's 2 more of these in the deck. You do want to make sure they don't clump up because functionally you only play 1 a turn. But until the end of the round, X-23 gets +2 attack, which is really quite good. So we can get up to 5 attack, and because Honey Badger's in play, we'll have overkill. So we are going to rip and tear for sure. Really rip and tear. Okay. Start ripping, start tearing. Issues, we don't have a way to take damage besides our claws. So I want to play Claw Mastery first. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we don't play White Queen. So we'll pitch White Queen to play Claw Mastery. So Claw Mastery gives us +2 attack and overkill for the end of the round, which is good. We're at 3 attack. Issues if we want to use X-23's Claws. That is already, but it's not good enough. Like, we still haven't drawn a research generator here, which would be pretty good. But I think we're just going to use X-23's Claws to ready us another time. And then once our stats are at 5, we'll use What Doesn't Kill Me to go, because we have a physical in our hand. Yeah, I didn't realize White Queen didn't have a physical, but that means with this hand, we can play these 2. It's a shame that we don't have another physical for What Doesn't Kill Me. That'd be pretty good. You're likely to draw the protection card to punch back, right? Yeah, we have a counter punch still in our deck, but I think we're going to be able to defeat Riptide. The issue is like Riptide won't attack us. It'll attack a Morlock. We wish it would attack us because then we get a free ready in this, but yeah, we don't have it. But yeah, our attack stat's going to be pretty high, and we could counter punch the next villain for 5. All right, so if that's the case, we will attack for 3. Into Vertigo, and then Honey Badger will attack for 1, defeating Vertigo, and then we ready. This doesn't feel like the most efficient turn. I feel like there might be a better turn here, but no, this seems okay. Oh no, this is bad, because then we attack for 3. No, we still have another ready, so after she takes damage, we can ready X-23. We could also regenerative healing Honey Badger, which might be worth it. It's a bit incidental, but it actually might be fine. Okay, so now we want to attack, and then we want to ready ourselves. So we did X-23 Claws in the first place, it'd be okay, but this attack defeats anyways, so we don't mind. So we'll attack for 3 into Riptide, and Riptide is defeated. So the villain takes 3 damage. Now, when Riptide is defeated, this goes underneath here. We put 1 counter on Routed, which means the villain has Retaliate 1, so it's harder to attack into. We've revealed Blockbuster, which I'm pretty sure is the best case scenario. This is Blockbuster. Blockbuster has 14 health. After Blockbuster attacks you or an ally you control, choose to give Blockbuster +2 attack and gains overkill. That's not great. Or give a tough status card. The tough status card is so good here. The biggest issue is we got our defense stat up to 3. And with our defense stat up to 3, we will not take damage unless we get a boost card. And usually we get a boost card, but we have to keep in mind that sometimes we can just get stuck not getting readied. That's hopefully what our research generator will fix. Now, after we put the enemy underneath Routed, Blockbuster will just attack immediately. So Blockbuster's attacking for 3. We're going to choose to give Blockbuster a tough status card. Oh no, we can give Blockbuster overkill, because at the end of the day, Blockbuster's going to be attacking a Morlock, and the Morlock has toughness. So we'll be attacking this Morlock. Doesn't have to defend, so it doesn't have to exhaust. So Blockbuster's attacking for 5 with overkill. 6, 1 boost, takes the toughness off. Good enough. Now that this thing has retaliate, it's also really easy because when we attack it, we can just get the free ready anyways. But unfortunately, the character we attacked did not have the retaliate in this instance because it was a different character. Okay, we will now use our X-23's claws. So we'll take 2 damage. We'll ready ourselves so we have +4 attack. And we're going to use our once per turn ready. So if that's the case, we're just going to attack for 5 into Blockbuster. We take retaliate 1. Yeah, so we're down to 9. So we can just play what doesn't kill me, and then I think we float a card here. Kind of ugly. Kind of ugly. We can attack with Nick Fury, no problem. Morlock can shuffle things back in. I don't know if we want to attack with the Morlock for 1, we could. But like Riptide is probably going to get knocked out. We have 2 counterpunches. Our counterpunch does 5 damage. The thing for counterpunch is we need a block. So if we draw a counterpunch, we will not use Nick Fury for the block. I think we just do a what doesn't kill me. I think it's just the most damage we can play here. So we have to spend our 1 physical, which sucks because we would have played that for sure because we're going to waste a resource here. We'll throw out the energy barrier and we'll play a what doesn't kill me. So we'll recover 2 and we'll ready. And then we're going to attack 1 more time for 5. So the villain takes 5. We take retaliate 1. We go down to 10. We did not play a single card. Oh no, Pain Tolerance, we played 1 card, but I'm pretty sure we healed. Maybe we missed 1 healing when we Pain Tolerance the Claw Mastery. There's a chance that we did. But I guess we'll attack for Nick Fury, who takes retaliate 1 inconsequential, so the villain's down to 2. We will exhaust a Morlock using the text on the main scheme, which is Mutant Massacre. When we exhaust the Morlock, we can shuffle Hide back into the deck, which is just a good card, just upside. When they attack Morlocks, can't you choose to defend them? Yeah, but we were exhausted. Yeah, we just can't choose to take the undefended attack. You have to exhaust to defend, right? It's like exhausting to defend for any other target from my understanding. So we could defend for the Morlock if we were ready, but we weren't, right? That's the only issue. But now the retaliate actually makes this very easy to get a cheap ready. Again, the last one was on 2 health. This one's on 2 health, and we actually have like too many things to do. Like if anything, we could have used this Morlock and then attacked with this Morlock to take consequential 1 and retaliate 1, but like that's good enough. A regenerative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 2 counter punches in 10 and 1 of our research generators. I think we don't need to hold on to this. I think our health is in a pretty good spot and we'll pass. Mind you, our +4 attack lasts for the whole round. And we have retaliate 2 as well. So like, yeah, the counterpunch actually will fire after the retaliate. The problem is I don't think we can counterpunch the next character. Yeah, we're going to run into an issue because retaliate happens first and then we can do counterpunch. But the problem is counterpunch will not attack the villain that attacked us, right? Like we actually can't play counterpunch. Because after you hear defense against an enemy attack, deal damage equal to enemies, but the retaliate will defeat Blockbuster. So it's actually kind of useless. That's a weird interaction. I've never seen that come up like that. But technically there's nobody to counterpunch because they're dead. I mean, fine. At least if we defeat this with retaliate, the second thing we'll activate, we'll block that one with Nick Fury. Seeing X-23 play such a world of difference from Valak, X-23 is just absurd. Her kit is so good. All right, second Claw Mastery makes sense. Power Protection is good because we should draw into an energy barrier. There's the counterpunch, which I don't think we can actually play. Second Claw Mastery, or third, excuse me, and a Sisterly Bond. Actually a pretty bad hand. I mean, at least we have Claw Mastery. We can play Sisterly Bond, but yeah, we maybe should have kept the regenerative healing because we could have healed Honey Badger and got another activation. The bottom of our deck has our Research Generator, a Repurpose, and 2 energy barriers. Like, that's going to be a good hand next turn. But yeah, that's a pretty awkward hand. All right, this goes to 1. The villain's attacking. It's Blockbuster. So we don't mind giving Blockbuster toughness. Technically on this turn it matters, but it's attacking for +2 and overkill, so it could be attacking for up to 5. If we defend, Blockbuster takes retaliate 2 and Blockbuster's defeated. I think that's acceptable and we'll always get the ready for sure. So I think we do that. Again, we literally cannot play the counterpunch. It doesn't work. We can give it a tough status, but if we get a tough status, the retaliate takes a tough off and then the counterpunch defeats, which maybe that's okay. Yeah, at least Honey Badger gets a big attack this round, which is good enough. But I don't know. Maybe we win. It's hard to tell. Like we might actually have lethal here on this turn. Regardless, Blockbuster will give +2 attack and overkill. So is attacking for 5 in a card. We will defend for 2. Wow, big damage, 8 damage. We block 2. We take 6. Ow, actually that hurts a lot. So we take 6, so we can get it ready because we took damage. This should be ready. We have retaliate 1 naturally, and then we have electrostatic armor, which is after you defend against an attack, deal 1 damage. Oh, so those are 2 different instances. Oh, that actually is fun. So in theory, we could have counterpunched, but yeah, notably electrostatic armor isn't retaliate, so it happens after retaliate. But firstly, our natural retaliate happens, and then electrostatic armor will choose to have that next. So Blockbuster is defeated. So this gets tucked. And then we reveal Harpoon, which I'm pretty sure is bad. Harpoon's here, only 13 health. Says now Harpoon has to activate. When Harpoon attacks you or an ally you control, mind you, it will attack this Morlock if we want it to. Either take 3 indirect damage or give Harpoon an additional face down card, and this attack gains overkill. So we're just going to use the Morlock here, I guess. We don't need to use Nick. We're just going to have 2 boost cards, so it's attacking for 3 and 2 boosts, and the Morlock doesn't have to exhaust. But we can choose which Morlock Harpoon targets at this point, because the Morlocks say, again, whenever any enemy attacks, they attack a Morlock. So we decided to intervene by exhausting, which in theory we didn't have to, but then we don't get the defeat. So 3, 4, 5. We drew the hide. Nice. I mean, who's shuffling this thing? Give a Morlock ally tough status, give the villain an additional boost card, so we'll give it to the other Morlock. So it's a 5. 6, boost on this if it's an attack, it gains overkill. It already had overkill. So that does 6 damage, which just takes the toughness off. And now there's another hide in the bin, so we can shuffle that back in a second. Some boomer with an anchor. I mean, he's a sailor, right? Must be a sailor. 1 encounter card? Yeah. Okay. Always says 1 encounter card and draws this. So much irony. Reveal and Surge. Chimera. Oh, from Ashes. We played Ashes this last Tuesday. It was good fun. We have been diving through the expansion. So every like 2 or 3 Tuesdays, this channel will be streaming some Ashes. So if you don't like that, you don't have to watch it, I guess. But it is every other Tuesday or so we'll be doing it. Chimera, 5 health patrol. When Chimera attacks you or an ally you control, choose to either spend a mental or she gets +2 attack. Fine. Master plan. Okay, so good turn there for opponent. Plays 4 threat. Can't, so we have to discard cards until we find a side scheme. And the side schemes get worse for the more cards under routed usually. Actually, not this one, because this one's not part of the kit. The Senator support. At least Harpoon only schemes for 1, so we might be able to jump down, but we haven't seen any of the advanced equivalents yet. So Hinder 1 is 4. Amplify, not good. When defeated, the first player discard cards from the top of the counter deck until there's an attachment, which is like the inhibitor collar. The attachments are like, okay, they're not the worst. Something they don't tell you about getting into your mid-30s is that it's way hard to pull all-nighters. Lamau dozed off at my desk. That's my body telling me it's bedtime. Why did you do an all-nighter? I like would not do an all-nighter at my age at this point. Way too much work. Very much looking forward to catching the ball and break a leg. Get some sleep, Milla. Rest up, huh? Okay, so always the question is, can we just do 13 damage to Harpoon? And the answer is maybe. Harpoon's the type of fellow to argue in your YouTube comments, confusing the game for Contest of Champions. I don't know what that is. Do we have lethal here? What's the chance we got lethal? She only has patrol, so she doesn't matter. Harpoon has retaliate too, which we only can suffer that a couple times before we're knocked out. Technically, already it's an issue, because if we attack and use X-23 claws, we defeat ourselves. So that's not great. But, so we have Claw Mastery. So Claw Mastery means if we can attack multiple times, we'll have up to 5 attack. We still have no way to take good damage here, but we always can attack to take damage, but not great. So we can attack for 3, take 2 damage, ready ourselves. Attack for 3, or attack for 5, but then we die. Honey Badger probably attacks this turn with Sisterly Bond. So she can add our stats together. So, oh, we have healing. We actually probably have lethal this turn. My vibes say we have lethal. So let's figure out if we do. So I think we're going to start by playing this card. When Honey Badger thwarts her attacks, add X-23's. Oh, it's when she does that, so we can't just play it. It's an interrupt, right? But we add X-23's power, so we need to get our power up first. So we want to play every single X-23 card we can because of pain tolerance. So we'll play Claw Mastery. So the attack is overkill, which doesn't really matter, but we get +2 attack until the end of the round. And with pain tolerance, we recover 1. So the 3 boost actually there was pretty bad because we want our numbers to not be that low. We can't play the second Claw Mastery because it's max 1 per round, so we're going to waste cards in this hand. I guess we should keep the counter punch because we can win next round. So we'll pitch the this instead. So we have 5 attack. We can use X-23's claws now because we're going to get the ready anyways. So I guess we do. We're going to use X-23's claws immediately. So we'll take 2 damage. We go up to +4 attack. Yeah, we should have lethal here. No problem. Slight problem, but no problem. Then Honey Badger's going to attack. Honey Badger's going to attack for 1, but we'll play Sisterly Bond, which will recover 1 for us with pain tolerance. And Sisterly Bond says that when Honey Badger attacks, she adds our stats, right? When Honey Badger thwarts her attacks, add X-23's matching power to Honey Badger's Patcher for this use. So Honey Badger is not only attacking for 1, but is attacking for 5 more. So it's attacking for 6 into the villain. The villain goes to half health. Honey Badger is technically knocked out by Retaliate. Regardless, her attacks won't fire because she needs to survive the damage. We haven't got her ready yet. So we'll attack for 4 into the villain. The villain takes 4. We take Retaliate 2, which readies us because we took in damage. And then we just attack for 4 again. The villain's dead. It happens because the game is over. That's it. Pretty straightforward. We didn't even get through a whole deck out. We still had a whole card hand left in our deck. And like, she seems kind of absurd. I did a last player against, you know, the whole, the last, campaign we played, Guardians of the Galaxy's Most Wanted. And she can really hold up. So yeah, that's Harpoon. Harpoon is knocked out. We did more than 13 damage. It was a bit close. We took a big boost there, but we had the incidental healing for sure. I think the best case scenario would be if we kept the regenerative healing. That would have been nice because we could have healed Honey Badger and ourselves. And that's probably worth it. Like, I think keeping regenerative healing while Honey Badger's on 1 is almost definitely worth it. As much as like we threw out our sisterly bond and that whole setup with sisterhood. All right, so Harpoon's knocked out. Oh, wait, hold on. We're in campaign mode. So we have to start next scenario with 2 health. I don't want to do that. Again, with campaign, we have to track how much health we have left. So that was a really big reason to keep regenerative healing in our hand. But technically, we would start next campaign with, I think, 2 health on it. I'm just going to play it as it lies. If we just attack with 2 Morlocks, that wouldn't do enough damage. But we're going to have 2 health here. We could not actually play another card because the card that we had is once per round. So that's fine. Yeah. Who's the kind of guy to whistle and say, bring... Back in my day, we worked for our status cards after he knocks a tough status card off. You really hate Harpoon, huh? He does have mean text. But speaking of the Marauder, the person that we're going to have to fight against for the whole next scenario is Greycrow. Greycrow's pretty bad. Greycrow attacks for 2 and 2. When Greycrow attacks you or an ally you control, discard each card you control with the highest cost. We don't have the most expensive cards. Or Greycrow gets plus X attack for this, where X is the printed cost of the highest cost card you control. That actually might not be that bad because we don't like play Avengers Mansion or like very expensive cards. So we have to keep in mind that it's probably going to be for a 4 attack and a boost, which is like totally doable. But there's certain heroes that have like a 3 cost upgrade that's integral to their hero kit where like Greycrow hits for 5 and a boost every round, and that sucks. So not too bad. All right, let's look at the campaign rules. Oh, that's weird. Oops. Okay, let's go on. All right. So it's only going to get harder. That was an easy scenario, but we have to see what the ending here is for victory. Record the title of each villain under routed. So those villains will be out of the game. So it's going to be Riptide, Harpoon, and Blockbuster. Record the number of Morlock allies saved. So that gives us a benefit. We've saved both the Morlock allies that we can. And if there's a campaign environment earned, we have it. So we have to keep that one in play because it starts every turn in play. So we'll just have it on the table. We can use that as soon as turn 1 to go get our healing card. I think the campaign rewards are really, really, really strong. Expert campaign, we record identities remaining hit points, which is 2, which is not bad. And we continue onwards. Cool. So we're running away. They capture Hope Summers. So we basically have to chase them down while they're running away more accurately. And we have to rescue Hope Summers. Hope Summers is also going to be very good for us because she mimics our stats and we can make our stats really, really, really big. So this is on the run. So I just want to see what the campaign instructions are for the setup. So before resolving the setup text on Gotta Get Away, remove each villain card recorded in the campaign log under Marauders defeated from the game. Minion cards with the same title remain in the counter deck. So yeah, that's... What does that do? So it says, remove each villain card recorded under Marauders defeated. Yeah, but they can't come back, can they? So these 3 are defeated, but their minions will still be there. They're not going to be in the game. For each Morlock saved in the previous scenario, choose a player to search their deck for 1 card and add it to their hand and shuffle their deck. That happens before you mulligan. It counts towards your hand size, but that's absurd. That just means we can pull our best upgrade and a double for it. So like very, very strong text. If there's a campaign environment marked as earned, it starts in play. Give each enemy a tough status card. Okay, that doesn't matter. We can deal with that, but there is a downside to that. So that's fine. The players as a group choose 1 player side scheme listed in the campaign log. So we have to pick one of those and put them into play. There's 4 options. We put the chosen player side scheme into play. We mark the player side scheme and take each encounter card that corresponds to a player side scheme marked as chosen, and they shuffle into the deck. Now the expert campaign stuff we care about. It says set each player's hit points to the remaining hit points recorded in the campaign log. So it's 2. And then each player may place 1 acceleration token on the main scheme to heal their identity. We're not going to do that because we have recovery for 6. So we can just like really quickly go up to 8 recovery as soon as like turn 1. So I think that's way better. Mind you, this scenario has really strong acceleration. It gets for 2 per player. So we're going to ignore that text, but technically it is a downside. So that's at least kind of interesting. Okay, let's clean this up. So parts of this don't go back, but then some parts get heavily reused. So this has a counter on it. The Morlocks are out. Hide is out. So a lot of these things won't come back. The only thing that gets reused is basically the green cards, right? But like Blockbuster, I believe, is still in the game. We're gonna have to search for somebody to put in play. We usually start with Vertigo, but we'll see if that changes. So these are the cards that come out. All of these will go back. We just have to get rid of the green cards. What is this? Oh, that's nowhere safe, right? All right. Cool. So this scenario builds off on the last scenario. All the cards we're removing are just these ones. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So the villain starts with a toughness, but that's okay because we can also like start with a piercing generally, so that shouldn't be too bad. This cleans up. Just give me 1 second. The game wasn't very long, so finding your nemesis is not super likely. So maybe standard 1 is harder, but this goes here, and we just have to grab very few cards to change this. Okay, so we're adding the nasty boys too, but on the run is going to be against. Wait, where's our guy? Where's our dude? Where's Harpoon? I shuffled Harpoon away. Or sorry, Greycrow. So Greycrow's here. Toughness, villain name. I don't know if this works. It might not. Stage 2. Yeah, that doesn't work. So that one's on me. Villain set health. It's going to be 18 health, I think. So just give me 1 second while we set this up. I believe this will start here. That's Greycrow. This will be Hope's Captor. It's on the confidence side, so actually doesn't get +6 health. Starts with only 12 health. Vertigo will start there. You'll see why in a second. These are our main schemes. There's 2 of them. We have to get through both of them. They will just advance on us, and we add some pink cards. And we also add the Nasty Boys, which is a fun set. They do have teamwork, so you have to make sure they don't stay around, but that shouldn't be that bad. Encounter set on the run. Do we not have one for this? Yeah, I forgot to do this for the first one, but if you want to look a bit at the deck, this is on the run. It has no minions in it, but the minions are going to come from the other sets, and we're playing stock standard. So we also have military grade, which is just a couple attachments. We did see that side scheme, but there's not that much else that comes in here. We have the Nasty Boys. So there are some small minions. They have bad one reveal text usually, and they have teamwork. And then we have to have the Marauders, which I'm not sure why it wasn't showed there. So that apparently is not a correct overlay. But the Marauders are, again, all the minions here. The one we have to take out of the deck on setup, I believe, is Greycrow. Greycrow can't show up while Greycrow's a villain. They make a differentiation here, despite that technically being a possible problem in the first scenario. Lower protection, saucer shaped, yes, 100%. Okay, so we'll clear all our stats. We lose a protection. This goes back. We have to decide here which of these side scheme things that we want to put in the deck. I'm guessing that we're just going to go for either Team Assembled, which gets us a free ally. I mean, that's okay. We don't have that pivotal of an ally as much as we could grab Honey Badger. So maybe we'll actually go for Prepared Defenses here. Prepared Defenses adds a side scheme with 6 threat and Amplify, which is not great. But if we clear Prepared Defenses, we just start with Retaliate 1 and Defense +1. And we know Greycrow is going to be attacking for a lot. So I think that's a pretty good spot to start. So we'll put Prepared Defenses there. This is from the campaign. So this comes in with 4 threat. Excuse me, Prepared Defenses campaign scheme. Comes in with 4 threat and it shuffles this into the deck. So that's all we have to do here. And I think our setup is pretty good. Okay. Yeah, when this is flipped, we put a thing into play. It's a permanent upgrade. I don't know if it had a cost. Does it have a cost? No, it has no cost. It's not even an upgrade. It's an environment, which is very, very strange. And of course, we start with mission prep still. And mission prep just says that once per game, we can spend an action to go grab an upgrade, which we will do as soon as turn 1. There's no reason really not to do it. Okay, got to get away. I think that's the whole setup. So Godaway says put 1 random Marauder villain into play, but if you're playing campaign mode, you can just start with the Marauder. That was the last one revealed, so you can skip that. Remove the minion with the same title. Okay, cool. Attach Hope Captor's confidence side to Hope's to Greycrow, and that's just about the setup here. We're playing with everything else stock standard, and there's 2 side schemes, and you will see both of them guaranteed. The first one is a fair bit less scary. The second one actually is like a lot of threat. It's a lot of pressure very quickly, which I know a lot of players struggle with that as the second scenario, sometimes in their Marvel Champions like campaign. All right, so each Marauder minion gains steady. Okay, and we're playing on expert, so the villain also gains steady. We only have 1 confused card, so that actually does do a lot against us. Why did we take 6 damage? Cool. When revealed, each player searches the counter deck for a Marauder minion and puts it into play engaged with them. So we did Vertigo. I can promise you when I've played this before, I like searched for Scrambler because Scrambler is one of the cards we added to the deck and you put it into play so you don't even do the when revealed text. From my understanding, you can't legally do that because you add the campaign cards after you do the actual setup. It's like scenario setup happens first and then you do campaign setup. So if I'm not mistaken, that should be done in that order. So Scrambler is not an option because this is definitely part of the campaign setup. It just says setup, but it's campaign instruction setup. Yeah. So I think that happens after. So we can't actually just like hunt that down. Oh, because the villain was meant to take 6 damage, right? The villain starts on 12, not 18. Cool. And that's it. Again, we're going to get spoiled with all these environments. So like turn 1 on every scenario, we can start with a free ally, a free upgrade. Like it's a bit much, but we'll see. We might stop using them because I don't think they make they just make things so much easier. Like getting a toughness for a free upgrade from your deck is not really a trade that makes sense. For the villain, that is. All right, let's shuffle this and we should be off. This one is a lot harder. Like the last scenario, it's okay. This one is way tougher. We haven't read Hope's Captor, and Hope's Captor actually has mean text that is very easy to forget, but it's like super important that you blow up any minion that shows up because this text is like pretty bad. So it says when the villain would attack you, if a Marauder minion is engaged with you, the villain schemes instead. There's some like just really unfortunate draw orders where you technically like draw a minion that has the trait and then the villain activates. And instead of attacking, they scheme, and you can lose pretty easily to scheming because specifically the next scenario has like 2 acceleration or gets 2 per round and doesn't have the highest limit. So you're on a lot of pressure. Now, when the villain would be defeated, we reset this. We reset the main scheme. We go to main scheme 2, and the Grey Crow will heal and get +6 health and extra stats. So we basically have to defeat Grey Crow twice. The first one's not that bad, but we do start with a Marauder. So the Marauder is technically like the extra health that Grey Crow would have here. And that's it. Man, I've had no coffee so far. It's gotten cold, but hopefully everyone's doing well today. And we're off. Counterpunch. We don't keep that. This card doesn't do anything. It's not a card we want to keep for a whole phase, so we won't because it only plays it there. Pain Tolerance. Honestly, we might not keep this because we can get it for free with Mission Prepped. I just need to check if Mission Prepped searches your discard pile as well. It says each player searches their deck and discard pile. Yeah, so like we're going to get this for free. It's our most expensive upgrade. There is a bit of nuance here because Grey Crow punishes you for having expensive upgrades. Like 2 is not super expensive, but Grey Crow says X is the printed cost, the highest cost card you control, not even upgrade. So I don't think we're going to keep this because we'd rather play it for free, of course. Another counterpunch, no thanks. Animal Instinct. So we are probably going to exhaust ourselves immediately just to recover 6. Then if we want to do this, we can ready ourselves and then thwart for 3. It's not super important that we do any thwarting on this turn because this doesn't go anywhere. It's way more important that we figure out how to defeat Vertigo. So this doesn't help us defeat Vertigo, so we won't do it. Puncture Wound. Honestly, this could defeat Vertigo, but the issue is then Grey Crow with Scheme for 2 and a card. Not amazing, but this will like just knock out Vertigo in a turn later. I mean, probably not what we keep on turn 1. And unfortunately, oh, we have a White Queen. I mean, White Queen's not bad. White Queen attacks for only 1 though. She can take the toughness off of Grey Crow, but that shouldn't be a big issue. Huh. I wonder with this on the table whether we should have took the one that lets us to get an ally. Because if we grab an ally, we grab Nick Fury. Nick Fury definitely lets us deal the Vertigo. Man, this actually might be a 6-hand mulligan. Like, we would have been so happy to open with this, but obviously we don't need it. But like, I want to pay 3 resources for White Queen because White Queen doesn't help us deal with this. Well, no, she does, because we just need an ally that does 1 damage. But we have so many cards that deal 1 damage, right? Yeah, I don't think we keep this. If you ready yourself with Claws, doesn't Animal Instinct let you thwart for 5 instead? It does, but I don't think clearing this on turn 1 matters anymore, anywhere as much as clearing Vertigo, because then Grey Crow doesn't scheme. So we always can like use our hand to play White Queen. White Queen attacks for 1, takes the toughness off. With our text, and then we can ready ourselves with Claws going down to 4 health and attacking Vertigo. I mean, we could hedge mulligan this just to make sure we can deal with Vertigo. That we probably do, but we might not want to play it. You remember what the card does? Yeah, you're totally right. It just adds our attack stat. So even if we boost our attack with the X-23's Claws, we thwart harder. All right, Claw Mastery, that's good. So we could have used that to thwart harder, but now we're doing 3 damage to Vertigo, so that's good enough. We don't actually have to take damage from the Claws, and this will recover 1. Angel's Airy, like maybe we should play it. I'm still not convinced we need the healing that much. Repurpose, bummer. Another Claw Mastery, bummer. What doesn't kill me? Pretty good. Oh my god, our hand has no physical icons. What's the chance of that? I haven't checked how much physical icons our deck has, but we have a wild generator, so we shouldn't be sweating it, but we literally cannot play it. We mulliganed away 2 physical icons and a Puncture Wound. Sucks. That sucks, because this would have been a really good card in our hand, because our hand is out pretty sleepy. It's yeah, it's not very good. Okay, well, we're gonna start with mission prep. And we're just going to do this action and remove this from the table so we don't have to be here. So we're going to go search your deck and discard for an upgrade and play it with this cost 1. Now we don't actually play it. We put it into play. So we don't actually trigger the text on Pain Tolerance because Pain Tolerance heals us every time we play a card. We did not play it. We just put it into play. Kind of awkward. I think here we just recover for 6. I mean, it's a big number. We're at 8 health. We also didn't mulligan into any of our text here to shuffle away Sisterly Bond or Honey Badger. So we'll just flip out. Okay, so the only way we can ready ourselves is taking 2 more damage. I mean, that's fine, I think. So we'll take 2 damage with the X-23's claws. We'll have that extra attack as much as 2 of our counter punches are gone. So we're at 3 attack and we're ready. We will play Claw Mastery. So Claw Mastery says we're attacking for 3. So we're going to swing into 3 into Vertigo. We also did play an X-23 card, so we'll recover 1. Something wrong happened. I didn't take 2 damage, right? No. So we should be at 7. Need to take damage from this. Excuse me. And then we'll just pitch 3 cards to play the White Queen. She has text here, and she will defeat the side scheme in 2 turns, which is good. 2 later turns. But after she comes into play, we have X-Force or X-Men trait. We can remove a status character, so she'll take the toughness off, which technically matters. Eventually, we'll have an upgrade. She now means Grey Crow will attack a bit harder, though, because we played a 3-cost card. But she will attack for 1, knocking out Vertigo. All right, so Grey Crow's attacking us for like 5 in a card, which is a fair bit. So let's see how bad this is, but we'll just pass, draw 5. All right, 1. What doesn't kill me? That's great. We need to have a physical icon for this, of course. No. Electrostatic. Sisterhood. No. Energy. No. Okay, we have a counterpunch, so we're probably not going to play it because if we don't play it, it's usually worth a bit more. In theory, we can counterpunch for 3 damage, but we're not at the point where we're rushing the villain down. I do think we want to set up a bit more because the second stage to this is like really a lot more difficult, and you don't want to go into that without being prepared. So I think we want to take some time to prepare. All right, Gotta Get Away doesn't have any active text besides 1 threat a turn at this point. So that's it. And then Grey Crow's going to attack us. The villain, which I have to search up, is attacking here for 2 in a card. Either we have to discard White Queen, which we don't want to do, or attacks for +X, which will be 5. And yeah, just 5. That's a lot. We get defend for 2 for free, and we'll get the ready, guaranteed. I think that's the best we have. So we'll defend for 2, attacking for 5. Boost is Dark Designs. So we only put 1 counter pursued by pass. When it hits 4, we get our Nemesis set. So we take 3 damage. And we get a free ready using our hero text once per phase. So that's okay. 1 encounter card. Don't get attacked again. It's drawing near. Okay. So now we're really incentivized to jump down to alter ego because drawing near, we can only get rid of it in alter ego. We have to discard a card. It has to be identity specific. So luckily we can discard Sisterhood, I guess. Notably with Sisterhood, you can always play it to go get Honey Badger. So we could technically play it, get Honey Badger and discard Honey Badger and then draw a card, which is actually like a really cool angle we have. But Sisterhood's a really good card and our hand doesn't do much else. So I think we will do that. Now, drawing near, it does have text. So our turn starts. We have to discard the top card of our deck. It has 1 resource on it, so we put 1 on Pursued by the Past. So if we draw the card that we always draw, we'll get our Nemesis sooner than later. Okay, we don't have extra attack anymore. We don't have an easy ready here, but we technically can activate 3 times. I'm guessing we're just going to thwart 2, ready by playing What Doesn't Kill Me, and then just recover 6. I think that's probably good enough. We'll play Sisterhood, draw with Sisterhood, draw later. So I think we'll just do this and that, and then use this later. Sisterhood, oh no, because we need a card in hand for Sisterhood, right? It's not free. It's not +1 card. You have to trade a card for a card. So Sisterhood actually doesn't work because we don't have any X-23 cards. So we're going to have to discard Sisterhood to drawing near, which means we're probably, this goes here, this goes here. We waste a double again. Wow, this double has been bad for us. We can't do the double here. Yeah, really ugly. What can you do? We will thwart 2. I think we'd rather thwart on this actually because Grey Crow will be thwarting. White Queen will thwart for 2 here. We need to get rid of her sooner than later because she's making Grey Crow attack for a lot. We'll spend a physical and an energy for What Doesn't Kill Me. So we'll recover 2 and ready. We're probably not going to get our free ready here. We could do 2 damage to attack for 1 or thwart for 2. Maybe that's worth it actually. Yeah, because we actually are over healing. So we'll use X-23's claws. Oh, we did the ordering wrong. Okay, so we won't play What Doesn't Kill Me first. First, we're just going to use the claws. So we'll take 2 damage. We haven't played this yet. We're exhausted. So first, we should use X-23's claws. So we'll take 2 more damage. Yeah, and we're ready ourselves. We have technically 3 attack. But we're just going to thwart for 2, clearing prepared defenses. And when this clears, it becomes an environment. So not an upgrade, which means we technically can't discard it. But prepared defenses gives us +1 defense and retaliate 1. So that's good because Great Crow hits hard. Now we'll do the counterpunch and electrostatic for what doesn't kill me, because this will make us heal perfectly to 10. So now we'll heal 2 and ready. We'll jump down. In Alter Ego, we'll exhaust to recover 6. So we're up at full 10. We'll interact with drawing nearer by discarding Sisterhood, which that sucks. That's a really good card, and we hit a double, but we need to get rid of this, I think. We could have been greedy and not, but we can't even fire Sisterhood this turn. It's funny that a recovery stat is so big, it's still worth it to take 2 damage to ready yourself to flip the hill. Yeah, it is. It's always worth it to take 2 damage to jump down because you're still recovering 4. Like, it's wild. And we have this energy. I don't think we hold on to it. Like, it's good. It's an energy, but technically it's not even our best double. But I don't think we hold on to it. I think we pass. And that's it. So we'll see how hard Great Crow schemes. We did draw 1 Dark Design, so it shouldn't be that scary. But I do think there's probably a card in the counter set that just says the leader, or the villain schemes, excuse me. Draw 6, we're full health. Repurpose, okay. We have no tech cards yet. Claw Mastery, that's our last one. That's the card that we've needed forever, so that's so good. Because this card gives us a research generator and a wild, which matters for requirements, but just gives us so many nice ways now to be able to ready ourselves whenever we want if we just play a card. And the card we play is usually a 1-cost card that just heals the 1 damage. Voodoo, nice. Defensive conditioning. I mean, it brings us up to 4 defense, which might be a bit much, but we know Great Crow's going to be attacking for at least minimum 4. And our last card is Nick Fury here, so we have a lot of ways to use our hand however we want. All right, Gotta Get Away just goes to 1, but Great Crow will scheme. Great Crow doesn't have any text here, so just schemes for 2 in a card. 2 boosts on our obligation, so it goes to 5 of 8. If this advances, we do lose. So if we draw a bad encounter card here, it's over. We got lucky. Slab. Teamwork, toughness. We still don't have piercing yet. But when Slab would attack, place a growth counter on him, it's Groot. And gets +1 attack for each growth counter. So we want to deal with this sooner than later. As much as Teamwork would have the new character that come in attack, not this guy, right? Grim lets you pop your claws and still have a ready. Yeah, exactly. So that you can attack twice for 3, which is really good. Okay. So we have thwarting to do. We probably should knock out Slab. We have nothing to do in Alter Ego because the cards that we can shuffle back to draw are not here. Honey Badger, Sisterly Bond are not here, neither of them. Yeah. We definitely play this. We probably play this. Everything else is kind of optional. This is our last Claw Mastery. This will bring us to 3 attack. With 2 3 attacks, we deal with Slab anyways with like Nick, so I don't think it actually matters. So I wonder if we just like set up with Nick. Because this card's not good. This card is not particularly good. This card we don't exactly need. +3 health is good, but we have another + health card and the piercing card, which would be good to draw sooner than later. So I think we just do this and play Nick and see what happens. So we're going to do this in Alter Ego. Technically now, if we draw one of the cards we can pitch, we can shuffle to draw using our Alter Ego, but we'll play Nick to draw 3. You take damage before playing X-23 cards. This turn, yeah, we can always just Claws first. But yeah, technically we want to play Claws before we play this, so it shouldn't be hard. So we'll play Nick. We'll draw 3. Nice. Healing. We don't exactly need it. Oh, not that one, but regenerative longevity. We have What Doesn't Kill Me, which we will have the physical, and we have the strength, so that should be easy. And that's not bad, but none of the setup cards we really wanted. 3 health on Nick. So we still don't have piercing. We also didn't draw into Sisterhood or, Sisterly Bond or the other one. We'll flip up. Okay. So this is spoken for, this is spoken for, so we're wasting a resource. We technically can still generate the resource when we're playing What Doesn't Kill Me, just to get the free ready. But we shouldn't struggle to get the free ready. So we're going to use our claws here and just like start by boosting our attack, I think. So we'll exhaust us to give us +2 and take 2 damage. We should be able to heal most of this off. But we technically have 3 attack. We'll just use Nick to hit the toughness. We will attack for 3 into Slab, down to 2. Yeah, it seems fine. We don't need the regenerative here, so I think we'll just play it for Grim Resolve. But we need to use Grim Resolve to play the card, but we can still do it. So we'll do regenerative longevity for Grim Resolve. And so now we have all the control of when we want to ready. This can take a damage to heal, but also it is one of our cards, so we recover 1. We will take a damage to generate 1, which readies us. And then we'll play 2, 3 for What Doesn't Kill Me. Wait, no, that's not good. Oh, wait, we flubbed this. This is not the right ordering, technically. Because we can't use Grim Resolve for no reason. So I guess we just do What Doesn't Kill Me first. But then we can't use this at all. Oh, we wasted a ready here. Shit, we should use Grim Resolve on Nick, I think. Oh man, there's probably a good order that allows us to use everything here. I just don't know what order that we can use Grim Resolve and play it. Because if we use it to play a ready card, it's wasted. right? Like it's not very good if we do that. That's kind of funny. That's actually really funny. All right, no matter what, White Queen will thwart. I think we just waste an activation here, unfortunately. That's on me. Maybe there was a better ordering here. I don't know. This feels a bit clumsy. Because using a ready card to play a ready card is something we should be avoiding, and I don't think I realized that just yet. Yeah. Regardless, we have to do it, which is funny, because we can't play What Doesn't Kill Me because we don't have enough damage. So we actually have to do Grim Resolve, which readies us to do 1 damage. So we're on 8, so that we can play What Doesn't Kill Me, which is also kind of funny. So this ensures that we can always play this. So heal 2 damage, and then we can ready ourselves, which is useless. But wait, are we actually not allowed to play that? Wait, are we even allowed to play this? I don't know if we're allowed to play this. Because just playing the cost is not enough. I think the effect also has to change the game. And if we're not exhausted, we can't play this to heal 2 damage. That's really funny. Okay, so we can't do any of this. So that means we should have just kept this, I guess. At a minimum, it's like doing next to nothing, but it's doing something. So we have to use Grim Resolve to do a damage, to play Regenerative Longevity, which will just heal 4, which only heals 2 and then heals 1, which is useless. But at least we can ready, and then we'll attack into slab for 3. Yeah, that was a weird turn. We actually ran into multiple issues where our ready cards needed health, we needed to be exhausted, we needed to do a lot of different weird things. So we're suffering from having too much health, let's be honest. You're right, we could have chosen not to do pain tolerance and that might have worked, but at the end of the day, if we're exhausted, we can't play, if we're ready, we can't play What Doesn't Kill Me? No, I think we can, because technically when we played this, the cost, so that's what I don't know. So when we played this, we were exhausted. So we technically could have done all its text. Why did we take this much damage? Why do we take 2 damage? We should be at full health. Yeah. What Doesn't Kill Me isn't great in a Laura deck. You have so many readies already, it becomes redundant and you can't play it if you're at full HP. I would disagree with that, because one of your best combos is just as soon as the turn starts, you do X-23's Claws, you attack for 3, then you do What Doesn't Kill Me. Like every ready multiplies your stats. That on a lot of board states with What Doesn't Kill Me and what's it called? And Claw Mastery, you're at like, it adds 5 damage and a ready. Like it's a very, very, very good card in Laura. All right, not that bad. We'll draw 1, Power of Protection. So we want to find our Energy Shield, which we haven't played or purpose yet, but the games have just been over. Animal Instinct gives us some thwarting, and this is a bit scary. Sisterly Bond. So let's see if we find Honey Badger, the Genius, and an Energy Barrier. So some pretty low value cards here. Not great. Sisterly Bond, we can't do anything, but we just like set up our Energy Barrier and kind of pass after thwarting. At least like we have a minimum of damage progression. Like every turn we can do 6 damage now. So it's not the worst. This goes to 4. Grey Crow is going to attack. We could just put Nick in the way because we have no real reason to take the attack to the face. So Grey Crow is attacking for 6 in a card because of Nick. So we'll block with Nick. Hopefully there's no overkill. There's the Evil Alliance we draw. At least we draw the better way. So this goes to 3 and Nick is knocked out. Can't really tune in today. Wanted to say I love level X-23 Green. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, Mela, I understand why you like it so much. It's really, really good. Hopefully you're doing well too, eh? Dizzying Deeds. This one cares about each of the different Marauders, which is cool. Exhaust the character you control. Shit, that's us. If any of these are in play, they're not. So this doesn't really have text. I think you overdrew unless you meant to discard strength. No, we're on 5. We're good, right? We meant to discard strength. Yeah, we don't want to hold on to the double. It doesn't really do much. And the thing is, we have so many 0-cost cards, like holding on to doubles doesn't seem good. But yeah, we have this combo, and then we're just going to thwart for 3, I think. Like, not a great turn. Okay, so we will. Back to us. We did get exhausted, so we lost a bit of damage here. Oh, this is not meant to be in our hand. That's meant to be in a discard. I'll see where you come in, what you're saying. So we're going to just do Claws. We take 2 damage. We're on 3 attack. We will thwart for 2. We'll do Animal Instinct. Actually, there's no reason to... Yeah, we need to get her ready. X-23 makes a basic thwart. She gets plus thwart where thwart is equal to her attack. So now we're thwarting for 5 instead of 3. So the 1 damage we did does 3. So whatever. We'll thwart for 4 and we'll recover 1 because we played an X card. Then we'll just do the Power Protection for Energy Barrier. So that's pretty good. I don't know if we have another repurpose left, but this gives us 3 counters to deny some damage and make sure that we're pushing forward. It's also a 2-cost card, but unfortunately this part of the hand is no good. It's no good at all. I think we just full fold. That sucked. That was a bad turn. If we had a ready there, we'd do 3 more damage, which at least that's something. But pass. Energy barrier. Spider bite. So spider bite costs 2. There's a repurpose. So all our claw masteries are out, which is a bummer, but this card is still really quite good. We have a puncture wound, which not bad. We can do a lot of damage, and we have a prof. So prof's confused really doesn't matter. So prof might not be that good here. You have to consider the opportunity cost of having a 2-cost ready that's difficult to actually play versus a different option. I think that's the only turn I've played where it's actually been difficult because we're not blocking with allies. So we usually have we're not at full health. You're right. It's bad when we're at full health, but if that's the case, you just play the claws. You just tap the claws and then you can just do it. The fact that we I think what doesn't kill me can be awkward because you can be at full health, but she is uniquely the kit that can always just take 2 damage. So I'm not super concerned about it. I don't know if I've said hi, Void Orca. How's it going? All right, this goes to 1. Grey Crow's going to attack. So for 4 and a card, we will defend for 3 and we have Retaliate, which we might have forgotten at some point. There's no tricks here. No tricks here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Boost. We're getting our Nemesis and at the worst time. So our Nemesis will activate against us, but we do put the 4th here, which we get our Nemesis. We're just going to resolve the attack though. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. We block for 3, which is perfect. We don't want to use Energy Barrier, but we'll do Retaliate 1 to the villain and we'll ready ourselves after taking a single damage. All right. Now we are going to get activated on again. I don't know what Lady Deathstrike does, but we did find her. So this is our Nemesis, 5 health. When defeated, we have to take some amount of damage off the top of the deck. The player who defeats this minion discards the top card in counter deck, takes 1 direct for each boost icon, so who knows? 5 health is annoying on this turn. It's a bit hard to deal with her. We have to spend most of our time. In the name of vengeance is... This looks mean. Each enemy gets Retaliate 1, which that's frightening, especially because we can't one-shot Lady Deathstrike usually, so she will have Retaliate, and then we're going to shuffle a bunch of stuff into the deck. We didn't attack Grey Crow. Technically, Grey Crow has Retaliate as well. This has 6 threat, so I think it's going to stay there for a while. So I'll just put this here so we don't forget. Yeah, 6 threat is a lot. Doesn't scale to player count too, which is interesting. Maybe Prof X does a bit more here. That's fine. She's also, mind you, she's a Reaver, which I think there's the Reaver kit that might have synergy with Reavers. I think they have teamwork, but not a Marauder, so that's fine. All right, so now Lady Deathstrike's going to attack us for 2. We've already exhausted, so we'll take 2 damage, but we'll actually exhaust Energy Barrier. Not even exhaust, just use Energy Barrier. So we only end up taking 1 damage, which is what we want to do, and we do 1 damage back to Lady Deathstrike. Energy Barriers are really good because now when we attack Lady Deathstrike, we can dodge the Retaliate and go back. So we actually can one-shot Lady Deathstrike, which is perfect. That's actually really quite nice. 1 counter card. Stop saying that. Under fire, so we get 2 encounter cards. Not a good turn to get 2 encounter cards when we draw our Nemesis clicklessly. Oh, hidden in the clutter. I think this one means that when we attack it, it attacks us back. Attach to the enemy with the fewest remaining hit points. So it's unfortunately Lady Deathstrike here. So when any amount of damage would be dealt to the attached enemy, place it here instead. If there's at least 3 damage here, attached enemy attacks the player who dealt the damage placed here, then discard this card. That sucks. We were about to knock her out, but that's not going to happen. At least we get Energy Barrier twice, but I think we need it ready. So we have to attack Lady Deathstrike twice. Blockbuster's here too. So this is Marauder. So if we don't deal with Blockbuster, Grey Crow is going to actually scheme. So not a great setup for us. 5 health and guard. Also Retaliate too, huh? When Blockbuster attacks you or an ally, either give him +2 attack or a tough status card. And unfortunately, we haven't found our Piercing Claws yet. So yeah, weird. That got bad kind of fast. We lose the 2 attack. Okay, we have to plan this out. Things we can do. We can play an Energy Barrier. Then we can play Spider Bite for 1. We can repurpose to get rid of an Energy Barrier. I think that's good, because anytime we attack into Retaliate, the damage will come back onto Lady Deathstrike, and that's good. I think we always start by playing the Energy Barrier. I think we also always start by giving ourselves more health, so we're just going to do X-23's Claws. Our health is getting a bit bad, but we'll take 2 damage to give us +3 attack, and our cheap ready will be off the Grim Resolve. Yeah. Man, we're going to take a fair bit of damage. The thing is we need to attack first. I think we deal with Blockbuster first, because having this is way scarier than having Deathstrike. Because Deathstrike just attacks us, but Blockbuster will mean Grey Crow schemes, and that's how we lose the game, probably more actively. So we're going to attack for 3 into Blockbuster. We have to take Retaliate 1, but Energy Barrier will ping it. I think we ping it here so that we can attack her twice. Then we can do Grim Resolve, which does 1 damage to us. Ow, but it readies us. and we're going to use it to play energy barrier. So technically we just got a bit more health here. And now the retaliates, if we attack and take Lady Deathstrike, we can knock out Blockbuster. So that's like kind of good. But then she'll attack us one more time. I think we can still clear the table though with Professor X. Actually, we're going to keep Puncture Wound because we might be able to play it. But I think actually we just play Spider Bite for one. Have a safety block just in case. So Spider Bite's now okay here. Spider Bite says, oh, Lady Deathstrike attacked us. We have Retaliate. She should have taken one more, right? How did she take 3 damage? No, she took 3 damage from the Retaliate. We remembered, but she hit us. We had Energy Barrier, which we denied one, and we did get her with the Retaliate. Yeah, so we did remember. So we'll play Spider Bite for Prof X. We could also stun one of these characters with Prof X. I forget about that. That's not bad, but hey, a 1-cost ally can't feel bad about that, especially when her health is a bit lower than we'd want it to be. I think we have one more longevity in the list, but I might be wrong. I think we've seen all of them. We are going to deck out 2, so we're drawing 2 encounter cards. No, we have one more longevity, so we have the 5 healing coming up. So repurpose is really strong. The issues though with this repurpose, we want to keep this one energy barrier on a counter. In theory, we don't have to. Like we could not use the counter if we wanted to. Hidden in the clutter will happen after retaliate, because retaliate is one of the first things that happen, and then you have to do the when any amount of, oh no, when damage would be dealt. So that happens before retaliate. So if Lady Deathstrike gets defeated, but it won't. So what happens if we tag our Lady Deathstrike for 3? All of it goes on hidden in clutter. We discard this, she attacks us, and then we take retaliate. So when she attacks us, she'll take 1, 2, 3. So we can knock out Lady Deathstrike here. Yeah, that's acceptable. And then we, in theory, can repurpose to knock out Blockbuster. This is a bit of a puzzle, though. Because the other options, we can let Lady Deathstrike attack us, move her damage basically to Blockbuster off the 2 energy barriers, and then we have to attack her again. So I guess it's a wash no matter what. But I think we attack Lady Deathstrike here. We might jump down for a turn and recover 6 next turn, draw more. But we are decking out, so it's a bad turn to drop down, actually. Okay, so X-Force, X-23 will attack Lady Deathstrike. When any amount of damage would be dealt to attached enemy, place it here instead. We'll put 3 there. If there's at least 3 damage on attached enemy, the player who dealt the damage then discards this card. I actually think attacking Blockbuster was wrong, because if we repurpose the energy barrier, we're at 5 attack, so there was no reason to do that. So we're going to discard this. First, she's going to attack us. Yeah, so Lady Deathstrike will attack us. So she's just attacking for 5. Oh, not her, her. So she's attacking for 2. So we have to take it. We'll put 1 on the energy barrier. And I think we'll put the other on the energy barrier, cracking the energy barrier. So that means 2 damage is coming in. We'll put the 2 damage on Lady Deathstrike. Okay. And then Lady Deathstrike finishes her attack against us, so she's defeated to retaliate. This is the player who defeated this minion. Did we defeat it, or did she defeat herself? Did we control retaliate? Let's not defeat her. I think it's actually better that we defeat Blockbuster. So we'll put the 2 energy barriers on Blockbuster, and then she'll take retaliate 1. So we don't have to worry about that text right now. But we'll knock out Blockbuster just so that Grey Crow doesn't scheme, and we don't worry about toughness. Or sorry, teamwork. But I'm not sure if our retaliate counts as us knocking her out. I'm pretty sure it does. Okay, so I think repurpose here like is a bit sketch, but it means that we ready ourselves. It brings us to 5 attack. The bottom of the deck doesn't have a counterpunch, so like that's not going to convert to anything, but we have so much healing in the bottom of our deck, so that's pretty good. Problem is we have this like power protection that might not matter. But yeah, if we get rid of the energy barrier, we can increase our stat, and we can get her ready. Spider Bite can thwart 1 off of this, and then we can jump down, recover. Grey Crow will scheme for probably like 4. Lady Deathstrike will scheme for 2. But if this goes to 1, Grey Crow gets a 3 boost, goes to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lady Deathstrike goes to 8. We lose the game, and we're drawing 2 encounter cards, so it's not a good time to jump down. So I don't think we do jump down. I think we could repurpose to knock out Lady Deathstrike, and then we can use the energy barrier. Oh no, yeah. And then we have to hope, because Lady Deathstrike will just do a bunch of damage to us anyways. So like we're in a bad spot for a couple reasons. We have to hope this is a low boost. We always put 1 of the damage on Spider Bite, but like we're very close to getting knocked out. And if we repurpose, we lose 2 health. The thing is like Lady Deathstrike does 2 health, so it's kind of a wash. Yeah, it's no matter what, it's the same. I'm going to repurpose. Yeah, it's a bit sketch, but I'm going to repurpose. So we're going to repurpose. So we're going to discard a tech card. We're going to choose defense this round, weirdly enough, as much as we want to be ready. But there's no reason to get our attack stat up. So we're going to ready ourselves, and we have +2 defense. So we're at 5 defense. The first attack will block with Spider Bite, but I don't think we have a reason to increase our attack stat because we already are knocking out Death Strike. We'll attack for 3 into Death Strike. Sorry, this should be 3 into Death Strike. She's knocked out. And we have to do her text. So we have to discard 1 card off the top of the deck. We have to take only 1 indirect damage. That's perfect. We'll put it on Spider Bite. We don't take Retaliate because she's defeated. Okay, that's it. I mean, that was scary. We'll pass. I mean, we have 5 defense here. Maybe we'll survive, but having too much defense is actually kind of bad because we could end up exhausted. At least we could use X-23s or Grim Resolve to get a cheap ready, and we'll pass. We're drawing these cards, which Adamantium Claws is 2 more hit points. Retaliate and Piercing is good. Honey Badger is a cheap ready. Longevity is 5 healing, so that's a really good start. We need 1 more card here. Best card we could draw is probably an Energy Barrier or something like a What Doesn't Kill Me, something that needs the power and protection because it's useless in our hand. All right. Okay. Okay. Spider Bite also means Grey Crow hits like a truck. Like Grey Crow's attacking for 5 in a card. So maybe that's a good reason to have our defense stat as high as it is. But we're going to block with Spider Bite. She'll miss the deck out, but that's okay. It's nice to get a 1-cost Spider Bite. That shouldn't happen too consistently for our deck. Maybe shouldn't have been in the deck. Okay. Last card. Ooh, interesting. That's a nice turn to draw this because the text can be relevant. But yeah, weird. Okay. This goes to 2. Grey Crow is going to attack us. Grey Crow. So it's attacking for 5 because we have Spider Bite, but we'll put Spider Bite in the way. So 5, 6, 7 off the 2 boost. Spider Bite's knocked out. We have to draw 2 encounter cards and hope for the best. Last turn was a really bad turn. Like we drew our Nemesis and Under Fire. So if we're on the back foot, we should have been on the back foot from that turn, but I think we can recover. Oh, wow. Oof. I'm glad we didn't jump down. Dark Designs, place 1 pursuit counter. Grey Crow schemes. There should be another way that this causes the advance. Mind you, because of the campaign, we still have a couple surge cards in the deck, so sometimes this can just get worse too. At least, I don't think they're boost surge, but they're surges. So scheming for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, jumping down would have cost us the game. Hack and Slash. This is one of the cards that has shown up a couple times now, I think. So same card, but our Nemesis set. Discard a random card from your hand and take damage equal to the number of printed resources on it. There's a huge amount of variance to this. Best case scenario is we lose the power protection. This is terrible to lose. This is terrible to lose. These are okay. So 1 to 5. F. That's bad. We lose our +2 health, our piercing, and a retaliate 1, and we have to take 1 damage. That technically readies us, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so we kept our longevity, so we can heal a lot. This board state we have to thwart a lot. We don't have a lot of thwarting. This might be tempo Honey Badger, let's be honest. Yeah, that was not great. It could have been worse. Like, this actually might be more important. Yeah, so this is an issue. 2 Dark Designs are out. I'm not sure if there's a card that says that the enemy villain from the villain's kit schemes, but we have a lot of thwarting to do. We can thwart 4. We can thwart 6 with Honey Badger. We can thwart 7. So I think that's what we do. We spend 2 on Honey Badger. So this is our ally. We did play one of our cards, so we'll recover 1. Comes in with 2 health, and she can ready us by activating. I think we'll just use that text here. So, and we have regenerative longevity to heal her for next turn, which is great. So we're going to thwart for 2 off the main. We're going to thwart with Honey Badger off the main, which readies us. We're going to thwart for 2 off the main. We can consider jumping down now. And then we're going to use Grim Resolve, which does 1 damage to us and generates a wild. Because we've taken damage, we can ready ourselves. And then we're going to play regenerative longevity, which basically undoes the damage we took, because it's one of our cards. So we'll recover 1, and then we can recover up to 4. So we're gonna put 1 on Honey Badger, and we'll recover 3 ourselves. So like actually a really good turn. I think the card we lost was not the worst. And then we'll just thwart for 2. I think with 2 Dark Designs out, we're allowed to jump down. So we'll jump down. And then here we can use our text on Laura. It's probably worth doing, honestly. But our alter ego text allows us to shuffle in this really bond just to draw a card. Now, we won't be able to play the card, but if it's a card that we don't want, like a counterpunch, we'll just discard it, and then we can draw deeper. So we might as well do that. Okay, so Name of Vengeance we need to clear because we do a lot of small attacks, so Retaliate sucks. But actually, Retaliate can be good for us because it guarantees we'll get a cheap ready. So we can do Claws, attack. But with Resolve, it's less necessary. Do we want to draw repurpose? Nope. So that was good text. And we'll pass. Draw 6. We're an alter ego. Defensive conditioning, that's nice. Brings our defense stat up. Electrostatic armor, nice. Repurpose, okay. More healing, which with Honey Badger is a fair bit better. Okay, all those. At least we have electrostatic armor, so we have a tech card in our hand. And finally, we have the Sisterly Bond, which we could pitch and just shuffle back in. Otherwise, she can add our stats to our stats, which means we could like run down Greycrow. But actually, it's more likely it'll run down this thing if we want to play it. It might be worth something. It's worth like, what is this thing worth? It's not amazing when you thwart. When you thwart, it's just like a +2 thwart. So a 0 cost card for +2 thwart's not the worst, but it's obviously a lot better when you use your claws and go hard. All right, goes to 1 Greycrow schemes for 2 and a card. 1, 2, 3. Go to 4. 1 encounter card. Sinister Strike, so that gets Surge, so we dodge that, which is nice because we're in alter ego. We go to 2 of 4. It's gorgeous, George. All right, 4 health teamwork. Force interrupt when Gorgeous George attacks you, exhaust a character you control. So we need to deal with Gorgeous George here. 4 attack is a bit of an awkward spot with Honey Badger and us. We can do 4 attack, no problem, and then get her ready. 2 readies, in fact. So this should be okay. So if we add our stats with Honey Badger, Sisterly Bond is actually worth a bit more. Because if we boost our stats first, she will attack for 3. Nah, that doesn't really matter. So I think we'll actually just pitch this and shuffle it away. This also has a wild on it, but that doesn't matter. So I think we're going to do Sisterly Bond for 1 to play Electrostatic, because I think we want to play a tech card here. So this gives us like the pseudo soft, what's it called? Retaliate, as long as we're defending, which we usually do, right? And now we can use our alter ego text to shuffle this back into the deck to draw a card. It's going okay. I feel like we're still recovering a bit, but we have good, powerful combo turns. Like, we're not too different than Quicksilver. It's just this is not one of those turns. We draw a Claw Mastery. Ooh, that's good. We do want to split these up, and I think it's a good turn to draw that. Yeah, because we have another ready in our hand, so that should be good. Okay, the question is whether we want to... I guess it sucks that we shuffled Sisterhood for this, but I think that's good enough. The question is whether we want to recover for 6 here. I think our activations are pretty good. Mind you, Gorgeous George does technically have Retaliate. And will fire. I don't think so. I think we're just going to flip up. We have a lot of healing in our hand. So the first thing we do here is always X-23's claws, right? So we're going to take 2 damage. We're going to exhaust this. And with Retaliate, we're not rushing to go get our ready, but we're attacking now for 3. And then we're going to play Claw Mastery. I don't think we're going to play Defensive Conditioning. I think we're going to go straight to Claw Mastery. Oh no, there's no shot we'll play the secondary purpose. So play Claw Mastery. So we actually now have a lot of attack, and this has overkill because Honey Badger's in play. So this is going to be actually one of our combo turns. It is one of our cards, so we'll recover 1. We're up at 6 health. Okay, so now we're at 5 attack, and we have a cheap ready, and we can play the regenerative. Seems good. So the problem is we don't defeat this. Well, sorry, we defeat this in 1 shot, so we don't get the ready, but we'll attack for 5 into Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George is defeated, and we do 1 damage to Greycrow, and because it's not an attack, we don't take Retaliate, but Gorgeous George, who wasn't a Marauder, is defeated. I don't know why I put a ready token on Gorgeous George. Okay. Good. Honey Badger can attack Greycrow, so Honey Badger will just thwart for 1. We'll go off of this, which readies us. Actually, that's the wrong order. We have to decide what we want to do, because if we want to damage max, we want to get our stats up as soon as possible with repurpose, and then we want to activate. I think when our attack stat is going to be 6, we should be attacking to Greycrow. So I think we will just attack into Greycrow. So we're going to do repurpose first while we're exhausted. So we're going to get rid of the electrostatic armor. We're going to give our plus attack stat. We could actually do a thwart stat this turn, but I mean, we're wasting so much attack. So we're getting plus attack stat for the whole round. So we could draw a counterpunch. We're ready. And we're ready. We still have our natural ready. So we'll attack for 5 into Greycrow. The villain takes 5. We take retaliate 1, which means we can choose to ready with our natural ready. So that's good. All right. We can now attack for 5 one more time. Oh, we knock out Greycrow? I think this is an okay turn to knock out Greycrow because we have 1 more ready and we're going to have a Marauder that comes into play with toughness and 5 health. So actually it's a good turn to knock out Greycrow because then we also don't have to thwart this. Yeah, I think we do it again. I think it's a really good turn. You could also have made the worst possible mulligan X-23 could have. Isn't it 6? Oh my God, you're right. It's 6. It's 6. Yeah, 5 + 1. This is our additional, not our total attack stat. Yeah, thank you. It is 1 more. It doesn't matter, but it is 6. Good catch. So the villain's on 4. Yeah, 6 attack is good. That means that we actually can knock out Great Crow and deal the problem. If you advance on the run to stage 2 and you can't knock out a minion as soon as possible, you're in a really bad spot. Luckily, we can. So we will attack one more time for 6 damage into the villain, which advances the villain. So we have to do the text on Hope's Captor. So it says when the villain would be defeated, reset attached villain's hit points to its printed hit points, which is 12. I'm just going to set it to 18. You'll see why in a second. Flip this card over. Welcome to Hope's Captor, who's no longer confident. Desperate even. So it gets plus 6 hit points. That's why we're at 18. And we advance the main scheme, which cannot be canceled. So we don't have to do any threat work. And force interrupt when the villain would attack you. If a Marauder minion is engaged, that villain schemes instead. So same text, but also now we have +1 attack, +1 scheme. So we flip over to the last stage, Escaping with Hope. So when revealed, each player searches the counter deck for a Marauder and put that into play. Give each Marauder enemy a tough status. So that's a really good turn to be able to deal with this. We can search the deck and discard pile. We're just going to keep it simple and grab Vertigo because Vertigo is the easiest. In theory, you could search the deck for something bad. Yeah, actually, maybe we should. Maybe we should just get something out of the deck. It says put the Marauder minion into play. So we actually can even go get one of the bad Marauder minions that we did from the campaign because all the cards from the campaign that we shuffle in are Marauders. So, I mean, I guess we should just take Scrambler. It's weird that you can do this, but notice it says put into play, not reveal. So we don't have to do Scrambler's text of discarding an upgrade and only has 3 health. And also Surge is when it's put into play, not when it's, when it's revealed, not put into play. Now it does get a toughness, which is fine because of Honey Badger. We still have Overkill this turn too. And Great Crow gets a toughness and we advance. So really well timed. Now we're on the final one. This one is scary because this one gets 2 threat a turn. And again, from Marauder, it just enters play. We know Great Crow's going to scheme for a fair bit. Starts with 1, gets 2 a turn. Each Marauder gains steady. The villain also gets steady. And if the villain is defeated, the players win the game. So all we have to do is 18 more damage, which this was an 18 damage turn. Issues like everything else in the way. Okay, so Honey Badger will attack for 1. Oh, it has Retaliate though. Shit. We're going to lose Honey Badger, which I wanted to heal Honey Badger. But yeah, this in the name of the vengeance has been here the whole time. And so this thing has Retaliate, which means he doesn't survive. I mean, we have to do it because we're priced into doing it, but that sucks. I thought we'd keep Honey Badger for next turn and do Regenerative Longevity, which we can't. I still think we play the Regenerative Longevity to heal 5 and we don't play the conditioning, but that sucks. She'll attack for 1. Oh no, actually she will ready us. She will ready us. That's kind of fun. The reason why is because the damage and the consequential are separate. So she actually will take the consequential after she takes the retaliate damage. So she attacks for 1, hits the toughness, then takes the retaliate. So she takes 1 damage separately. That readies us. And then she dies to her own consequential. Yeah, they are 2 separate instances. It sucks that she's not there, but at least we get her text. We will now attack for 6 with Overkill. So 3 goes into Scrambler. The other 3 just takes the toughness off, which a bit wasted, but we dealt with the table. And then we're not going to use Grim Resolve. We're just going to play Regenerative Longevity. Regenerative Longevity. And we're going to recover functionally 5. So we're at full health. Because it heals for 4 and it's one of our cards. So that's that. If we draw into a whole bunch of counter punches, if we draw every counter punch here, we win the game. If our hand is 3 counter punches, the game is over. We do 18 damage. It's that easy. That's all we need. 3 counter punches 1 time. No. Okay, so now it's very unlikely. Okay, turns out it's not possible, but it would be nice to get 1. We got 1. Okay. So we could do 12 damage this round? Nah, good enough. I mean, this counterpunch is so good, right? Because our attack stat is boosted for the entire round. This is just, as long as we defend, which we always will do, it's just 8 damage. 6 damage, and we take Retaliate 1. So even if we perfectly block, we'll get it ready. All right, Escaping with Hope. So this just goes up to 3. Mind you, it has 2 acceleration, which is kind of frightening, right? Great Crow now attacks for slightly less, which is nice because we got rid of our expensive cards. So Great Crow is going to be attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a card. Otherwise, we have to discard our pain tolerance, which we don't want to. So attacking for 5, we will exhaust for 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's for 7. So we block 3. Ow. So we take 4. We ready? This should be ready. It is. And then we'll play Counterpunch. I should look at the rest of our hand, but Counterpunch makes sense. Yeah, this hand is like kind of awkward, but it's good enough. So we do 6 damage back to Great Crow, which means we take Retaliate 1. We draw 1 encounter card. Get nasty. All right. So I think we have to go get a nasty boy. So when revealed, each minion gets +1 attack. Place 1 threat here for each minion in play, 2 threat here instead of for each nasty boy. Search and counter deck and discard pile for a nasty boy minion and reveal it. So just 3. Again, the minions suck because everything has retaliate, so we have to hopefully one-shot them. But we have to search and counter deck and discard pile for a nasty boy. So ideally, we're looking for a nasty boy that has 3 health. I don't know if there are. There probably is. Notably, it also says reveal it. So all the when revealed text will happen, surge will happen. So we're not going to go for that one. Ramrod is 4 attack. Retaliate 2 sucks. This is stun each character on Ruckus. That sucks too. Man, we haven't had piercing. Has to be a nasty boy. Huh. Nasty boy. 4 health, retaliate 1. Do we have extra damage this turn? I mean, yeah, we can always do enough damage. I mean, we feel slow, like we feel not in the safest spot. Yeah, I guess we'll just go for a Gorgeous George. 4 health isn't that bad because you have the energy barrier in hand. Oh yeah, you're right. With the retaliate, the energy barrier is actually pretty good. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. So it's Gorgeous George. Have to watch out. It has retaliate and +1 health, +1 attack. Each minion does. But we should just let him not survive. Okay. I think I prefer when the die on the side of the hero is the total stat versus the base stat and the bonus die. Me too. I think I'm just going to do the total stat. I'm going to put the stat up here, which is the total stat, not the boost. Because you're right. It's confusing me, which means it's not intuitive for anyone, right? Okay. So we need to get our attack set up. So no matter what, we're taking X-23's claws. So I guess we're going to start there. Ow. So we're going to take 2. We have 3 attack. We're going to go ahead and play our energy barrier. Notably, this says take 2 damage. So if we cancel the damage, it doesn't go through. So we have to let the damage through. Issue is we only have 1 card that lets us heal. So we're going to have to play it. But energy barrier has 3 counters. Okay. Oh, but then we can't fire Grim Resolve. We actually have to take the damage with energy barrier and just have Grey Crow attack us and do that damage to Curious George. Yeah. Because that's the only way that we can get a ready on this turn really easily because we have 2 0-cost cards. Yeah, that sucks. So we're going to attack for 3. So we'll do 3 into Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George retaliate happens and we'll just let it happen. So we'll take 1 damage, which readies us because we cannot fire Grim Resolve easily here. Then we will thwart for 2. We'll play Animal Instinct, which recovers for 1. And we're going to add our attack stat. So we're thwarting for 5. I think we just clear this and jump down. Thwarting for 3 in a card is unlikely. Actually, no, we only have a 7. Yeah, it's unlikely. And we've seen the 2 Sinister, not Sinister, the Dark Dealings. So we'll thwart all of that. Oh, but if we jump down, then Gorgeous George will also thwart. Or scheme, which is not good. Huh. Did we goof this? Do we have to stay up one more time? I think we do. I think we have to stay up this turn. Okay. Pass. Could have kept the double. No, we couldn't have. It's fine. We'll pass. Scary. Nick, Prof, Energy, Genius. That's a fun pairing. Energy Barrier 2. Brother Voodoo. That's it. So at least we have some allies here. But this is getting a bit dicey. This goes to 2. Energy Barrier the Retaliate. Yeah, but then we don't ready. And we have no way to ready because all the cards in our cost a hand and cost 0. Because I intended to Energy Barrier the Retaliate to defeat Curious George, but we'll do it on the enemy phase. Yeah, the issue is we wouldn't be able to ready. And we need to ready there to thwart and use our hand. So Grey Crow's going to attack. It's attacking for 4 in a card. We could discard Pain Tolerance or the Energy Barrier, but I don't think it's worth it. We'll defend. So we're defending for 3. He's attacking for 4. So 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 4. No, it's attacking for 5. 5, 6, 7. So that's a lot of damage. We're blocking 3, so we're taking... Wait, do we die? Oh. Hold on. Wait. Why is the number so big? It's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We block for 3, we take 4, we energy barrier, we die. Wait, we can't do this. Why is it going like this? We had to discard the Pain Tolerance. Like 2 boosts is what we should be playing around anyways. Man, that card art's sick. But we should have played around that. So like we weren't allowed to defend here. Man, we were defending for 4 and we still take lethal. I mean, yeah, that's a big number. 7's a big number. Grey Crow, what a piece of work. Joel, how's it going? Just in time. Yeah, I mean, I think we're defeated. I don't think we're going to retcon the block. So if we retconned the block and got rid of pain tolerance, right? We're attacked for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We exactly block 3, 1. We ping off Curious George and we're ready. Like that's what we're meant to do and discard pain tolerance. It's obviously like a hard line to call, but that's what we're meant to do. And then we have to use an energy barrier counter, which I think we just did. And we draw 1 card. Does he not scheme because of the minion? No, he almost does, but he doesn't because the minion is not a Marauder. So he only schemes if there's a Marauder in play. That minion specifically is not. There's no overlap between the Marauders and the Nasty Boys. But yeah, that is very important to keep in mind. If it was a Marauder, we would have had to defeat it for sure. We would have drawn Under Pressure, which has Surge. Okay, so this thing is the side scheme that just has 6 threat and an amplifier. So if we get attacked again, we're totally cooked. And we draw Ramrod. So Ramrod says just has piercing. Technically 3 attack, retaliate 1, retaliate 2, 4 health. Man, we're bad at thwarting. Like we cannot keep up with this. We're gonna scoop and go again because we did legitimately lose. We could have made a better play there, but like it was not going our way at most points. But how do you thwart? Got back from playing and filling out a permit to run an anime con in August. Oh heck yeah. In New Hampshire, I take it? Like we were sort of in range. This in the Name of the Vengeance is terrible because we do a lot of basic attacks, like a lot of small attacks. And when they take 3, we take 1. It's like not good. Now, admittedly, if we get retaliated on, we can ready ourselves. But yeah, we have to scoop. Man, that was not perfect. I think we can obviously do this, but yeah, weird. That went way worse than I thought it would. We were so confident. All right, we'll run it back. We got time. How's everyone doing, mind you? It's a Friday. We've only been streaming for 2.5 hours. Okay, so we need to shuffle in nothing. This starts on the table. This is here. We're on 2. Retaliate. Our health. I guess we should just put this die here, but no, it'll be confusing. And we just have to run it back. Damn. So prepared defenses we have to clear. Comes in with 4. Our nemesis should be out. Your family has been running on AnimeCon for MPL for years. I knew that. I didn't know if it was the same one or not. That's sick. All right, let's take out all the red cards. There should be one more somewhere. For like 20 years. How different do you think it was 20 years ago? I'm assuming anime is way more in the, in the public zeitgeist at this point than it was moons ago. Okay, so this is 5 cards, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Man, that feels bad. But we never felt like we were in control. We were always on the back foot. A lot of that was retaliate. A lot of that was the side schemes. So hard to fix that in protection because you're not very good at thwarting. You could play hard to ignore, but you have to take no damage. So that's also difficult. Okay. So we at least had a couple good turns where like when we advanced, that was such a good turn because we cleared everything all at once, which was perfect. So we have Vertigo in play. We have to defeat Vertigo, otherwise Grey Crow will scheme. We have this 1 counter here, which we'll use that card to search our deck for an upgrade, which is fine. But Grey Crow's text is, yeah, it's one of the higher attacks for sure. We were much larger in 2017. Ooh. It's just not always a race. Just consistently basic thwarting is better than it seems. Keep using things under control and then burst on big turns. Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of turns where we like tempo to do small attacks into Grey Crow, especially with Retaliate. But yeah, I think we are that sort of deck. Like we are kind of like Quicksilver, where like we keep afloat until we draw a turn in which we have like Claw Mastery, let alone also our little friend Honey Badger, and then we do a turn for 18. Like our 2 thwart stat is like really, really generous for playing solo. Okay, let's just shuffle this. We start with everything on the table and we're good to go. Yeah. Again, this scenario is way harder for a second scenario compared to most boxes, but you always have to deal with the minions. Otherwise, like Grey Crow schemes, and that's not good. But yeah, attacking for like 4 as soon as turn 1 is like pretty wild for a scenario 2. Like, yeah, Grey Crow attacks for 4 because we're gonna have a 2-cost card on the table for sure. Okay, take 2. We can do this. Like that's honestly like Juggernaut attack level. I actually like the Protection Daredevil ally in X-23. The only deck I like him in. Costs 2 for total 4th ward is solid since you don't really use your allies to chump block. But isn't Daredevil only good when you're blocking with him? After Daredevil defends against the enemy, move 1 damage from him to attacking enemy. So how do you use Daredevil? Because Daredevil dies really quickly. Unless you're attacking something that, like, getting attacked by something that has 1 health. Only deck I like him. 2 cost for total 4 thwart. Oh, just because he is a 2 cost 4 thwart. I see what you mean. Yeah, all the other cards that we play, like Jocasta or Brother Voodoo, are technically 3 cost for a 4 thwart. But they have active text, which maybe that's better. But 2 cost is really nice because we have the power protections. Yeah, just for the stats. Like, I could see it. 2 cost for 4 thwart. It's not the worst. And a panic block if you need it. Like, there's certain scenario where his text is a lot better, like small minions. But yeah, neat. Yeah, I never realized he was that cheap. I thought he was a 3 cost card. All right, we're off. Take 2. We'll reset our health to 10. Here we go. Grey Crow's on 12 health. Nick Fury. Do we keep a Nick Fury? I mean, we don't need a block on turn 1. I think we could consider taking Nick Fury here, especially if we find doubles. So if we find doubles, we'll keep Nick. What doesn't kill me is not amazing on turn 1. Basically, we can spend 3 cards to thwart 2 and give ourselves +2 attack. Actually, the +2 attack matters more because we probably need to get to 3 attack because we need to deal with Vertigo. So I'll still put in the maybe category. But again, all these cards really need doubles for them to be worth anything on turn 1. Okay, Claw Mastery brings us to 3 attack, which doesn't really have a breakpoint that we care about. Besides Claws plus Claw Mastery can do 5 attack, which can one-shot Vertigo. Probably still the maybe category? No? Cheap tech card, but probably not. Okay, Energy's really good for Nick. And we have a Puncture Wound, which it pains me to have never played this yet. This card is so fun. My other suggestion is accidentally dropping the Angel's Area in the ground. I agree. The Angel's Area has just been a brick. I think we just need to put another card in our deck that has a physical resource on it and really care about that. But the Angel's Area sounds like it makes sense, but we have no time to jump down to Alter Ego. Like maybe we could play a Ready for a Fight, right? Nocturnal, how's it going? I have played only, this is like my 12th game of her at this point, or 13th game. So she's really cool. She's really, really good. And she can play a lot of different aspects well. So we definitely need to get rid of Vertigo. Nick Fury and Laura Kinney's claws can defeat Vertigo for sure. What doesn't kill me seems a bit mid. These cards all seem a bit mid. Like we want to find our setup cards. We are going to have the card that gives us healing because we can mission prep for something. We can also even mission prep for the toughness card, the one that gives us +1 attack and piercing. But I think this is a fine start. 2 card cost that heals you 2 and deal 2s is okay. That has a physical. Yeah, that one you need the damage too. And that one does have a physical. I played a lot of that back in the day. Okay, Brother Voodoo. We want another double. The longevity's not good. Repurpose is not good. Claw Mastery's not good. Huh. Okay. So we mission prepped on the table. We can always use mission prep to go search for our resource generator instead of our healing card. Our healing card is really good though, and it's expensive. But I think here we just start with Nick because if we can find one of the cards with our alter ego, we can shuffle that back in for a card draw after we play another card. So energy always goes to Nick. There's no way we play Brother Voodoo. There's no way we play the repurpose. That's good enough. So we'll play Nick, draw 3. Yeah, exactly. Nick Fury's our second mulligan. Like, Nick's so good. Especially if you've got cheap cards that are somewhat conditional. First, Genius. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, where's our lockjaw? Oh my God. Why are we drawing like this? This is not a playable hand. Okay, no, it's playable. We can take damage. We can rip up the board. It is definitely playable. No, it's fine. Okay. I guess we're just using mission prepped here. Technically, we should have done that first. I'll be honest. At least we didn't get punished. But we're going to remove this from the game functionally to go search our deck for an upgrade. It's going to be the one that heals us whenever we play a card. It won't be the lacing. The lacing's not bad, but we'll just do for the pain tolerance. It's our most expensive one. Technically, Grey Crow's going to attack for 6 this round because Nick gets in the way, but at least Nick gets in the way. All right. So we're going to start with the claws. We'll do Claw Mastery and we will rip and tear. This is a fine turn to rip and tear. All right, so this is in play. We'll flip up. Okay, what a hand. We're going to start by using X-23's claws. No, this is the only damage we have to ready ourselves, so we won't do that immediately. We will. No, but we want to do it immediately because we waste the healing. No, we have so much healing. We shouldn't have to worry about that. So we're going to spend. We're going to overpay on Claw Mastery. Rip and tear. So we have 3 attack this round. Cool. We're going to one-shot this, so we don't have to attack into Vertigo. So I think we actually end up thwarting, which is really ugly. We can't attack Grey Crow because Vertigo has guard. But every, I think when the Marauders in play, they always have guard. Regardless, she has guard, so we don't have to read the text. We will thwart for 2. Then we'll do X-23's claws. This still doesn't feel great. We'll ready ourselves because we took damage and we'll recover. Or sorry, we'll take 2 and we'll go up to 5 attack stat. We'll now attack for 5 into Vertigo, knocking Vertigo out. We don't have overkill. We're on 8 health. We're just going to do a regenerative longevity. So we're going to recover all we can, which is only 2. This technically recovers 10. If we drew into, what's her name? We'd be in a good spot, our ally. At least prepared defenses in play. So our defenses are prepared. Prepared defenses. So we're going to have +1 defense, retaliate 1. Okay, counterpunch would be good. Nick Fury will just attack for 2, I guess, and we'll pass. We're not going to hold on to the double, I don't think. Why would we hold on to the double? It's not the best double. It's not a bad double. Our deck, like, we have to care about all the resources because our resources are not actually that good draws because our curve is so low. But our deck has only 2 more resource cards in it. What are we playing with the 2 costs? We're playing allies. We've seen 2 of our like 5 or 6 allies. I think I'll hold the Genius just in case, but it might not be worth it. I think our setup's okay though. Repurpose? Never mind, made a huge mistake. Oh god, it's bad. Sisterhood is playable, but it only works if we have a card from our faction. And so we need this last card to do something. It does do something, so that's actually playable, it's salvageable, but we should not have held onto the Genius. Villain health? No, we did 12 to Great Crow. Why did that happen? Something's broken. Huh. Echo is off. What does that mean? Anyways, the villain should be on 10 health. Is the villain's health broken? No, it seems good. Okay. Should be on 10. Yeah, we just attacked for 2. We'll pass. This goes up by 1. Grey Crow's attacking. Grey Crow has bad text. So he's attacking for 6 on a card. We'll block with Nick Fury. 7, 8, 9. Scrambler's gone. That's good to go. That's one of our campaign cards. Has 3 boosts as well. Professor X, Honey Badger, Energy Barrier, I think are the 2 cost cards left. Yeah. And we have 3 energy barriers, right? Also, our what doesn't kill me, but like they don't care about the Genius. Stop it. Why? It's turn 1. Let me chill. Nice to see X-23. X-23 is really cool. Hitting the clutter. So this has to attach to Grey Crow. So the next time we attack Grey Crow, we have to put 3 damage here and then Grey Crow attacks us. I would say that's pretty bad. And then we have Bushwhack. So this one's cool because it has low threat and a hazard, which is a fun combination. But when defeated, the player defeats the scheme, searches in counter deck for a Marauder minion and puts that minion into play engaged with them. Why does she feel so much worse than our last game? Or last game. Like, it's back to us. And like, I don't know what we're doing here. So what do we have to do for Bushwhack? We have to grab a Marauder. We put into play, so we actually can grab Scrambler, which is like a nice little thing. And we don't do the Surger one revealed, and it only has 3 health. So we probably just do that. Hey, good morning, Manuel. How's it going? You're possibly the best content creator for card games. I lean towards MC, but also enjoying Arkham and Ashes. Thank you. Hey, Coriora, thank you. That's very kind. We've been putting out a lot of content with other card games, and I think like the way that we do things, I'm glad that's appreciated. So thank you. Have you ever thought of doing a one-off Unstoppable stream? I have, Samuel, but it's not really possible because the only way for my stream to be my stream is I need all the card art. And the problem with Unstoppable is not only do I not have the card art, the way that those cards work, it's like nearly impossible because they're modular cards. So it's just not a good game that I can show on stream. I have played like maybe 40, 50 games of Unstoppable. I really like it as much as I don't care about the upcoming Dungeon Crawler Carl thing. I don't know what Dungeon Crawler Carl is, but yeah, it's like it's not great for the way we do things on the channel, unfortunately. Started playing this campaign last night. Are you playing the campaign mode? We're going to play Sisterhood for our double that we kept, so not punished. We're going to exhaust Sisterhood, and we have to discard an X-23 card, so I guess we're rid of Animal Instincts, and we can search our deck and discard pile to grab Honey Badger, which we can play with the rest of our hand. So we do have a perfect efficiency hand. We'll spend 2 for Honey Badger. Oh, actually, no, hold on. Before we do these, we might want to activate because we can recover 2 when we play this and play this. So we probably should at least do our claws first. So hold on, we did the order bad, but we'll fix it. So the ordering here, which doesn't change anything, but it's good that X-23 cares, is we should have first thwarted this. Technically, Honey Badger can thwart this, so we should first thwart this. Then we'll do X-23's claws immediately, which means we take 2 damage. and then we ready ourselves, and we have 3 attack. Now we play this, which pain tolerance fires, and then we play Honey Badger, which pain tolerance fires, so we recover 2. So that's the right order for sure. All right, Honey Badger's in play. Now we have an extra activation here. So the problem is with the hidden activation, if we hit with the extra activation, if we attack with hidden and clutter, it's bad because we put 3 damage and Great Crow attacks us for 1 billion. So I don't want that to happen. Overthrow the side scheme with X-23 should be able to kill the minion. Yeah, but we can still do it with the Honey Badger. But maybe you're right, we should have done it anyways because our basic activation here is useless. And then we don't have to use Honey Badger. Yeah, I think you're right. I think instead of thwarting this, we'll thwart this to go grab a Marauder. So we'll just put into play Scrambler, who doesn't have text. And then when we play Honey Badger, now we're ready. Yeah, we just so this is a bit better and we won't activate with Honey Badger because I think this is not a good thing to interact with. We waste a bit of thwarting, but not the end of the world. It's Scrambler. Scrambler has 3 health. The text is not active because we did not reveal. We put into play. And we'll just attack for 3, knocking out Scrambler. Just make art for every possibility. That's so fair, though. There's a way I could do it. It just it's going to require hours and hours and hours of R&D. But the bigger issue, too, is I don't have the card scans. So, like, I don't think that game exists on, like, Tabletop Simulator or other places. Because, again, the way that the game works, if you know the game, it has modular cards with, like, clear sleeves. And, like, it's a lot. And then, yeah, it's a lot and a lot. Okay, so Honey Badger's here. So if we use Honey Badger, we can ready ourselves. The issue is like we don't have a good reason to ready ourselves. Because when we attack with Hidden in the Clutter, Greycoat will attack us. So we want to get a minion in the way because we can't defend. So we're just going to chill. We have set up a combo turn. But yeah, that's a cursed card for sure. And we'll pass. All right, we'll draw. Profex, Puncture Wound. Grim Resolve, good. Our research generator, as much as it'll slowly kill us. These repurposes have been a bit ugly. Maybe we need another tech card. At least we have a What Doesn't Kill Me. So after we take the attack, we have 1 physical, but we have the wild generator, so we should be okay. A second unstoppable stream, even if you can't display the card scans. I mean, that game has so many small symbols. It's actually really difficult. We could probably do it, but yeah, we'll see. I also don't know if the sleeves will shine as much as these, and they have to be sleeved. But yeah, I like the game. I haven't played it in a while. The game's really interesting. It's a very satisfying loop too. All right, so Grey Crow's going to activate now. Grey Crow. So is attacking 4. Currently 4 on a card. I mean, good enough for me, I guess. We'll defend for 3 with Retaliate. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, because they're 2 cost. Boost. Okay, that's actually good. That's exactly where we want it to be. So we take exactly, let's use a purple die. We'll take 1 damage, which readies us. And we put 1 threat on Pursued by the Past. Or 1 counter. 1 encounter card. Ruckus. Oh, that one's bad. Ruckus is pretty disruptive. The teamwork, but stun each character you control. We can ready ourselves through this. But I do think the Angel's Aerie should probably be Night Nurse. Or something else. We don't need that. So we have to stun everybody. That sucks. 1, 2. Cool. I played X-23 like 200 plus times. Whoa, but their full deck was previewed. I made proxies and played her in a very aspect against every villain to make the best decks I could. I do think she has a very flexible like chassis for any sort of aspect, which is cool. I don't own it, so I can't donate my time to fixing that issue. It's not an issue you want to fix. It is so much work. The way that the game works is there's a lot of unique cards, for better for worse. Okay, this is us. All we have to do is defeat Ruckus. We could consider jumping down if we thwart, but we haven't seen any what's it called? Well, no, we saw 1 Dark Designs right there, so jumping down's a bit safer. Honey Badger, we can just like thwart to ready, or we could just activate Honey Badger to get rid of the stun and not take the consequential. That's probably going to happen. With Sisterhood, we can also be like kind of aggressive because Sisterhood just means every hand has a Honey Badger. You just trade a card for a card, which is not bad. But Honey Badger will always come back with this card. It's a very, very strong engine, especially if you have like Utopia, which can we play Utopia? Yeah, we could play Utopia. Like Utopia Honey Badger, like this is the sort of thing that you do with leadership. It's very, very good because you have a card that basically means you'll have 2 readies guaranteed when you have Utopia and Sisterhood on the table because Honey Badger is an X-Men, surprisingly not an X-Force. All right, so we're at 9 health. We could start by playing the Grim Resolve. I think we do. We could get the Professor X, but we have Steady, so the Confuse is not very good. But I think we just do the What Doesn't Kill Me. We do Ruckus, we thwart 2, and we continue to set up a bit. You can't ready X-23 with it? Oh, you're right. You can't ready X-23. So yeah, you ready Honey Badger, I guess, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Never mind. I thought about it. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way it makes sense unless you get the upgrade by cheesing the scenario that lets you put honorary X-Men on X-Force character. All right, we're going to play Grim Resolve. So this is the card that allows us to generate a wild. It's Clarity of Purpose, but we also played a card that's one of ours, so we recover one. Nice. I want to put a die on here to track how much damage we heal from this card. So we will simply attack. Take the stun off. We will now give ourselves +2 attack, which does 2 damage. And we'll give ourselves claws, and we'll ready. We'll attack with the claws into Ruckus, defeating Ruckus. X-23 will just remove the stun. Then we'll spend 2 for what doesn't kill me. Almost messed this up, but we'll recover all our health and ready. I don't think we can attack for 3 into Greycrow, but then Greycrow attacks us immediately, which is not my favorite thing to do. If anything, we could have kept Honey Badger ready and blocked with Honey Badger, which might have been the play. And then we can just bring back Honey Badger next turn. But I think we need to get rid of this some way or other. This is a bit sketchy because there's 1 mark Dark Designs, but the deck is still pretty big. So like bad luck will happen if bad luck happens. So I think we are going to attack into the Hidden and Clutter because I think we can get away with it. So we're going to attack into Hidden to Clutter. So we'll do 3 damage, which goes here instead. We put 3 damage here, so this is discarded, and then Greycrow activates against us. So Greycrow is going to attack for 4 on a card. We'll put Honey Badger in the way. She can defend when she's stunned. 5/6. She's knocked out. So that was not bad. We can bring her back next turn, especially when we draw a mastery or something, and we'll pass. I think that was a pretty good turn. This is a bit scary, but 1 barrier, strength for that. Nice. White Queen actually hasn't felt great. Sisterly Bond emotionally feels so bad when we send Honey Badger on that last mission. And then a Spider Bite, which is incredibly expensive. Spider Bite probably shouldn't be in this deck. I want to play more tech cards, but there's not enough tech cards. I want so much more tech cards in the game. Tech is my favorite. Greycrow is going off. We still have a 2 cost installed, so it's attacking for 4 on a card. We'll defend. Give us low boost, but not too low. That's perfect. 6, I mean, okay. So we'll take 3. Jesus, this guy hits hard. We need to find our defensive conditioning. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we could have discarded Sisterhood, but this hand plays Sisterhood pretty good with Sisterly Bond. So 6, we block for 3. We take 3. We do retaliate 1, I guess. We might have forgotten that at one point, and we'll get it ready. 1 encounter card. No counter punches yet. The Senator's Support. This one we have to get rid of. It has Hinder 1, so it comes in with 4 threat. When we defeat it, we have to get an alter ego. Usually there are alter ego attachments to get rid of them. Sometimes you just take 1 damage, I think. But it has an amplify, which is pretty bad because Greycrow hits like a truck. You can play it, but can't ready X-23 with it. Yeah. Okay. So healing. We got some. So we can definitely play the energy barrier to set up our thing. We can thwart 2, take damage, thwart 2, clear that. But this is actually more scary at this point. We can throw out Sisterly Bond to Sisterhood and then get her and play her, which means we actually can thwart 6 this turn. I think we'll start with that. So we'll use Sisterhood, and we have to throw out our 1 card here. So we'll search our deck and discard pile for Honey Badger and add her to our hand. We'll then just play her for 2, which means we recover 1 because she's one of our cards. So we're at 8 health. Has anyone ever seen Ronan and Greycrow in the same room? Has anyone seen Rhino for a while? Also, sometimes, you know? Okay, so our hero now can attack. We can take 2 damage. We haven't done our cheap ready. We could have got 1 more resource here, but our hand doesn't actually convert well with the resources, I don't think. So we'll just go ahead and play Energy Barrier. Before we do that, we might actually have to think, because there's a chance we use Grim Resolve to play the barrier. It's a small chance, but there's a chance. I think we do, actually, because we don't need the extra damage. So what we're going to do first is we're going to thwart for 2. Safety. Then we're going to spend 1 Grim Resolve and still do the strength for Energy Barrier, so we take 1 damage and we ready. Then I think we just thwart for 2 off of this. And we don't care about 1 Amplify icon for a turn. We'll pass. We're going to keep Honey Badger around for the turn that we knock out Greycrow, because when we knock out Greycrow, we need to be able to knock out the next thing. So like setting up for a Claw Mastery turn is really important. Like that one. Angel's Airy. Yeah, probably shouldn't be in there. Counterpunch. We finally do Counterpunch on the turn that we legitimately have 1 attack because we did not use the claws. Animal Instincts is good. That will thwart for up to 5, so we can clear the Senator support. And we have a What Doesn't Kill Me, which is just good enough now that we have the Wild Generator. All right, this goes to 1. Greycrow is still attacking pretty hard here. Greycrow is attacking for 5 and a card. Jesus, chill, dude. We'll defend for 3, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why does he keep hitting us for 7? We block 4. We'll return a damage to the villain. We ready. So we take 3. Ow. And we get the ready. We get 1 more retaliate. Tag team. I don't know what this does. It's probably not good. Each Marauder minion engaged with you activates. Otherwise, discard 7 cards from the top of the counter deck. Put the topmost Marauder minion in the counter discard pile. I've been told that when you discard multiple cards, you can choose the order they hit the bin, but I assume that's not true here. Because there's a bunch of characters that say like discard 5, and then apparently when you discard cards all at once, you can choose the order. But yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make sense here. So we have to get Blockbuster. So Blockbuster big, Blockbuster guard. So our mastery turn is going to be slowed down. Not by this guy, but a slightly different guy. It's a bit smaller. 5 health, guard. And when Blockbuster attacks you, we won't get to that point of the game. Trust. Okay, it's back to us. Ow, my everything. It hurts. It hurts bad. So we always start with the Claw Mastery here. We might need to put down Angel's Air if we have an extra resource. Probably a Honey Badger turn as well. So we'll do Counter Punch into Claw Mastery. That recovers 1 from us. So now for the rest of the turn, we get +2 and our attacks get overkill because we have Honey Badger. In theory, we could use Claws to do 2 more damage to us. And then we get attack for 5. And then we could ready by playing Grim Resolve, but we end up going down to 3 health, which is not great. We're kind of incentivized to do it though, because we have the big turn. This hand, I want to play Animal Instincts because it heals 1, but what doesn't kill me heals more. But we actually can do all of it. We can do 1, 2, 3, and then this. So that actually heals 3. So I think we do all of it. Yeah, I think we do. I'm not sure what this attachment could be, so maybe we should be scared of it, but I'm not going to be. So we're going to use X-23's Claws next. So we actually are up on 5 attack, as much as we have to take 2 more damage. We still have our ready. So we're going to attack for 5 into Blockbuster, defeating Blockbuster. No overkill. Technically, this should be a Honey Badger turn, but I don't think it is. We're going to use Grim Resolve. Oh, I did the same thing. We're using Grim Resolve to play a ready card is silly, so we shouldn't do that. Ow, my head. Is there any way to fix this? There's no way to fix this. So I guess we're playing Angel's Airy, but like if we use Grim Resolve to play What Doesn't Kill Me, it technically works, but we waste a ready. I'm not good at intuitively playing around this, and I wanted to jump down, but we have 6 cards left, so it's not a good jump down angle. Ugh. Ugh. What are we meant to do? I guess we just use Honey Badger, right? I think we have to use Honey Badger. No, what do we do? How do you solve this? Your 1 health Honey Badger gets nuked by Grey Crow. Yeah, it's going to be this round. We don't mind if she misses the shuffle out, the deck out because of Sisterhood. But okay, so say here we ready ourselves with Honey Badger. Then we can use Animal Instinct so we recover 1. We can thwart the Sorcerer Ascender support. But yeah, I think we're just going to miss a ready here, unfortunately. Yeah, bummer. We might have wanted to use Grim Resolve to play it. No, there's no good angle. But yeah, we'll use Honey Badger. Honey Badger will thwart for 1. We'll ready. All right, we'll use our hero text. Technically thwarting for 2, but we'll play Animal Instincts, which heals 1. When X-23 makes a basic thwart, she gets +X thwart with her attack stat, so she's thwarting for 7, which clears out the Sender's support. When this is cleared, we have to discard cards until the top until we get an attachment. Could be attached to the Grey Crow, actually. Okay, this is the one. So Inhibitor Collar, I don't remember being that bad to get rid of. It does decrease our stat, technically, the Inhibitor Collar. This is on us, so we technically have 4 attack. Does treat your identity's printed text box if we're blank. Cool. Choose to either exhaust a character you control, which is not super easy here, or take 3 damage to get rid of this. Okay. So we are still here. We always should do Grim Resolve to generate 1, so we take 1 to play What Doesn't Kill Me. This ready us regardless. So we recover 2, and we are ready. So we get attack here for 4. We could jump down and recover. We could also jump down and get rid of the collar, but I think this is a good turn to jump down and recover. We need the window here. We also can like shuffle the Sisterly Bond back into our deck and draw a card, but I think we will jump down. We'll jump down to Alter Ego. It's a bit scary because we're going to draw 2 encounter cards. Maybe this is bad. Actually, we probably shouldn't jump down because Honey Badger has a block this round. So I think we're just going to exhaust ourselves to get rid of the collar. I don't think there's anything in this set that like snowballs if you have attachments on you, like some other sets do, but I think that's it. We have 5 health and an energy barrier. Maybe we'll be okay. 5 attack. I think we have a counterpunch in here. 1, desperate defensive conditioning. We definitely want to play that. +3 health and +1 defense is really good. Energy barrier, counterpunch. Yep. The lacing is +2 hit points and an energy barrier. The last card is another counterpunch. So this is a good hand to set up. Unfortunately, none of our doubles lined up with exactly this hand. And I think that's something that we're learning a fair bit from our kit, is that the mixture of like doubles and then zero cost cards is volatile when you draw your resources in the wrong hand. You can use a ready from the claws. We did the claws way too early though, because in theory you want to use the claws first and then use your ready when the claw stat is increased. We technically, I think we needed to do that because we had to knock out a 5 health thing. But if we use our claws later on, it means we're attacking for less damage in the first place. So I was just hoping to do it with the Grim Resolve, but we kind of biffed it. We could have seen that coming though. This goes to 1. Grey Crow is attacking for a lot. So it's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll block with Honey Badger. 5. We don't deck out yet. Instead, we draw Chimera, which we have to deal with her. So 5 health, she has Patrol, so we cannot deal with the main scheme. That's okay. And when Chimera attacks you or an ally you control, you have to spend a mental or give her +2 attack. So our hand, unfortunately, does not have a lot of damage for her. So if we don't defeat her, Grey Crow will not attack, but Grey Crow will thwart. If we jump down, that's okay. She only thwarts for 1, but this will go to 2. Grey Crow can go to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chimera can go for 8. So we lose the game if we get a 3 boost. Not amazing. Not that good. I wonder if we were meant to block with her face with energy barriers, because we would have blocked for 4. That probably was okay, but there's not much you can do with Honey Badger because we know we don't have any regenerative healing and we can get access to Sisterhood. The problem is if we want a Sisterhood here, we have to throw out this card. Adamantium Lacing has +2 health, Retaliate 2, and Piercing, which is like pretty good because Toughness will guarantee to show up. So we can always give ourselves +2 health. I mean, +2 attack is frightening, but we have to give ourselves +2 attack if we want to deal with the Chimera. So I think we're going to start with that because we should be able to get 1 more health. So we're going to use our claws. It hurts, but we're going to use our claws to give us +2 attack this round, but we have to take 2 damage. We'll attack for 3 into Chimera. Then we'll use Grim Resolve to take 1 more damage, which will ready us so we can deal with the Chimera. And we'll use that to play the Adamantium Lacing, so at least that is good. When we play this card, it functionally heals 3. Not you, but you. Because it gives us 2 health and it's one of our cards. So we get Retaliate 2, and our basic attacks get Piercing, which matters. Okay. With this hand, I think we just played Defensive Conditioning, and we could hold onto a Counterpunch. We're getting another Counterpunch, though, so we probably don't. I think Defensive Conditioning is better than an Energy Barrier, but ultimately Energy Barrier is better because we're a repurpose deck. So I'll hold on to this. We'll do 1, 2, into another Energy Barrier. Yeah, we are a repurpose deck, so these cards have to get on the table. Otherwise, we have like a bunch of dead cards in our deck. And this technically is like having +1 defense and Retaliate at the same time, but it doesn't give us +3 health. Okay, I like this board state better after our first cycle. We'll just attack for 3 into Chimera and knocking her out. We're going to be drawing 2 encounter cards, so a bit of a scary turn that we only have 5 health, and we could get attacked twice, which could cost us the game, but with 2 energy barriers, it's unlikely. We will pass, and I will hold on to this. That's it. 3, 4, 5. But we actually could maybe knock out Grey Crow with a Retaliate and this card, but I don't think we should. We get an encounter card, we shuffle. She's interesting. Like, scheduling your turn is actually really important. And there's some turns where you're forced to do weird things. But like, we have our whole board state. We should be good, right? We just need to get like 1 regenerative regeneration. It would be good. Regenerative longevity. Man, I have the door slightly open. It's so much better here. Maybe my partner's annoyed, but I think she works with headphones usually. What can we replace this Angel's Airy with? Because it's definitely not worth anything. Like, we can just play like Heal 2 in Protection will probably be better. That one that's like the person fighting the ninja in the hallway. The old school Protection card. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. That's what we needed. Give ourselves a lot of healing. We want an extra X-23 card to get Sisterhood to fire. Repurpose, that's what we planned around. So we will have maybe a power turn. And if we knock out Grey Crow, we can knock out the next minion, no problem. We did talk shit about it. So now it's here. We have the Angel's Area. So unfortunately, only one of our cards, which means we can't fire Sisterhood easily. This goes to 2. Grey Crow's attacking, as Grey Crow does. So Grey Crow is coming in for 4 and a card. We will get our free exhaust for 3, 4, 5, 6. Hairbag. After this activation, you shuffle Hairbag back into the deck. So we'll get that. So that is 4, 5, 6. So a lot of damage. So we will take 3 off of our defense, 4, 5. So we only take 1, which is perfect because we ready. We can choose to play Counterpunch, but we have Retaliate 2, so the villain is down to 5. If we play Counterpunch, we trade a card in our hand to do 3 damage, which is not bad. A card for 3 damage is pretty good. We are drawing 2 encounter cards, though, so maybe it's a bit sketchy, but let's look at our hand to see how much of our hand we can play. So this is definitely a turn that we have to use our claws, right? 5 hits a breakpoint. 3, 4, 5, 6 hairbags is a funny thing to hear as soon as I tune it. Yo, Mr. Self-Destruct, how's it going? Like this turn, we have to do X-23's claws, right? We have to, because we need to get our attack stat to high enough. We don't have a claw mastery, but that will be very useful because we're going to spawn, once we defeat Grey Crow, we have to go and defeat the next Marauder. So we have a ready here. We have a ready here. So our stat will quickly be 5, which is enough to deal with the table. We have no good way to deal with the toughness unless we like, yeah, the toughness on the thing is a problem. So I think we might not force Grey Crow here. I think we might have to set up. Because when we defeat Grey Crow, we have to spawn a Marauder. We have to deal with the Marauder, and the Marauder has toughness. Oh, we have piercing on our basic attack. No. The toughness is not a problem. I think we can counterpunch because I don't think, no, we do 5 cleanly to Grey Crow, right? Our attack goes up to 3. No, we should counterpunch. Let's counterpunch. Because with this hand, we play this for free. We play Angel's Airy, where the counterpunch stops us from playing defensive conditioning, which is probably a bit better. Yeah, I think that's okay. Because we'll get our attack up to 3. We don't want to thwart, so we do waste something here. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is if we don't counterpunch, we have to attack for 3. Then we ready ourselves, so we attack for 5, so we waste some damage. That being said, we don't know what these 2 encounter cards are, so they might be minions. So I think when we're drawing 2 encounter cards, we have to be a bit conservative. So we might not advance this round. Sinister Strike. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So if we draw 2 attacks here, we could die. We do still have a block here, but it will exhaust us. So we place 1 counter. And Grey Crow is still attacking for a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus whatever this is. We will exhaust because otherwise we lose the game. In fact, it's possible we lose the game here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We block for 3, so we take 3, which won't defeat us. We'll block 1, so we take 2. We probably have to block 1 more with this energy barrier, so we only take 1. That knocks Grey Crow down to 1 health. Again, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We block 3, 4, 5, so we take 1. We could have blocked all of it because we've already readied, but that's good enough, I think. If we get attacked one more time here, we're cooked. We can always discard Sisterhood to prevent the +2, but not good. The villain does take 4 though, which is nice. Energy berry, 2 retaliates. So like defense is good. That's probably not great. Favored weapon? Attached to Grey Crow or Harpoon? Yeah, sure. Attached enemy gains overkill, piercing, and ranged. I mean, pick a lane. After your hero defends against an attack from attached enemy and takes no damage, discard this card. What the what? 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 You will never get rid of this. Why does it have hero response text? You'll never get rid of this. Grey Crow's gonna be attacking for 5 next turn. What? Grey Crow's gonna be attacking for 6 next turn. There's no way to get rid of this. Permanently has attack, overkill, pierce, and ranging. Are you kidding? For the rest of the game, we'll have +1 overkill, piercing, and ranged. The range sucks. The piercing is whatever. The overkill sucks too. But like, takes no damage is impossible. What is with this card? That's bizarre. That's like fanaticism level of nonsense. Even if first aid is better than Airy, yeah, first aid I'd actually appreciate. You have to play Airy, block twice, and flip down to just be, yeah, the Airy's nonsense. It's not particularly a great card. Yeah, I don't know why. It seems like you should do it. I should have never played it. Might have to flip down for a fun turn instead of a mega. Yeah, like we have to win in a single turn. That's nonsense. So they have either attacks to Grey Crow or Harpoon, and both of those are the ones that like do so much damage. Like Harpoon either gives 3 indirect damage or attacks for 4. Like either attacks for 4 and 2 boosts or 4 and a boost. Like how are you meant to perfect block that? Because you can't do a toughness. I don't know. That's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense card. Okay. So things are bad. You have repurpose, you can buff your defense stat, maybe. Yeah, but even bringing it up to 5 is not good enough. We have to bring it up to 5 and then discard the energy barrier. This says after you take no damage. So energy barrier actually does prevent a take. So we could like repurpose, get our defense stat up to 5. We could discard Sisterhood to give a -2 attack, but he's still attacking for 3 and 3 boost. We might get there. Like maybe we do have to. Yeah, it's really Ronin. It's like very Ronin coded. All right. I'm gonna do it. I think I want to deal with it just to prove a point. I think we're gonna become a defense deck. We have now transitioned into our defense era. So let's do that. We're gonna start by doing Grim Resolve to take 1 damage, and then we're gonna play Regenerative Longevity, which heals 4 + 1. So we'll just heal 4. We are ready as well. We'll spend 2 on defensive conditioning. That's right. He made us angry. So now we're gonna get 3 more health, and our defense stack goes up to 4. Like, what are you meant to do if you're just like an aggro deck? Like you're playing aggression? Spider-Man and Bucky wouldn't care? Yeah. Spider-Man. Well, Spider-Man doesn't care about a lot of things. We could do the repurpose to get our defense stat up and get it ready. I mean, we might as well. So we're going to go ahead and attack. We can't defeat Greycrow though. Because if we defeat Greycrow here, we don't have a red. No, we do have a ready. But the next... Greycrow's going to defeat himself. Oh no, it has ranged. With the energy barrier, Greycrow might defeat himself. Yeah, that's acceptable. So we'll thwart for 2. We'll repurpose. So we're going to get rid of this energy barrier. So our defense stat is 6. And we're ready. The problem is thwarting for 2 is useless if we defeat him. What about if we just attacked for 1, defeat him, then we get rid of this thing. We can attack for 3 with piercing. Yeah, that actually works. So let me rewind that. We won't thwart for 2. We'll instead attack Greycrow for 1. The villain is defeated. Unfortunately, the next Greycrow has the same text, so we attach the favored weapon. Hope's Captor fires, and I believe we can cheese this slightly because of the campaign. So when the villain would be defeated, we set the attached hit points. So we're going to set it to 18. You'll see why in a second. We flip this up. He's now desperate. And when Hope's Captor is desperate, the rules slightly change. Actually, +1 attack stat might have been foolish on this round. Yeah, that might have been a bit of a mistake. Advance the main scheme to 2A, so that's why we don't have to thwart. And when the villain would attack you if there's a Marauder. Now we advance here to Escaping with Hope, which when we get this, we have to go search for a Marauder and put into play. But luckily, we have this like Marauder that kind of makes the game easy because of the campaign rules. It's weird how the campaign rules make it easy and continue to make it easy. So each player searches the deck and discard pile for a Marauder minion and puts into play. Give each Marauder enemy a tough status card. So 2 of these characters have tough status cards. But one of them is Scrambler, and because we put it in play, we don't do any of the when revealed. Now Escaping with Hope is here. It functionally has the same text, but its numbers are a bit more rude because it comes in with 1 and gets 2 a turn, which is pretty bad. Each Marauder gets steady. The villain gets steady. This is Scrambler. Scrambler is technically a Marauder. I wish that text wasn't there. We don't do Surge because we put into play. Has a toughness. Greycrow has a toughness, so we have to defeat Scrambler. The way that we're going to defeat Scrambler here, now we repurpose for a defense stat. We're going to just use our claws. So we're going to take 2 damage. Yep, which gives us 3 attack. Our basic attacks have piercing, so we'll attack for 3 into Scrambler. So there's no Marauder, which means we don't have to worry about Greycrow scheming. Okay, that was the turn. That was a good turn. That was a really good turn here. And the toughness should go away. No, actually probably won't. We'll pass. Okay, we have to get lucky here. 1. Claw Mastery, nice. That actually might be just like a lethal turn. Spider Bite, you're useless. Brother Voodoo, they always draw together. What doesn't kill me is good. Strength is good, but we have to get lucky here. This goes to 3. Greycrow's now attacking us. And now Greycrow has 3 attack, which maybe we shouldn't have advanced. So attacking for 3 and a card. Sorry, attacking for 4 and a card. Now here, to lower by 2 attack, I think we're going to have to discard one of our most expensive cards. I think definitionally it's going to be Sisterhood. Sisterhood's a really good card though, especially with a Claw Mastery in our hand. But if we use the Claw Mastery to Sisterhood, we don't actually use Claw Mastery. So I think we're just going to get rid of Sisterhood. We could get rid of the Pain Tolerance, which actually might be fine in hindsight. Sisterhood's like a really strong card. Pain Tolerance is an okay to good card. And it only heals 1 this round. So actually there's a chance it's Pain Tolerance. We'll be fine. So Greycrow's attacking for 4 on a card. We will defend. We're defending for 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We defend 6. We got so lucky that it wasn't the 6 boost, but we did everything we could to do this. And so that means favored weapon will be knocked off. Now he technically has ranged here. Says this card, each card. Fuck. Oh, no shot. Oh my God. It says each card? Who is this guy? I guess you always have to pay the very expensive card every round. It's just discard each card? I mean, that's fine. No, but then we lose our defensive conditioning. Everything's cooked. This whole plan was bad. I'm not discarding it. We're just not getting rid of this thing. I've given up. We're not getting rid of this thing. He's attacking us for 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not getting rid of the defensive conditioning because then we lose so much health. So we're just going to take the +2 boost. We're still exhausted. We get attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We block for 6. We take 2. We ready. We don't do retaliate. I'm upset. Everything we did was bad. It says each card. What is this? Oh, 1 encounter card. Riptide. Okay. So Riptide is a Marauder. Comes in with 4 health. When Riptide attacks you or an ally, that shouldn't happen. Jesus. Greycrow's a monster. Yeah. Like, I do not think these Marauder minions are all equal. That's fine. As long as you get to choose yours and understand. And we're playing a good deck. So, I mean, this is better than having one that we can just walk over. We worked so hard on that. It's not worth anything. Bummer. Okay, it doesn't take retaliate either. So, fine. We can decide here whether we want to do Claw Mastery for +2 attack or whether we want to throw Claw Mastery at Sisterhood. If we throw Claw Mastery at Sisterhood, well, we can go get our sister, which is good. We have a Strength for what doesn't kill me, which is also nice. So we could throw a Claw Mastery, play her, and then we can set up our engine. I think we need her for our engine, as much as we may not use her this turn. We have one more resource here. We could also play Brother Voodoo, but I'm not sure what Brother Voodoo would get. But all these attacks have overkill, so like even playing Brother Voodoo is not amazing. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks. Nothing we do matters. Overkill, piercing, and ranged. I mean, brother, pick a lane. Okay, so we can get our attack set up to 5 to knock out Riptide. We can't get it to overkill 5. If we play Claw Mastery off of this, it's neutral because we take 1, heal 1. We get our attack set up to 3. We can then do 2 more damage to bring our attack set up to 5. We can knock out Riptide. Then we can ready ourselves, but then we're left with this hand, which is not playable. So I think we go for Sisterhood here. So we're going to use Sisterhood. So we're going to throw out an X card to go grab our friend. Is she in the bin? No, we just decked out, right? I feel like we haven't seen her in a minute. Honey Badger? Like, if we could just get attacked twice, I think we die. Like, our margins are really thin here. And now allies don't work. So we probably just play Honey Badger and play What Doesn't Kill Me, I guess. That means we can knock out Riptide, which we have to. We have to boost our attack stat, though. So we have to take 2 more damage, which cancels out from this, which is fine. This is scary. It's going to be up to 5. If we draw in advance, we probably lose. Greycrow schemes for 3. So we probably have to scheme this slightly, unless it's like a very powerful turn. You need to play a 3-cost card so you can discard the card instead of all your 2-costers. Yeah, I know. Maybe we just play Brother Voodoo. Brother Voodoo thwarts, and we discard Brother Voodoo. And then we block for 4. But like, he attacks for 4 and a boost. Like, if there's a boost, we don't beat it. Like, we can't get rid of this unless we play Repurpose. Because we're at 4 defense. So unless Greycrow grabs a 0 boost, it's not worth anything. Like, I think we just get attacked for 6 every round. It's very hard. Because, okay, say that we play this. We can either play What Doesn't Kill Me, float a resource, which, I mean, doesn't do a damage, which is nice. We want to get a ready, though, because we have to attack. We have to take damage, though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have to take more damage. So we're going to attack for 1. We'll do the claws. We'll take 2, which, let me tell you, I am worried about our health. I am a bit worried. I'll be the first to say it. And now we can finish off the Riptide. Okay. We'll play Honey Badger, so we recover 1. He's in play. We'll go ahead and What Doesn't Kill Me? Oh, we pitched bad for that. So we should have pitched these for Honey Badger, the double for What Doesn't Kill Me, because it has a requirement, of course. Allies seem less useful because of the overkill. We'll heal 2 and ready. Cool. So we could either thwart for 2, which we'll probably lose to that. If we attack, we have piercing, though, which is pretty valuable. So we could do 3 into Greycrow and just say we're going to win sooner than that. In terms of the advances that we've seen, or the dark designs, I think we've only seen 1. And if we don't do anything with this, it goes up to 5. If we advance 6, 7, 8, we're almost guaranteed to lose. So I think we have to thwart it, which stinks. Yeah, but 1 dark designs is still in there. Has there been any consideration of clearing the scheme and flipping down to get attacked for a turn? Yeah, we can, but without the dark designs in it, it's a bit like with 1 dark designs left, we can just lose, right? Because say this goes to 0, if we clear it, then we put 2 on it, so it's at 2. Greycrow schemes for 3 and a card. So we draw Dark Designs, we lose, which like that is, you know, the solo gameplay, unless you have Ready for a Fight, which this deck probably should. We also could use Honey Badger for tempo here, but I think we need Honey Badger for text because Honey Badger can't panic block for us anymore. So I think we will just thwart. Feels bad. Odds of threatening out seem similar to odds of dying from an extra attack. I don't think so. I think we've seen all the extra attacks. Yeah, we've seen 2 Sinister Strikes. I don't know if there's like a card from the set that just says attack, but it's less likely. We haven't seen the gang up, but there's no gang up. We're playing standard 3. I don't know. Maybe you're right. It is similar. But I think I'm going to take these chances. Like we have 7 health, right? Right? We have Retaliate, right? Nick is here. That's okay, I guess. Repurpose, useless. Stop it. Thwarting. Electrostatic. I mean, that's a tech card. So we might have a powerful turn. This goes to 3. Grey Crow, our favorite friend, activates for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We block for 4. This could be for 4. So if this is a 0 boost, we get some results-oriented thinking. But we have so many 2-cost cards, it's not actually worth anything. 2 boosts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Attacks for 8. Why is he attacking for 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. Attacks for 8. Yeah, attacks for 8. We take 4. Attacks for 8. Yeah. Cool. No retaliate. Self-isolation. Okay, I guess we're going to alter ego. I don't know what this does. I'm assuming we're losing Honey Badger. Search your hand deck, discard pile, and play area for Honey Badger and place her face down under his obligation. If you cannot, discard this card and deal yourself. After you make a basic recovery, discard this obligation. So they forced our hand. She will end up in our discard pile, which we can always shuffle her back in. Oh, that art's sad. Okay, so Honey Badger is over here. We have lost her. All right, we're just jumping down. Not much to do here. Okay. So this hand, we could go for Electrostatic into repurpose. We could. It's not great, but we could. Animal Instinct means we will recover 1 and we will threat for 3. Then we can use Nick Fury to ready ourselves so we can do that. I think that's good. And Nick Fury, like we can just use for tempo. In theory, Nick Fury can thwart here and then we can attack into this toughness. We could have another ready here though. So how do we ready? We definitely ready ourselves with the Grim Resolve because that's like fine. Man, weird turn. This we have to exhaust ourselves after you make a basic recovery. Okay, so we two stones, 1 bird. Okay, so if we play Nick with this, we can thwart this for 2. In theory, we want to attack with like piercing. Like even attack for 1 with piercing is good enough. Then Nick will thwart this. Yeah, I think that's how we have to do this. So we're going to start by attacking for 1 with piercing. So Grey Crow takes 1 damage. Got him. Then we'll do Grim Resolve, which does 1 damage, but it readies us. And then we'll do 2, 3, 4 for Nick Fury. Nick Fury will draw 3. Nick Fury's here. Now, the reason I like X-23 is I don't care about Honey Badger. It basically makes our obligation a blank card. I mean, sometimes even better, it thins your deck, right? Sisterly Bond. Okay, hold on. Power Protection. Maybe an Energy Barrier. Another Animal Instinct. I mean, you can just play the Animal Instincts to recover 1 if you are thwarting. Okay, so we're exhausted, but we want to be exhausted. Sorry, we don't want to be exhausted. We need to have a ready. We've already used our once per turn ready. We don't have 3 attack, mind you. We have no outlet to pitch Sisterly Bond. We can use Sisterhood though in Alter Ego, which I think we will. We actually can't use the Animal Instincts because we have to be ready. So the best thing we can do here is Nick Fury will thwart for 1, and we hope that we don't lose. We will jump down. There's nothing for us to do here. And then we're self-isolation. We'll recover, which our recovery is 6, which is sick. And then we remove this from the game, discard this, and we discard the obligation. Okay. So now there's a couple things we can do. I think it starts by doing our Alter Ego text where we can shuffle Honey Badger into our deck, which is a bit silly because we're about to draw her with Sisterhood, guaranteed. But we'll just do this. None of the cards in our hand can we play anymore, but we had to be ready to do this, so. Good thing about Pain Tolerance is if we can play cards in Alter Ego, which we will, we still recover because Pain Tolerance is just a response. We draw an energy. Where's Lockjaw? We have such bad hands. All right, so we're going to fire Sisterhood. At least we have the double, I guess. So we'll discard 1 of our cards. In theory, we could have discarded Sisterly Bond to draw, but yeah, maybe that would have been better. It doesn't really matter. So now we'll search our deck for Honey Badger and add her to our hand. We will play her immediately with the energy, which allows us to recover 1, She might thwart one. It depends how many longevities we have left. Because I think we need a longevity. We have one. We only have one. But the longevity is the way that we use Honey Badger to win. Because we could win next turn if we draw a claw mastery. And well, that's it, really. So I think we just let this go through. Sisterly Bond might be good to keep. Yeah, our deck will be thin enough. We might be able to throw it out. But out of all the cards in the hand, it's definitely the one we keep. If we survive this turn, we actually probably win next turn. Because Honey Badger will probably attack for 6 if we draw a claw mastery. We also could activate with Honey Badger here. She won't ready us, and then we can activate with her again, and then grab her with Sisterhood next turn. That's another option. Oh, sorry, that's in our hand. I think we throw these out. Oh yeah, we could be aggressive with Honey Badger if we want to be super safe against the advance, because we can grab her next turn. I think we'll just pass, though. I think we did enough. Hold on to Bond. Claw Mastery is what we needed. We might have lethal. Genius. Okay, so I wish we discarded Honey Badger. Energy Berry, whatever. Regenerative, that's perfect. So now I really wish we use Honey Badger for 1 and we have a prof. Okay. This goes to 3 and we have to survive this. So Great Crow's going to scheme for 3 and a card. It's just basically if we draw the advance, we lose. So 3. Boost. I mean, we drew it, but at a good time. So this goes up to 6 of 9. So I don't think there's a way that we lose this turn anymore. That was a good time to draw it. We have Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George does not have guard. We're also at 9 health, which is good. Nick Fury gets discarded, but I do think the math says we should have enough damage here. I think we have enough damage, right? There's no way that we don't have enough damage. We also can do Professor X to ready Honey Badger, which is sick, and then she can ready us again. Yeah, I think we attack for a lot this turn, so let's just try and do it. So we can't shuffle anything in our deck. We have nothing to do in Alter Ego. Sisterhood doesn't work, so we'll just jump up. God, this art is good. Okay, so first thing first, we want to get our stats as high as possible. So we'll start by doing our claws. We'll ready off the Grim Resolve, no problem. So we'll use the claws. Yeah, this is going to be a flashy ending. So we'll go up to 3 attack. We're still ready. I need to have another button for our once per turn ability, let alone our ready ability. Then we will play Claw Mastery. So we'll just pitch the energy barrier. It doesn't matter for Claw Mastery. So now we have 5 attack. Technically we have overkill, but we're not going to care about that. Okay, that's that. So now we should just attack face as much as we can. Yeah, so we'll attack face for 5. Villain takes 5, down to 12. We're going to attack with Honey Badger. But when Honey Badger attacks, we'll play Sisterly Bond. I think we can defeat the minion too. I don't know if that matters for the stake of yeah, we could kill the minion for style points. I think we will, just because I don't know what the campaign guides are or goals are. When Honey Badger thwarts her attacks, add X-23's matching stats. So Honey Badger attacks for 6 into the villain. When Honey Badger takes damage, we can ready ourselves, so we are ready. We still have a ready by playing Grim Resolve. We'll attack for 5 into Gorgeous George. So Gorgeous George gets knocked for 5. The villain takes 1. Sorry, I did that wrong. Villain recover 5. The villain takes 1. Gorgeous George takes 4. Now we can do Grim Resolve to generate 1, which readies us. We take 1. We'll play 2/3 for Professor X. When Professor X enters play, oh, we're 1 resource short of this line. It's okay. We still have lethal. But when Professor X enters play, we can ready an X-Men, so we can ready Honey Badger. The problem is the Honey Badger's text won't fire. I thought we'd be able to regenerate longevity, but we're a resource short. So it was a cool line. It was worth something, I guess. All right, we'll just attack for 5 into the villain. Nailed it. We're at 8 health. In theory, if that was the case, we're not going to play Professor X because we had the ready anyways. We're just going to play regenerative longevity just because it will heal us for all our health. And then we can start the next scenario at full health. So we technically recover 5. So we go up to 15. Or sorry, 13. Okay, things are looking bad. And then you do the turn where you easily do like 22 damage plus more. Doing longevity instead, you can boost your health for the next round. Yeah, exactly. Beat me to it. Yeah, again, we have to get our health up. That scenario is way harder, and holy crap, favored weapon is not fair. I don't know what to do about that. Having a thing that gives plus attack, then gives access or it removes all the damage mitigation that exists in the game, and then says you have to perfect block this to get rid of it is just a death sentence for, I'd say, 70 to 80% of decks. If you do not have a protection player at the table, I don't know what you do, unless your hero kit has a card that says take no damage, because you have no way of dealing with that, and it's very surprising. You don't often see upgrades that you have no way of dealing with that are like that important. Right? Like if it's just like Retaliate 2, you can leave it on the whole game, but that's something else. All right, let's see what we get here. So we got to the end of it. So victory. Mark each campaign environment in play as earned. So we're going to start with our +1 defense, retaliate, and we have the free upgrade search. Record each identity's remaining hit points, so nothing else mattered for better or for worse. All right. So we figure out where they go. We jump into time, forward, I think, maybe backwards. And we're trying to get somewhere. And Juggernaut is breaking out with Mr. Sinister. So now we have another character that wants to hit us for a lot of damage into the face. I blame Angel's Airy for all our struggles in this scenario. Yeah, what do we trade it for? Because we're definitely going to trade it out. What is the best card that we can put in that slot? Because Angel's Airy has been just absolutely rubbish. All right, so we start with 1 retaliate. Man, her 2 thwart stat is so generous. I'm so surprised she has 2 thwart. For what it's worth, White Queen's also not good. Yeah, we'll get rid of it. I think you just stomp Juggernaut because you have Hope now as well. Yeah, Hope is nonsense. We also have Piercing, so all the toughness doesn't matter. Like, do we play a cheap tech card? I could see us playing a cheap tech card. Like, maybe we play the 0-cost Energy Shield. It's not bad on Hope. Maybe we just want to play another physical resource. Okay, let me clean this up really quick. How's everyone doing? You're just tuning in. My name is Andre. Welcome to the Crash Space. We've been streaming on Fridays for a moment now. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We'll be back on Sunday morning as we usually are, but this is good. Okay, Mutant Slayers, Nasty Boys. Let's go. And these. Campaign card. The art on Arclight, I appreciate it. It's so different. It's funny to ask what set is this from, and the card is called Mutant Slayers. These are here. This is the campaign. This is a Nasty Boy. All right, that's that. You mentioned Ready for a Fight. Yeah, maybe we could do a Ready for a Fight just to jump down. Ready for a Fight's pretty good against what's his face, Colossus? Not Colossus, Juggernaut, because if he schemes, it's bad. So you just stop him from scheming if you draw like an advanced equivalent, the Dark Designs. So this is that. These don't come back. The Nasty Boys do come back at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These don't come back, but yeah, these do come back. 2, 3, 4. I think Mr. Sinister works with the Nasty Boys. Okay. The table behind me increasingly becomes a mess as we get deeper into the campaign. 1 second. Fun campaign. I find myself playing against Juggernaut a fair bit. Villain named Juggernaut. We're going to start in Juggernaut 2. Juggernaut hits like a truck and is going to have 4 attack stat as soon as turn 1. We need to spend our resources to get rid of the helmet. Mind you, Juggernaut is not a mutant. Juggernaut is magical, and the helmet is doing most of the work here. So we have to detach the helmet as much as we can. This scenario has an alternate lose condition. So as soon as turn 1, we technically can't defend. Luckily for Laura, we can defend. But if you draw the card that just says attack your ally and it knocks out Hope, who's going to be in play, the game is just over. And Hope is going to work really, really well for us. All right, Juggernaut has a cool setup. We're going to be playing stock standard, so we have to watch out for the card that stuns us, which is a reason sometimes not to block Juggernaut, but I think we're going to. These all go together, and we have to shuffle in 1 more card. So Hope Summer, she's amazing. She has our stats, which obviously is really, really good when it comes to boosting our stats. And we just have Black Tom Cassidy that has a bunch of these like creeping willows that are much more important. There's like 4 or 5 of them, and they attack for 2, and when they hit you, they stun you if they do damage. So it's another good energy barrier tech card. X-23 is so cracked with Ready for a Fight. Why exactly? What are you doing in Alter Ego? Just like drawing a card with your Sisterhood loop, I guess? White Queen and Airy out, Starhawk and Momentum Shift in. Those are both physical. Oh, I could see that. I think I'm going to try Ready for a Fight. And then, yeah, we'll take out White Queen and play a physical icon because the other card needs a physical as well. But White Queen is like, whatever. She's fine. But like allies are not that important for us. So we'll put an RFAF and then Momentum Shift, I think. Actually, Momentum Shift is just heal 2, right? Heal 2, do 2. That's not that good. Is there an ally that we want to play? We also can get really greedy with the allies, right? Because we now can go and get the side scheme that when we clear it puts an ally into play. So we can just have an elixir. Elixir just heals 1. That from us, it's like kind of mid, but it can heal Hope Summers, which doesn't really matter because she doesn't have consequential. But it can also heal our ally. Oh, Starhawk has a physical. Yeah, that works. Second ready for fight also is a physical icon. I mean, you're right. What I will say is I need to be careful. There's certain things that we do in deck building where we just play the same cards over and over again. And like, it's very hard to see a protection deck where I don't play 2 ready for fights. This one will be one that we only play 1. But you're not wrong. I think a second ready for a fight might be like pretty damn good. All right, so we have same amount of allies, but these cards are out. Okay. We have to start with one of these. I just want to read this to see if there's any more interesting setup. So gather each of the campaign environments, which we'll do that. Place 1 momentum counter Juggernaut for each campaign environment in play. Oh, that's neat. So we actually get punished. So Juggernaut will start with 3 momentum, which means he actually has 6 attack on turn 1. So we really should flip that to get it off of him. Shuffle Black Tom Cassidy and 1 Creeping Willow minion. Oh yeah, right. This sucks. So shuffle Tom Cassidy and 1 Creeping Willow minion together and deal 1 of these cards to each player as a face down counter card. Shuffle the remaining. So unfortunately, that's like just a raw 50-50 when it comes to us. I don't like that. Like the difference between Tom Cassidy and the Creeping Willow on turn 1 is kind of the biggest it could be. One of them is 6 health that just gets a Creeping Willow. The other is just a Creeping Willow. It's like, do you want to have a bad thing or the bad thing plus a worse thing? Unfortunately for us, we just have to like rip one of them. Who knows? So I've shuffled this enough to like forget what they are, but I still will roll a die. So we'll do even odd. Odd. We can't look at the deck anymore. Yeah. That one's a huge 50-50 because this thing will stun us when it shows up. So maybe Night Nurse is worth something in this scenario because there's a fair bit of stun. As players, we choose a player side scheme listed. We're going to start with 10 health. I'm not sure we can start with extra health. That doesn't sound right. And then we have to add that to the deck. Okay, so our choices from this point on, we can either get the one that allows us to put a double in our deck, which we don't need. We can get the one that says we put the safe house in the play, which we don't really need. So I'm going to go for Team Assembled, which when we defeat Team Assembled, it's going to add a bad minion to the deck. But Team Assembled, it'll give us 1 counter after we clear it. The counter says, search your deck and discard pile for an ally and put into play, reducing its cost by 3, which, like, obviously that's pretty good. That's just a Nick Fury every round. In theory, that's probably one of the better ones to get soon, first, because having every game having a Nick Fury button is, like, obviously worth a lot. And you can also deck build with that one in mind, where you have a very expensive ally that you just want to get into play once. Again, it also puts it into play, so you can put allies that you actually can't legally play and then just get that ally. I'm not sure exactly what that would be in this case, but you're allowed to do that. All right, the Unstoppable Juggernaut. I like Ready for a Fight with Laura because it lets you run a Cerebro package and or Danger Room. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that's good reasons to jump down. I'm not the biggest like ally enjoyer, so I don't like spamming allies, but I could see why that's good. Utopia doesn't exactly work for you, but wait, can you use Cerebro? Can you be an X-Force or do you have to be a mutant? Oh yeah, just a mutant, right? Neat. Neat. All right, the Unstoppable Juggernaut. So attach Juggernaut's helmet. Cool. Put Hope Summers into play. If she dies, we lose the game. And there are cards that will just target her. So we have to be ready when we draw encounter cards, as much as we know what this one can be. That's mostly it here. We're playing stock standard. The Unstoppable Juggernaut is interesting because it has text. So when it hits 7 threat, we don't lose the game, but we can easily lose the game. Because when this hits 7, you clear all the stuff, you put a momentum counter, you flip the helmet, and Juggernaut just attacks you no matter what side you're on. If you're an alter ego, you can't defend. And yeah, if that just hits, if that just kills you, it kills you. And Juggernaut will have a big attack stat. Now this is Juggernaut. Juggernaut's going to come in here with 21 health, so much bigger numbers than we've seen. Gets +1 attack for each momentum counter here. We place a 4th momentum counter. So, oh no, that was actually 2 + 1, so I did that. It's 3 momentum counters. And if it's exposed as in play, which is not, flip it. Otherwise, we start with the toughness. So we can, of course, rush out to go get the piercing attachment, +2 health, piercing on our basic attacks. I don't think we're rushing down Juggernaut. The thing that we do have to rush down, though, is Juggernaut's helmet. So Juggernaut's helmet's in play here. Juggernaut's helmet. So this thing we can spend, it has Stalwart and Overkill, which that's important, but we can spend 3 resources at the same time to flip the helmet off. And when the helmet is off, those counters come off. So Juggernaut will be reduced to a bland 3 attack, which is a pretty big deal. There's also a bunch of attacks or a bunch of cards that scale directly up Juggernaut's attack. I think there's a card that just says take indirect damage equal to Juggernaut's attack. So just, you have to get rid of those counters. So you have to remove the helmet. On the other side, Juggernaut takes more damage from cards with with mental icons on them, which Hope Summers does. So that's kind of nice. But otherwise, when he schemes, the helmet comes back on. So gotta watch out. All right, we've shuffled this enough. This 50-50 is gonna definitely get us. And we have to shuffle this and we're off. Let me just do a pile shuffle because we did just scoop it off the table. Again, we start with prepared defenses. So we have prepared defenses. So we have what's it called? +1 defense and retaliate, which is nice. And then we have a mission prep. We can use that in action to remove this from the game functionally. And we can search for an upgrade with a printed cost of 2, or sorry, play it, reducing its cost by 2 or less. Oh no, that's not true. It actually can only be for cheap things. So it says that you have to be, you have to grab an upgrade for cost 2 or less. So you don't save the cost. It's free. You can't grab a big upgrade. Which for us, that's all our upgrades. So that's good. All right, Hope Summers. This is campaign Hope. You can't deck build with her. She takes no consequential, but her stats are our stats, and she has a mental icon, which matters for Juggernaut when Juggernaut's weak to magic. Or mental, I guess. All right, here we go. This should be easier than the last one. Energy, that's perfect. A double resource is so good. So we're going to want a 3rd energy because we want to remove the helmet with this. Removing the helmet's our priority for sure. All right, we might just keep this because it is 3 energy resources, and that will be, a fair bit of our hand dealing with the helmet. Power protection, okay. So, well, honestly, we could just play the energy berry if we draw another energy resource, which is not unlikely. Genius, okay, we got a couple lanes here. Repurpose, that's actually a funny hand. And pain tolerance. Okay, so pain tolerance is the card that we cheat in. So we could keep it, but we might as well just discard it and see deeper. Because if we find one of the cards that interacts with our alter ego, we can go up +1 card. So I think we're not going to keep it. But that's really funny because this plays this plays this, and then we just have a genius. The issue with the genius is it doesn't have anything to play, right? Like if we don't, we might actually have to mulligan this away. It's going to leave us with 2 cards. So are we saying that this is more likely playable than just 2 average cards? And it could be. Now we don't have to play this energy barrier. Juggernaut doesn't actually have overkill, so like playing other allies is also worth something. So we could dig for allies. But like, wait, is this the one that... Is this? Yeah, this, thank God. I didn't want to flip the other card. So this is the genius. I mean, I don't feel like we keep the genius. Our cost curve is so low. And I think we want to draw deeper to find one of these cards for Laura, because we can discard it with the energy. I guess keeping the genius gives us another way to deal with the Juggernaut's helm, but we don't really need this. So I'm going to discard this and draw 2. Could be wrong. Armor. Repurpose. Don't love it. I wonder if our deck should be on fewer repurposes. So our hand is entirely energy resources, which is buck wild. So we can do this easily to get rid of the helmet. We can do this to play an energy barrier. And then we can just play the electrostatic armor, and that's a whole turn. I mean, good enough with me, I think. We won't use our alter ego because we can't, but we'll go grab the pain tolerance and flip it. Actually, maybe we don't yet because we know we're not going to draw it. There's no reason to have the pain tolerance. It just means that, yeah, there's nothing that punishes us from having the pain tolerance. So I don't know why we would, but there's no also reason to not. So I guess we won't. We'll flip up. We're in hero mode. Mind you, we have our claws, we have hope. So we're just going to go ahead and deal with Juggernaut's helmet. We're going to spend 3 to get rid of the helmet. So Juggernaut will be exposed. So spend 3 resources, flip this over. So he's looking a bit confused. Juggernaut exposed. So firstly, Juggernaut takes an additional damage. After this flips, you remove all the counters. Where does it say that? Was it on the other side? Remove each momentum counter. Yeah, of course. So Juggernaut exposed. So he has only 3 attack here. He takes 1 more damage from mental icons, and that's it. I wonder if actually we should have used this to go grab our piercing, and then we could have just played the card that we mulliganed. That might have been right too, because we had a double in our hand. I actually think that was right, is that we kept the double, played pain tolerance, and then use this to go grab the other card from our deck. Yeah, I think we were greedy in hindsight. That makes a lot more sense. We'll play energy barrier. Hold on, I'll clean up our area in a second, but this has 3 counters to get some damage off of us that can deal with the toughness. And then we'll just go play electrostatic armor, which gives us pseudo retaliate. This one I always forget about because it's here, but it is technically another retaliate. So we're on 2 retaliate if we defend, and we can't legally, we can defend the first attack. We can't defend the second attack. No, that's not true. We know we want to be ready for the second attack. So the first attack we take to the face, the second attack we should block because it's probably going to be a vine, no matter what. Okay. And luckily retaliate 2, I think, knocks out most of the vines. We can thwart for 2. Hope Summers can thwart for 2. The toughness will come off on the retaliate. So I think we're just going to both thwart for 2 and we'll clear assemble the team. All right. So we have this card too. It's team assembled. We can use this at any action to go get an ally with a printed cost of 3 or less. Oh, again, it's printed cost of 3 or less. So you can't grab Nick Fury, but you can get Prof X with this, which we probably will, but not on this turn. So yeah, you can't grab Prof X, but you want to get an ally that is cheaper. It doesn't reduce the cost. It's a card with 3 or less, put it in for free. So that makes a lot of sense, and we'll pass. All right, not a bad setup, but I think we could have done better. We're a bit greedy. Claw Mastery, okay? More damage. We only have one more double in our deck. Prof X, who's here. Puncture Wound, I'd love to play it, man. That card's my favorite. And then we have a Counter Punch, which only here we have 1 attack, so probably not the play. This goes to 2, and the Juggernaut's going to attack us for 3 in a card. We know there's a card from the deck that says Hope Summers will get attacked, but we technically always have 2 blocks. The problem is if this thing does damage to us, we don't get the free ready. And we want it to not do damage to us because then we don't get stunned. So what are we meant to do here? We have a small chance of losing the game. We could defend here. Hopefully take damage so we can ready. We have Retaliate, Pseudo Retaliate, and Energy Barrier, so they all happen at different timings. I think this would happen first, then Retaliate, then after Defend. That would bring Juggernaut down to 19. We could ready ourselves. Then this thing can attack, and then if the next card is the card that attacks Hope, I guess we lose. But I think we need to make sure we take damage to get our free ready, and this thing only does 2 damage, so we won't get our free ready. So we'll defend for 3 here. It's a bit risky. So 3. 4, 5. Give the villain an additional boost. Oh my god. This is one of the cards we added to the campaign. I didn't know it was that bad of a boost icon. That's way worse than the text. So attacking for 5. Dark Designs. I mean, it's good to see that. So we attack for 5, which is actually not that bad. So it's good to get that when we're ready. So we defend for 3. We will Energy Barrier to make it only 1 damage, which is just enough. So we'll ready ourselves. We'll ping the toughness with the Energy Barrier. We'll take 1, which readies us. Okay, then we have Retaliate 1, which is Juggernaut. And then Electrostatic Armor will also do 1 damage. It doesn't have a mental icon, so the villain only takes 1. Okay, we draw 2 encounter cards. If this one attacks Hope, we're in a bad spot. We're really hoping this is not Black Tom Cassidy. Perfect. Creeping Willow. Okay, so this thing hits us. It's going to Quick Strike for 1. Oh, actually, wow. This hit, I thought it hits for 2. It hits for 1, so all we have to do is Energy Barrier. So this is going to attack us for 1, and if it attacks and damages us, we have to stun the character. So it's going to hit us for 1. We'll just Energy Barrier to hit it for 1. That's good enough. Otherwise we could defend, but then we lose if this attacks Hope. Head of Steam. Okay, this one always shows up in the scenario. This happens when he advances. So Juggernaut gains Retaliate X, where X is the number of momentum counters. You attach this to him and give him 1 momentum counter. Now, unfortunately, there's no way to remove the momentum counters when the head helmet is off, but he now has 4 attack and Retaliate 1. Now, after Juggernaut attacks you, you can spend a resource for each damage dealt, which is more than taken. The thing is your defense stat reduces dealt, but that's it. Everything else is dealt. Defense stat reduces dealt. Taken is different to discard this card. And this will obviously become like Retaliate 3, Retaliate 4 at worst case. But that's not too bad. Okay, it's back to us. Not too bad. We want to keep this Energy Barrier at 1. At least we have the Electrostatic Armor. 2 repurposes are out, so it's slightly less valuable. We can go grab an ally for free. We can go grab an upgrade for free. The upgrade can bring us up to still only 1 attack. Prof X is looking pretty good here. Team Assembled. Can I search our discard pile? Yeah, so we pay Prof X to play the Claw Mastery. That might be good. We might as well get our healing in though. So I think we're going to use Mission Prep. So we're going to use Mission Prepped and search our deck for that upgrade. It's actually in our discard pile. We're going to go grab this upgrade, which now is in play. We don't play it, so it doesn't heal us, but obviously Pain Tolerance is quite nice. So this is going to give us +1 healing every time we play one of our aspect cards. Speaking of aspect cards, I think we're just going to start with X-23's Claws, but that's the only ready we have this turn. Yeah, it's the only ready we have this turn. So I think we have to use our basic activation first. Okay, that's fine. We'll spend Professor X, play Claw Mastery. So overkill here would have been fine, but we go up to 3 attack and we recover 1. Okay. We still have our ready pending. I mean, we have a lot of wasted resources in this hand once again. That's a bummer. So we're going to attack for 3 into the Creeping Willow, knocking it out. Very good 50-50 we won there. Can't be upset about that. Now Hope Summers actually attacks for a massive amount because again, she mimics our stats and she attacks for 1 more because she has a mental icon. So her attack stats are not going to get bigger than this. So she's going to attack for 3 + 1. So the villain takes 4. We're going to shred through Juggernaut because of this exact card. Then we're going to go just use Team Assembled, I guess. We might as well use it here. So we're going to pop this. We're going to search our deck and discard pile for an ally, and we're just going to play Prof X. Now, Prof X doesn't say when played from hand or anything like that, so Prof X will go ahead and confuse. You can technically ready Hope Summers. That might be better, but just making sure that Juggernaut is confused means the helmet stays off. But the Retaliate 1 on Juggernaut. Oh, actually, Retaliate 1 on Juggernaut. Yeah, Hope Summers takes 1. We might actually not want to confuse Juggernaut because we want the helmet to come off. Oh, I guess we could block against Head of Steam. No, it's okay. So we'll confuse. Prof X is in play. Prof X will thwart this, and we'll block with Prof X. We have to be careful for Hope Summers. She can't continue to take damage because there's cards that do damage to your allies. All right, we will take 2 damage from X-23's claws, so we'll take 2. We'll ready. And then we're going to attack for 3 into Juggernaut. With Retaliate, it's easy for us to ready ourselves. We'll do 3 to the villain. We'll take 1 off of Retaliate. And then we're going to attach Punctured Claws to it, which means we'll heal 1. Punctured Wound is really nice on this turn because it'll be easier to block the Head of Steam. But Juggernaut's going to have -1, and after that, it's going to take damage equal to, 3 damage. I'm not going to hold on to the counter punch or the strength, so we waste some resources here, but we'll pass. I mean, pretty good turn still. We'll drop 5. What doesn't kill me? Perfect. Be a shame if we kept that double, huh? Sisterly Bond, Spider Bite, which we actually have 2 tech cards, so Spider Bite's super cheap. Grim Resolve, it's a resource generator and an Animal Instinct, so we actually have a fair bit of healing in his hand too. That's pretty good. All right, this goes to 1. Juggernaut has only 3 attack because it's 3 + 1 - 1. It's attacking for 3 in a card. Now, Head of Steam specifically says after Juggernaut attacks you, so it has to be us, not Professor X. So here we're only attacking for 3. So we technically could defend ourselves, but we have to take no damage. And it's damage dealt, not taken. So we have to hope it's a 0 boost. That's the only way that we get rid of this. So we could maybe wait for a couple more turns until we find our defensive conditioning, but I think we just put Professor X in the way because it's unlikely to be a 0 boost, right? So attacking for 3, it was a 0 boost. Bomber. Prof is knocked out. No overkill on this side. 1 encounter card. Ground Pound. This one's probably bad. Almost all the Juggernaut cards are scary. The players as a group take indirect damage equal to Juggernaut's attack, which luckily Puncture Wound does something here, so we take 3 damage. We're not going to put any of it on Hope, so we're going to take 3 to our face, which sucks. But then Puncture Wound is going to go off here. So after the player phase begins, villain takes 3, and we discard this. Pop. Down to 9 health. Man, that Retaliate really hurts because Hope Summers wants to go face all the time. So what do we do here? I think we could consider just jumping down because if the helmet comes off, it's not that bad. When we do advance Juggernaut, Juggernaut just does Head of Steam again, which can't. But also when Juggernaut advances, the helmet goes back on. So that's also okay. Yeah, I think we just set up here. Okay, so Spider Bite cost 1, which is worth having a Panic ally. So that cost 1. We could play Grim Resolve for 1. Healing 1, use that to play Spider Bite, but then we're left with 2 cards, which is not right. I mean, maybe we don't play Grim Resolve? That's a weird sentence, isn't it? Like, this always can just, oh, this is not in our hand. This can be heal 1 when we activate. We can jump down and like throw out Sisterly Bond and draw a card, and maybe that plays Spider Bite a different way. What doesn't kill me just like readies us and heals 2, but then we can actually recover, which heals us all the way up to 10. So that's probably worth playing. But the only way we can play it is if we play Grim Resolve or we use Sisterly Bond. Using Sisterly Bond seems fine. So I think we don't play Grim Resolve. Is that weird? So we pay 2. We can play What Doesn't Kill Me. After we thwart 2, that will recover 2, and then we can jump down and heal. Technically, we don't need any of that because we can just jump down and heal because all we're going to do is thwart. We could attack first, then we take the Retaliate, but we're only attacking for 1, so it's not great. I think playing Spider Bite for 1 is just such a good deal, but Grim Resolve is also such a good deal. So I guess we play Grim Resolve, use the Grim Resolve to play Spider Bite. Don't play What Doesn't Kill Me because this is just healing 2. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to pitch Sisterly Bond for Grim Resolve. So now we have access to like the free fast ready by just, getting a resource. This recovers 1 because it's one of our cards. We're going to use it after we thwart 2. So we're going to thwart 2. There's no point to play Animal Instinct because we're going to fully recover anyways, but I guess we could. So we're going to thwart, whatever. We're going to thwart 2 off of that. Then we'll use Grim Resolve to generate a resource. So we take a damage, which readies us. And then we're going to spend 1 for Spider Bite. Yeah, this is silly. We just can't use our whole hand well. Spider Bite's in play. She's really cheap because we have 2 tech cards in play. Really good card. This hand is salad. I guess we can draw a card with Sisterly Bond, so we'll keep our options open. We'll jump down. Here in Alter Ego, we'll use our Alter Ego text to shuffle Sisterly Bond into our deck, draw a card. Yeah, this is why Ready for a Fight's so good, because you can jump down and do this action like somewhat consistently, and then you have that like fake 6 hand size, sometimes a 7 hand size, right? If you don't interact with Honey Badger. So the best case scenario here is a cheap setup card, like an upgrade. Perfect. So we'll spend 2 for defensive conditioning. Nice. So this gives us 3 more health and 1 more defense, so we can block Head of Steam. And then here we can just exhaust to recover 6, which brings us to a max health of 13. Because we have 10 plus 3. That's all we have so far. Because we don't have our plus 2 health card yet, but we should draw it soon and we'll pass. We won't do anything with them because Retaliate makes it a bit hard, and we'll draw 6. Honey Badger's here, sick. Counterpunch, useless. Clawmaster, good. We actually could go pretty hard. Energy Barrier is good enough. Power Protection for Energy Barrier is really good. And Sisterly Bond means we might just like cycle that for a card, but we'll find out. Goes to 1. Juggernaut does not scheme, so it doesn't have to take the helmet back on. Another ground pound. Ouch. So at least we're an Alter Ego. So the players as a group take indirect damage equal to 4. I mean, these don't have good enough health. Technically, Spider Bite's only worth Thwart 2. I think there's a card that does 1 damage to each minion or each ally. We could do 1 and just take 3 to our face. I think that's fine. We can technically Energy Barrier here, but it doesn't really do much. But you can use Energy Barrier in Alter Ego, which is like a really cool thing to keep in mind. Okay. Okay. So, do we advance Juggernaut? I think we do. I think we have enough damage to advance Juggernaut and a bit. The thing is, when Juggernaut advances, though, we need to get his helmet off. So we might want to slow down on playing all the other cards. Because when Juggernaut advances, we need to spend 3 resources of the same type. Which is not always easy. But we should be able to knock him out. So where do we start? Here in Alter Ego, we want to pitch something for Sisterly Bond. Because when we get Sisterly Bond in the bin, we can basically just draw a free card. So we can have a 7-card hand size. So the problem is like most of our cards are hero cards besides Honey Badger. So I think we have to play Honey Badger now. So we'll do Sisterly Bond and we'll throw out the Counterpunch. So we play Honey Badger, so we recover 1. Notably, Hope Summers I don't think counts for ally limit, right? Does not count towards ally limit. Cool. So that will matter. Maybe. We don't have that much allies in the deck. All right, so we recovered 1 because we played one of our cards. Now we'll use our Alter Ego text to shuffle this back in and draw. So we should have a lot of damage this turn. 9 means we'll have to work on it. The problem is the Retaliate, so we can't really afford to attack with Hope Summers, and that loses us a lot of damage. But we should have enough damage, and I think there's 1 more longevity in our deck for the like big 5 heal. Yeah, Retaliate 1 is just like really bad because Honey Badger can't even attack. At least she can thwart to ready us. Oh, that's good. Adamantium Lacing. Probably we'll have toughness, I think, when we advance, but just good enough. Plus 2 hit points. We'll flip up. Okay, so we should have the free ready, no problem with Grim Resolve. We have the free ready anyways because of the Retaliate 1. So we're going to start by just like getting our claws in. So our claws are out actually. So we're up to 3 attack. We'll take 2 damage. So every attack here is a lot of damage. We want to keep the Energy Barrier around as much as we have another one, but we don't need to use the Energy Barrier here, so we won't. So we'll swing in. Actually, we'll play Claw Mastery, right? It hits a break point because then we win in 2 taps, yeah. So I don't know if we're going to be able to take the helmet off. Hopefully that's okay. So I think we're going to use Adamantium Lacing. Because Grim Resolve will allow us to play the Energy Barrier with any other card. Maybe it's better to play the Lacing. We get +1 attack. Sorry, we get Piercing and +1 Retaliate and +2 hit points. That seems better. Because you lose to like damage against Juggernaut more than anything else for sure. But if we play the Claws here, we go up to 5 attack. We attack for 5. We get a free ready. We attack for 5. Juggernaut advances. When Juggernaut advances, the helmet goes back on. So we can basically play... The Energy Barrier might be better than Adamantium Lacing. I think it is. So we'll play Claw Mastery. We recover 1. Our attack stat is 5. Okay. Until the end of the round, X-23 gets +2 attack, and our attack gains overkill. That doesn't really matter. We'll attack for 5 into Juggernaut. Juggernaut takes 5. We take Retaliate 1, which means we get our free ready. Okay. Okay. Man, we have got through only half of our deck so far. We will then just go ahead and simply attack for 5 again into the villain, which I think we're going to end up taking more Retaliate because the thing happens in a weird order, but we advance the Juggernaut 3. So same text. 25 health. Now we're at 4 attack, but it'll go higher. So when revealed, search and counter deck and discard pile for Head of Steam and reveal it. We can't do that. If Juggernaut exposes in play, flip it. So now the attacks have overkill. And he has Stalwart. We have to spend 3 resources at the same time to get rid of that, which we technically can actually if we want to. We probably should. Otherwise, give Juggernaut a tough status counter. So that's it. Doesn't gain a counter, though, because we don't reveal Head of Steam. Oh, so now Juggernaut's attacking for 5 with overkill. I think it actually is better just to get rid of this thing immediately. So yeah, we are going to get rid of this immediately. Juggernaut's helmet. So we're going to generate a resource from Grim Resolve, taking 1. We're going to pitch 2, 3. So they're all energy. So wild energy. And we'll flip this. So now we remove all the counters. So Juggernaut still has Retaliate 0. Actually, Juggernaut has Retaliate 0. Wait, how much damage can we do this turn? Juggernaut has Retaliate 0. And that's a really weird thing, because Head of Steam now just says you have Retaliate equal to the amount of counters. So it's technically Retaliate 0, which is a very funny sentence. But that means we can now do Honey Badger to do even more damage. So, I mean, when in Rome, Honey Badger will attack for 1, doesn't have a printed mental, but we'll do 1 damage to Juggernaut. That will ready us. We'll do 5 damage to Juggernaut. We'll use Hope Summers, who does 6 damage to Juggernaut. Jesus. Villain takes 6. Spider Bite can do 2 damage to Juggernaut, but I think I'd rather have a panic block there because it's not going to move the needle. But yeah, Hope Summers does our 5 attack plus 1, which is 6. That was a turn. We'll pass. Okay, so if we want to get rid of Head of Steam, which we don't need to, because as long as there's no counters, we're fine. But technically after Juggernaut attacks you, we can spend 1 resource for each damage dealt, which maybe deals no damage if we draw no boost, but not super likely. Longevity for healing. Starhawk is in the deck now, especially with the What Doesn't Kill Me. Sisterhood and Animal Instinct. So how much damage do we have this turn? We have 6 damage from hand. We can heal Honey Badger, so we have 10 damage. We probably have lethal, especially with Hope Summers. Yeah, this is not going to be a hard scenario. This goes to 2. Villain attacks for 4 and a card. We will defend for 4. If we have no boost, we don't get ready, but it should be okay. 3 boosts, so that's 7 damage. So we block 4. I think we can just take 3. We could Energy Barrier back, but I think the repurpose is worth holding on to. So yeah, for 7, we block 4. We take 3, which readies us. We do Retaliate plus Pseudo Retaliate, so the villain takes 2. Cool. Counter card, Trample. This one sounds bad. So Juggernaut attacks the ally with the fewest remaining hit points. So ally is going to be either Spider Bite or Honey Badger. Luckily, we very luckily took the helmet off, so this doesn't have overkill. So Juggernaut will be attacking Spider Bite for 4 and a card. 5, you are stunned. That's bad text. That actually does suck this turn. Spider Bite's knocked out. Okay, so the stun makes us lose like 3 damage. Is it still possible? We have the What Doesn't Kill Me as a cheap ready. I think it's still definitely possible. So we'll do a fake attack to get rid of the stun. The order doesn't matter here. Hey, Eric, first time catching a live stream. Greetings from Germany. Greetings from Germany. How's Friday night? Glad you can make it. Streaming. I guess we stream in the mornings on Sunday, but yeah, this time slot maybe makes sense for Europe as well. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. So we should have lethal, no problem. So we have a ready no matter what. We want to technically get our stats up, but we have to exhaust once, so we're going to miss a ready. That's okay, because the stun's always going to eat one of our readies, so the order doesn't matter too much. Do we have extra physical icons? We do. So yeah, this is good. We're going to have 1 more card in our hand that we can play. So we'll do Grim Resolve to generate a wild. We take 1 damage. We'll play Regenerative Longevity, which heals 5, because it's a card itself, so we have to recover 1. And then we can recover 4 more. We'll recover 3, and we'll let Honey Badger recover 1, which is very good. Okay. Honey Badger will attack for 1. Her text is not super relevant. She'll attack for 1 to the villain, but her text is relevant. Excuse me, her text is relevant, so we get her ready. We'll now just use her claws. So the claws will give us 3 attack. We have to take 2 damage. Yeah, we're going to attack for 3. Actually, are we short of lethal? No, there's no shot with Hope Summers. So we'll attack for 3 into the villain. We'll then just do mental, physical for What Doesn't Kill Me. We'll recover 2. We're ready. We'll attack for 3 more into the villain. I think it's perfect lethal. And then Hope Summers attacks. And Hope Summers attacks for 3 because she mimics our stats. But because she's the mental icon, the villain takes 4. Awesome altar you have there. Thank you. Yeah, we got this in the mail from a Boom Guy from The Winning Hand. It's really quite nice. I think we got almost all of the mutants, it's like my favorite wave. So I'm into it for sure. Very pretty. Yeah, this is how many cards left we have in the deck. We did not deck out. Now, technically not decking out is a bit less of a amazing thing because we did get 2 free cards. I do think the first card we kind of did not do it right. We could have played it anyways, but we got our 2 things. We didn't play a single repurpose. The rest of our deck has a repurpose. Like this next turn, if we draw Claw Mastery, is so strong as well. Regenerative Longevity also is now another ready because of Honey Badger. So we get a ready +4. Like next turn, the amount of damage that we just dump out is nonsense, right? Like we ready Honey Badger, we get our stat up to 3, we get our stat up to 5, we attack for 5, we ready, we attack for 5, we ready, we attack for 5, we play What Doesn't Kill Me, we attack for 5. Like we have easily 20 plus damage next turn. And then Hope Summers attacks for 6. Yeah, I mean, Hope Summers works really well with us, that's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, that was really fast. It's 4:30. I think we can stream for like another half hour to an hour. So maybe we'll just do one final scenario and we'll face off against Mr. Sinister, who's pretty scary. We don't put a lot of status counters. Mr. Sinister is pretty strong against status counters, like tough and stun and confusing like that. So I think we can try playing against him. He is a bit harder. I always feel like, you know, you have to stay on the first main scheme, which is not exactly true. You don't have to, but it's always nice to try and do that. Yeah, that was way easier than the last scenario. How many people are like scared of Juggernaut? I do think I have seen Juggernaut be a tough matchup, like for people talking online from their experience, maybe, but I do think the big thing with Juggernaut is if you don't take the helmet off, you die. So I think if you just prioritize always taking the helmet off, you're in an okay spot. I think there's a chance that when you play multiplayer, like you have to plan around your teammates a bit more, because if the person to the right of you or whatever takes the helmet off, or excuse me, jumps down to alter ego while the helmet is off and then the helmet comes back on and then you get attacked next, like that's a huge issue. And we have way more control over that. But yeah, Juggernaut has not been anywhere near as scary as on the run, at least in my experience. All right. We're at 8 health. We could have, no, 8 health is just about good. I don't know if we could have cheesed out a bit more health there, which matters in campaign mode. So victory. Record the amount of damage on Hope Summers in the campaign. Oh, she has 2. That sucks because she'll start with 2 next round. I earn, each campaign environment is earned and we record our hit points. So let's see. Juggernaut is a big hole in the floor. So you don't trust me on my own now. Oh, Mr. Sinister is in the basement with all his vials. Okay, so setup. We gather all the earned stuff. Oh yeah, we start with teleported away. That's frightening. So teleported away comes into play with an additional 3 threat because that's a campaign environment. The players choose to either place damage on Hope Summer equal to the damage recorded from her, or we must place that much threat and teleport it away. So 1 more threat probably won't move the needle. That's probably worth something. The players as a group choose 1 player side scheme. They're getting worse and worse. Like we have to use them. Technically we don't have to clear them, but no matter what, their weakness is going to be in the deck. So I guess it's okay. And then that's it. So the setup should be straightforward. Mr. Sinister has a fair bit of variance. We really hope that Mr. Sinister doesn't get the retaliate, because the retaliate one in some ways is good for us, but it's bad for Hope. Hope doesn't like attacking to retaliate. Juggernaut is always quite easy in my opinion. Helmet off. Yeah, the helmet off, exactly. If you get the helmet off, he's not frightening at all. Okay, so we always play with Captive Hope. These are part of the campaign. We don't have to clean these up well. So we'll just get all the cards out that are part of the campaign. Oh, he's an upside down. Neat. Yeah, the 50-50 on turn 1, it's like, it's wild to have that much variance attached to like the first turn. But we did get lucky. We got the Creeping Willow and not the guy who spawns a Creeping Willow. And then the Creeping Willow attacks you. All right, Mr. Sinister. Okay, Mr. Sinister is here. Relatively straightforward once you get through the first main stages. If you get through the main stages, if you don't get through the main stages, it does feel like an absolute, you know, rush where every turn you have to threat 2, because these things have like 5 threat and they get 2 a turn. And if Mr. Sinister gets a tough, stun, or confused, you basically just advance immediately. So these are all the 2s. Oh, excuse me, I have to flip one of them. We have to shuffle these. Technically, you're meant to remove one from the game, but I'll just do whatever one's on the bottom is the one we don't reveal. This goes on top. 3-8 goes on the bottom. Okay, so Mr. Sinister. I think I spelled Mr. out. Yeah, I guess I did. You don't abbreviate Mr. Sinister, do you? This is Mr. Sinister, has 2 minions in them. The Sinister Soldiers. They get bigger the later the game goes, which is cool. There's 3 of these, and we don't know which one we're going to be playing with. There's Flight, there's Super Strength, and then there's this one? No, the Telekinetics? What is it called? The mind reading one. Telepathy, right. And so we'll maybe have one of these, maybe we'll have two of these, but it's interesting that some modularity. Of course, we're playing with Hope Summers. She's great. She mimics our stats. Our stats are really good. Tooth Ward at a minimum is fine, but it gets better. Oh, and the Nasty Boys are back. Right. Nasty Boys. Nice. Okay. So we have to start with a side scheme in play. We have to go grab Teleported Away. So that one comes with a lot of threat and it has a crisis on it. So it's pretty frightening, honestly. But that's part of our campaign setup. Otherwise, Sinister Intent. So we put aside all of these different modulars. We're going to be rolling a die in a second. We're going to be playing with Nasty Boys, Captive Hope, and that's it. And of course, the main stuff. So I won't shuffle this yet because we're going to have to do something in a second. Technically, we were meant to do this before we do the campaign setup, but I guess we should then. This is Sinister Intent. We'll flip it over. So this leaves really quickly. So there's a lot of just like setup. So Sinister Intent. All right, remove one random stage 2, so it'll be whatever the back stage is, and then advance to a random stage 2A. So we're just going to do the top stage. All of these have the same text. Once you flip it over, you figure out what we have. And we have bulking up. So this is going to be the one that cares about, what's it called? Cares about super strength. So attach the super strength attachment to Mr. Sinister, shuffle the rest of the super strength encounter into the counter deck. This gives him +1 attack, and it gives him steady, which is totally fine. We don't care about steady. So super strength is here. Now this comes in with 1 threat. It gets 2 per turn, and on 5 it advances, which is like really, really hard, especially because Teleported Away is on the table. So it's unlikely that we're going to be able to deal with this and deal with this. So Crisis is just going to catch us off guard. Okay, so super strength is here. This is the permanent. So attached to the villain has +1 attack. Attached villain gets a brute trait, which certain cards will care about that, and is steady. So it's harder to stun or confuse. We have no stun. We have a bit of confuse. We have 1 confuse card. We have mission prepped and team. These get shuffled into the deck, and that should be it largely. So Teleported Away is here. Teleported Away. So this game comes in with Hinder 1, but it's going to have more threat, unfortunately. So it comes in with 4 threat. Mr. Sinister cannot take damage. And when Mr. Sinister would attack, he schemes instead, which is terrifying because it has a crisis. But because of the setup here, we have to decide how we want to deal with this. So we have to put 3 more threat on it. So it's already at 7. We can choose to put it at 8 to heal 1 from Hope Summers. And I think I will, just because like 7 and 8, I don't think there's any like obvious breakpoints that we have to play around, but that's it. We also now have to continue to choose one of our like victory things, one of our campaign things. These are getting way worse. X-23 does not care about +1 attack. No, it actually sometimes is good because technically Mr. Sinister is only attacking for 2. And if we defend for 3, we might not ready. So it's funny that sometimes you want the attack stat to go up. Okay, so these are now getting kind of bad. Vanisher doesn't do anything because we don't really play supports. So we could go for this one that gives established safe house. It gives us the safe house, which is an alter ego to draw a card to heal 2. I mean, who cares really? We won't play this one because it's about having cards that cost more than 3, which we don't. So that's not worth, or I think events. This is the one that adds pouches to our deck, which is just a double wild, which we don't need. So I think we have to do established safe house, but we actually might not want to tactically clear this and just keep it here to eat master plan. Because at the end of the day, the thing is not worth anything and you're going to get the weakness no matter what. So there's a big chance that we just won't clear this, because next scenario is like for every environment in play, one more bad thing happens. And we're at the point where like, we just don't want to interact with the campaign. Again, this is a solo issue. If there's more players at the table, there's definitely somebody who cares about this, let alone the safe house will be used on more turns. So yeah. All right, that's it. We have to reset to only 8 health because we did start damaged. How do we actually heal ourselves? Do we have to take an encounter card? May place 1 acceleration token. I'm good. No, thanks. We have mission prep, which allows us to grab us an upgrade, and we have team assembled, which allows us to get a 3 health ally or less, or 3 cost ally or less. Yeah. All right, that's it. Teleported Away has 8 threat. This will go through in 1 turn because while Teleported Away is in play, Mr. Sinister schemes. So we immediately will go up to the next one. There's like no way that we won't. So we're probably gonna have to be playing the game on the 3rd side, on the 3rd main scheme. The 3rd main scheme just says that Mr. Sinister always will try to attack Hope Summers, and if Hope Summers die, we lose. So we probably are gonna need more allies just to chump block, because while we get 1 free ready, if we get attacked twice, the game's probably over. All right, let's go. All right, that's that. Spend like 4 hours straight in front of the camera with the lights on, just talking nonstop. For a while when I was doing this more, And I don't know. I think this is trained to some extent. Like your voice would hurt. I'd be like, oh, wow, that was a stream day. And you leave being like, oh, I talked a bit too much. I don't know what happened. Maybe I just got tough. But at this point, like, yeah, I don't think I notice in my voice. But I remember days where I'd do a Marvel Champion stream and then the next day I'd do like a Netrunner stream and my voice would be cooked. I think one option is to talk less, but I do think like most professions in which like, I'm not saying this is a profession yet, but like a teacher, for instance, someone who talks all the day, you do just kind of like learn how to do it better. And this box blocking with allies is still massive. Yeah, it's still really good. They didn't do enough to punish it. That being said, we ran into some like overkill attachments that seemed a bit much, but yeah, allies are really good against Juggernaut. They're really good against Mr. Sinister. Like if Hope Summers is going to be targeted, get an ally in the way. Okay, that's it. We're off. We're going to mulligan. Again, we can go grab an upgrade, so if we discarded, that's a thing. Also with our alter ego, we probably won't be recovering for 2 because we need a thwart 2. What do we need to draw to clear teleported away? To clear teleported away on turn 1, we're going to need to get our Claw Master to get our attack set up. We're going to need to get the 0 cost card that allows us to add our attack stat. But technically we can thwart for 5. Hope Summers can thwart for 2. So actually the 1 threat on there might matter, but we can always ready ourselves. So the one thing that we're looking for, unfortunately, I don't know what the name of the card is, but the 0 cost card that adds our attack stat. And so we can get a 3 attack stat. We can thwart for 2. Then we thwart for 5. We thwart for 2. Yeah, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We should be able to clear it. We just need to find that exact card. As a championing, so far so good. We had actually like a really hard scenario too, but we're playing